Welcome everyone. So glad that you could all be here today. This is going to be a profoundly important seminar. I can say that with confidence. This is something that I've been wanting to do for several years, and finally this year put it all together and have collected a great amount of research and finally here for the first time today, and I am going to be presenting my own personal methodology for the shadow work process. So I want to thank all the students who enrolled, and I want to say that I hope you all receive maximum value from what I'm going to share in this seminar here today. Let's get started. Of course, this is the shadow work seminar. It will be going all day until 10 p.m. this evening, East Coast time. So let's jump in for the introduction to this type of material. So I'm going to be presenting this in three basic sections, preceded by my usual caveats at the beginning, introduction and warnings. So let's go through some basic caveats before we jump into section 1. So what is this seminar? For people who may be watching online later after I release this publicly, people may have heard the term shadow work but not really deeply understood its meaning or what it entails. So in today's seminar, I will deliver an in-depth and eye-opening explanation of what true spiritual work is. Shadow work is true spiritual work upon the self to improve yourself as an individual and to make the effort to improve our society as a whole, our civilization as a whole. So I'll be explaining what this true spiritual work is, what it entails, and most importantly, how to do it. I will take the attendees and viewers of this seminar through a step-by-step process of self-improvement, detailing each stage of that process and providing examples and specific methodologies. So that's what this seminar is going to be. It's essentially a workshop. And again, the students will receive the value that they bring to the table when it comes to paying attention, showing up in full presence and in full learning mode, and really deeply making an effort to conceptually understand what I'm going to present and then later apply it. This will not be a New Age variant of shadow work. Contrary to the New Age so-called ideas of shadow work, I will show my audience that real shadow work has no shortcuts. It does not involve any spiritual bypassing, and that it often contains painful processes which may not be skirted or skipped. Hence why real shadow work is so unpopular. Most people don't know what it is. Most people don't know how to do it. Most people don't want to learn what it is and don't want to do it because it is not fun. It is a very introspective, painstaking process that drudges up all kinds of emotional problems and issues and forces us to come face to face with the things we don't like about ourselves. That's why it's so unpopular. My personal AAA approach to shadow work will be outlined in detail in this seminar for the very first time. I've talked about it, but I've never actually presented all of the steps involved and how to go about doing it and what types of questions to ask yourself while you're doing this type of work. So we're going to be doing all of that, taking you through my AAA method, and we'll see what that stands for in a little while. I hope to leave my students today, and whoever's watching this online later, with an expanded understanding of what it means to be truly awake and doing the great work. Because when you really engage the process of shadow work, you awaken yourself and you self-actualize. You activate yourself to go out into the world and do the one great work of ending human slavery on this planet. Some more caveats. There's nothing new under the sun. This is not any revelatory, groundbreaking, earth-shattering information that is brand new. Everybody goes, oh, Passio talks about things that, hey, they've been out there for thousands of years. No kidding. I mean, it's unbelievable that people really don't hear what I've said since day one. I am an aggregator of information. I take an integral approach to spirituality and shadow work. And I'm not making any bones about it that there's nothing new here. As the ancient saying goes, there's nothing new under the sun. And for people that don't know what that means, coming out of that saying came out of just every mystical tradition and secret society that has ever existed. It means the truth has always been here. It is objective. It is part of nature. It is eternal. It can never really truly be destroyed. It has always been here. It always will be here. And there's nothing new about it. All I can do as a presenter, as a researcher and a presenter, is I can present the truth as I have come to discover it in a personalized framework with my particular styles and aesthetics applied. That's it. That's all I can do as a presenter. So for people saying, I want something new, go watch the news and then you'll hear something new. Maybe, right? This isn't nightly news broadcast. This isn't some episode of some TV show. So if you want something new and that's your drug, oh, it's got to be brand new, something I've never heard before, go to some improv comedy night and you'll hear what they come up with off the top of their head. For serious students, they know there's nothing new. And they're just going to hear my unique take upon this type of a topic. Okay? This seminar is about true spirituality and is not political whatsoever. So if anybody's coming at this from any kind of a political perspective, number one, you're in the wrong place. Number two, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Number three, you don't really understand what it is that I do or that I'm even asking of my students. Because this is a spiritual presentation. It has nothing to do with politics or government, other than those things should basically be destroyed from the face of the earth forever because they constitute slavery. I am not a member of any political party. All of them can, take a flying leap off of a bridge and land in water and drown, as far as I'm concerned. I think it's some of the lowest brow, base consciousness that exists is politics and government. It's basically the kind of people that are causing all the problems in the world, not solving them. Because only two things solve problems. Philosophy and technology solve problems. Government doesn't solve any problems. Politics doesn't solve any problems. Authority doesn't solve any problems. They are the problem. I do not ideologically align with any political party. I am not an advocate of left-wing or right-wing politics. I am an advocate of moral spirituality. And I mean objective moral spirituality, not religious morality. We'll get into the difference between those two things later. I completely reject the belief in the idea of human so-called authority and all forms of government because these ideologies are based entirely in coercion and violence. In other words, immorality. And government and authority constitutes human slavery. And if you don't understand that, again, clearly you haven't paid attention to my work, and you would need to really understand what I'm going to be talking about here today. And I want to see all forms of slavery totally abolished. If you want to categorize me under one banner, under one term, I'm an abolitionist. I know that slavery is immoral and violent, and I want to see slavery abolished from the earth forever. And that means abolishing all forms of government because government is slavery. And that's an eternal truth. Get as offended as you want. It will still not ever make the statement untrue. I embrace and teach the principles of objective morality and natural law, which are the moral laws of creation and the creator of the universe. The problems of our world are not a matter of left versus right politics. The problems of our world are a matter of right versus wrong when it comes to objective morality. And once again, these are sort of prerequisites for this class, for this seminar. If you don't understand this, you probably want to go back and pay attention to my earlier teachings and my earlier work. Why do I do this type of work? Because I certainly don't make a lot of money doing this. I live in a comfortable home and lead a pretty meager lifestyle. You know, I drive a car that's a 2006, that's not any kind of a big vehicle. You know, I have a mortgage like most other people, and I worry about making enough to even keep my home, quite frankly. People think, oh, you're living some extravagant lifestyle. You have no idea what's really taking place as far as the sacrifice that I've made to do this work. And I've done it at the highest level. And you can say that's arrogant. You could say that's tooting your own horn. I really don't give a damn what people think regarding that. I know the work that I've done, and I know it's some of the highest spiritual level work that's been put out into this world. And one of the reasons that I know that is because so few people are even considering or talking about any of these ideas, because they're all still occulted and hidden. So I don't present information like this to be liked, because it's not going to get you very well liked when you tell people that they're ignoring their inadequacies and they're ignoring things that they should be paying attention to improve themselves. You're not going to get a whole lot of love from that, right? Some people will respect you for saying it. Most people absolutely reject it and hate the messenger. I don't do it to be popular, because again, where's my platform? People who blow smoke up people's asses have millions and millions and millions of followers. You know, I don't even have like 200,000 followers on YouTube, like 140,000 or something like that. It's a piss in a pot. Okay? So I certainly don't do this to be popular. I don't do this to make money. I don't do this to make friends, because again, it's going to get you very little of any of those things. I speak publicly and present seminars like this because I personally recognize, in the crisis of overwhelming ignorance and deception in which we all currently live, and which constitutes slavery, I have a personal moral obligation to communicate what I have come to know and what I know to be taking place in our world. And you know what, folks? It's considerable. My knowledge is considerable. I don't go by this new age bullshit of I only know that I know nothing. This is nonsense. I know quite a damn bit. And that was hard-earned, hard-won knowledge. And I don't take that lightly. It's one of the things, I'll tell people this, it's one of the things that I wake up with an attitude of gratitude about. I'm sort of depressed about the state of the world, about where other people are, about what people want to actually talk about and think solutions are. Those things depress me every day. You want to know the one thing that doesn't depress me and what I wake up feeling so thankful to all of creation for? That I'm not a fucking idiot like that, quite frankly. And that I have set the bar very high for my work. Some people appreciate that. Many don't. Many disagree. They could disagree all they want. It's still true. And if people really, truly understand spirituality and truly learn shadow work, they'll understand that the work that I put forward is some of the top tier work in the world. So I don't go by this nonsense of never say what's true about yourself. Okay? I don't make these claims, oh, I know nothing. I know quite a damn bit, and that's why I'm sharing what I know. And I share what I know in order to help other people to understand it as well, because I want to level the playing field with knowledge. That's how we become not enslaved anymore. Knowledge is required to defeat tyranny and slavery. So I want people to understand this knowledge so that they can take action upon it and do something about the condition of our world. That's why I do what I do, folks. So when it comes to doing what is right, moral right is right, even if everyone is against it in the whole godless world. And wrong is wrong, even if everyone is for it in this entirely, largely godless world. So right and wrong don't really change. True objective right and wrong don't change. And that's why I do this work, because that's what my commitment is to. It's to truth and to what is right. It's not to human beings. And again, things are going to be intense today, okay? And I'll deliver it at an even keel, but with intensity, because that's what's lacking in this whole community. Passion, intensity. Somebody just saying it outright how it is. So this particular seminar is not like my other work, which talks about external factors like symbolism and mind control techniques and psyops, etc., so forth and so on. You know, Satanism, the occult, secret societies, occult traditions. This is studying things and events and things in our world and groups of people. This seminar directly applies to you as an individual, as a being, and as a form of consciousness in the universe. Now, that's different than previous work. And that's why most people hate my current work. They don't like it at all. They don't want any part of it. Okay? They like my old work, which we'll talk about in a moment. Today, in this seminar, this information that I'm going to present is entirely about you changing yourself. And that's one of the most difficult things to hear, and that's one of the most difficult things to say to somebody else, because you know most people are going to have objections to changing themselves in certain ways and hearing how that is to be accomplished. And I have changed myself in these ways. So it's the idea that people who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Be certain of that. I don't live in the glass house. So I'm going to toss some stones your way today, folks. And if that offends you, get as offended as you want. I'm not here not to offend people. I'm here to tell people harsh truths. So much of the information I have explored in my work in the past is about the state of our world, who is controlling it, and the way that they manipulate the consciousness of the human masses. And therefore, a lot of people are very interested in that. They'll listen attentively. They'll be like, oh, it's so great that you're talking about this stuff. And then when I start converting to, you know what? You have to change in a certain way in how you think, in how you feel, in how you behave in the world. Then everybody's like, whoa, I'm out. You're telling me to do something different with my life, my lifestyle? I got to change myself. I have to change my thoughts. I have to change my behaviors. Yeah! Yeah, that's exactly correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. So if you're not ready to hear that, you should just check out now. And you know what? I run the risk of alienating people, of not having them listen. Oh well. You're not going to get any value out of this work unless you're ready to listen anyway. If you're not ready to listen, there's nothing that can be done. So, in contrast today, most of what I'm going to say in this seminar is going to apply directly to you, directly to your life, directly to your thoughts, directly to your behaviors. The attendees and viewers of this seminar. That is what may make much of it very difficult for most people to hear. And if that's the case, so be it. Then that's your ego reaction to it. Then you're making it difficult on yourself and on the world to change. It's the kind of people who say they want change, and when someone tells them what's required to accomplish that manifestation, they say, I want no part of it. I want to keep doing what I'm doing and expect a different result. Well, that's called total friggin' insanity. You have to change your thoughts and behaviors to get a different manifested result in reality. So this brings us to the concept of old Passio versus new Passio. For people that know about or know my old work versus what I transitioned my work to over the last several years. See, most people love old Passio. Many people loved my earliest work because it discussed the world control system, mind manipulation techniques, occult symbolism, etc., so forth and so on, as I've already said. Such things largely place focus on external factors. You're looking at something outside of yourself that's operating in the world. And people were much more willing to accept such information because it did not focus intensely enough on the personal responsibility to change one's own thoughts and behavior, or the individual's responsibility to get involved personally in the war for human freedom. My earliest work didn't focus as intensely upon that. That's why people say, I hear it all the time, all over social media, all over the internet. You don't want to listen to his later stuff. He's yelling at people. He's angry. He's nasty. He's cursing. He's saying mean things. That's because look at what happened in the world, folks. You want to stay focused on external factors. You don't want to change your own thoughts and behaviors. Look at what just happened. Look at the whole world was shut down as just an example of what the real controllers and rulers of this whole domain can do. They just came out in the open and said, we're going to shut the whole damn world down at our discretion. And they did it like that. They perpetrated a fucking hoax, and they shut the entire world down, destroyed people's lives, destroyed people's business, created the largest wealth transfer to the wealthiest people in the world from the poorest people in the world, and people stayed there and took it up the rear end. And I'm supposed to just be like, oh, well, you know, people didn't want to hear it, they didn't want to change. No, I'm going to get... The velvet glove came off and the iron gauntlet went on. And I'm going to punch down on people because, once again, I've made these changes to myself. I'm not the issue or problem. So everybody goes, oh, go listen to the old stuff. That means you don't understand my work at all. Zero. Not one iota. Not one tiny little itsy bitsy bit. You don't understand my work. And it's sad. Because at this point in the game when I was presenting, I was wearing a mask. I wasn't who I really am. I wasn't letting my real personality show through. I'm presenting external stuff so that people gravitate to my work. And that's kind of disingenuous, quite frankly. And I dropped that years into my work because I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm not trying to get people to like me. I need to tell them harsh, real truths that they're going to act upon, that they're going to eventually hear, it's eventually going to stick, and then they're actually going to take action on it. So people love the old stuff. They hate the new stuff. You want to know why? Because the new stuff is telling them they must truly change from an internal perspective. And God forbid we can't have that. So most people absolutely hate, detest, and despise my latest work, which is my most powerful work and my most important work, quite frankly. Not because it isn't true or important or quality work, because it is all of those things, but because it intensely emphasizes one's own personal responsibility to change their own thoughts and behavior, and highly emphasizes an individual's responsibility to quote unquote put skin in the game and get personally involved in the war for our very freedom. It places the burden, the onus, it places all the responsibility upon the individual, upon the self. And that's where most people say, this guy's crazy. I'm checking out. How many people on social media go, I haven't heard a word Passio said since like the Demystifying the Occult seminar or since the Natural Law seminar, and then I'm done with the rest of his work. Well, you know what? That's called a dunce. That's called a moron. That's called someone who's not ready to show up and be present and be in learning mode and truly listen. They think they know enough. And you know the answer is they don't know enough. They haven't engaged in the trivium. Everybody thinks they're correct. And the difference is I've actually done the work to make sure that I'm correct. There's a method of that we're going to talk about. You can make sure whether you're correct or not if you gather enough data, which most people haven't. That's why most people talk out of their ass. They don't know what they're talking about because they haven't gathered enough grammar. They haven't gathered the data that's required. They don't have the requirements in knowledge. And I do. That's what qualifies me to deliver a seminar like this, quite frankly. That I am qualified in knowledge regarding this material. And again, this is still just introductory and caveats. And it has to be said, and it has to be said intensely like this. If you don't like it, I don't care. Because this is part of the problem with reception of my work. And people have to work on their own reception, the quality of their reception. There's no problem with the transmitter, folks. There's problems with the radio receiving the transmission. Put that concept in your mind, in your mental pipe, and smoke it. Okay? You got to attenuate and attune the receiver in order to receive the message coming from the big megawatt transmitter, 1,000 megawatt. Okay? So if people say they don't like the new Passio, you know that they're a dunce and that they don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know what the new material is, what it represents, how important and powerful it is, because they want soft nonsense. They're not really in the game for freedom. They have no skin in the game. And most of all, they want to stay rigidly attached to their own ego bullshit. And they don't want to really change from an internal perspective. So approach this material like an adult or go away, quite frankly. And again, I'm saying this up front. These are my caveats. These are my warnings. So I'm telling people right up front, this may not be for you. This may not be for you. And you need to know that going in. And then maybe you'll come back to it when you're ready. This presentation, this seminar today, is for psychologically mature adults who are ready and able to hear the truth regarding how they must change in order for the human condition to change and improve for the better. The human condition changes by individuals changing themselves, and most people aren't ready for that work. That's sad, but that's true. So this seminar is not for those who appear to be adults in a bodily capacity, physically appear to be adults, but really they're not adults up here. They still have the psychological mentation of a little child putting their hands over their ears and saying, I don't want to hear this. And that's not a good person. That's someone who thinks that they're going to think and reason with their emotions instead of actually think and reason with their brain and mind. So if this image describes who you are internally from your internal emotional state, time to go. And you'll hear no other presenter say things like that to their potential viewing audience anywhere. And that's because they're just trying to reel people in for clicks and likes and popularity and better ratings. And I could give a shit, couldn't give any less of a shit about any of those things, quite frankly. I'm here to present harsh truth and to help improve the human condition for the better, not placate someone's delicate bullshit ego. Okay? So that's the difference between a real OG and a real person delivering material like this, who's coming at it from a very boots on the ground perspective, and somebody who's just would do anything for clicks and likes and attention. One of the greatest sayings ever: if you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. This is one of my personal approaches to life in general. And truer words may have never been spoken. If you are here and you've showed up determined to learn this material, you are unstoppable. But if you're not really willing to hear what's going to be said today, there is no help for you, certainly not from me. Your discomfort does not determine what is true. My presentation style is often extremely intense and at times even combative, and you've already heard some of that. I will not sugarcoat my words or my delivery. Some people who watch this seminar may very likely become upset or angered by things I will say during this presentation. So be it. Let those emotions flow through you. That's not my problem or responsibility, it's yours. But however this presentation, with me saying the words that I'm going to say, makes you feel, that will never make this material untrue. That will never make this material untrue. Beat that concept into your brain. What I'm going to present here is true regardless of how you feel about it. Truth, by its very nature, is belligerent because it wages war against all forms of deception and mind control. That is what telling the truth is actually doing. It's putting that information into the field of consciousness that we live within. It's a broadcast signal out into the matrix of consciousness. And when it is received properly by those other antenna picking it up, those other radios receiving that signal and possibly even rebroadcasting it for other people to hear, there's no stopping it. It becomes incredibly powerful. Telling the truth and making someone cry is better than telling a lie and making someone smile. 100%. And that's what I endeavor to do. The truth is harsh. It's ugly. It does not necessarily make us feel good. You can't reason with your emotions. You must reason with your mind. So get as offended as you want. Get as offended as you like. It's never going to make what I say today untrue. All it's going to do is keep you from receiving the information properly and helping yourself and helping the world. So only you have the power to make that eventuality not happen and make a good outcome happen, that you are going to receive it properly, you're going to get maximum benefit from this seminar, and you're going to change yourself for the better and change the world for the better. You're the only one that can make that happen. This seminar is a large tapestry of information, and it constitutes an informational tapestry that is meant to be taken in as a whole, not in little isolated sections or parts. Now, a lot of people want to break my work into more digestible chunks. I'm not saying I am opposed to that, but when it comes to a seminar like this, you really need to understand the entirety of the information, seeing it in context. If you try to do it out of that entirety and out of context, it's going to be very difficult to gain maximum benefit. So I highly recommend that you stay and watch the entire presentation in all of its parts. If you don't do that, you will most likely not recognize the patterns inherent to the information tapestry. And more likely than not, you will not come away from this seminar with an accurate understanding of these topics, and you will not receive maximum value for the resources that you basically used and gave to be here. And I don't want to see that. I want to see everybody gain maximum value. I've said in the test calls that we did for this seminar, and I'll say it again right here. There are going to be people in this seminar that go, after hearing the entirety of it, if they stay for the whole thing and listen to the whole thing, oh my God, I can't believe I paid $70 to attend this seminar. It wasn't worth 70 cents. There are going to be many people. I know this. I hope it's not true. I hope I'm wrong. But more likely than not, there are going to be some people that are going to be like, this wasn't worth what I donated to be here. Then there are going to be other people. They're going to be like, I think $70 was reasonable. I think that's probably about what the whole thing was worth. And they stayed and they got a couple of things and they didn't really apply it later, or maybe some of them applied a little bit. And there's going to be people who say, yeah, it was worth the $70 that I donated to be there. And then there's going to be a small group of people, much smaller than the other two groups. They're going to say, Oh my God. That seminar changed my entire life and my entire way of thinking about reality. And $70 was the most ridiculously lowball donation that could have ever been asked. That seminar was worth $70,000. It was worth $70 million. That's going to be the tiny minority. And once again, that's going to be up to what the student brings to the table and how much they focus and pay attention and really hear the concepts that are presented. This seminar is essentially an addendum to What on Earth is Happening, my main website and body of material. If you're here and you're not familiar with What on Earth is Happening, I don't know why you are here. That is ultra confusing to me, and I would not say that you're really going to it's not best practices, let's put it that way. Okay, I'm not saying you might not understand what I present, but this works best if you view it and take it in and receive it in conjunction with the prerequisite material that is in my body of work on whatonearthishappening.com. So this seminar should be absorbed by the potential student in conjunction with the information covered on my website, whatonearthishappening.com. Specifically the podcast section, obviously the video section, which has all of my formalized presentations, and my news section, which has all of my interviews that I've done on other people's platforms. While this seminar could stand on its own, certainly it could, a more complete and healed worldview will emerge in the mind of the student if the information I explore regarding shadow work is understood in relation to the information that I cover in all of my previous work. And once again, this is about old Passio versus new Passio. Old Passio is talking about the external factors we need to make ourselves aware of in our world. The new material is talking about shadow work and how we really need to conduct this type of spiritual work so that we can change ourselves to make the world a better place to live in. Again, that's the challenge, and that's why most people will stop halfway and say, I like the stuff about the external factors, but keep the stuff trying to tell me how to change away. That they turn around, they run a million miles in the opposite direction. Because that's one of the most difficult things to do, is confront yourself and change yourself. Dedication, dedicated time, and undivided attention is required. That's what's required for a seminar like this. You don't want to be distracted. You don't want to split your time. Devote the time. Pay full undivided attention. Show up in learning mode, in full learning mode. This seminar requires what I call the two spiritual currencies, time and attention, because we spend our time and we pay attention. That's why they are currencies, similar to a form of money, but it's a spiritual form of the one I, mon I. Okay? That's what money actually means. The fiat form of it, that's government issues, is the proxy for the true spiritual form of it, time and attention. So this seminar should not be taken as a form of entertainment, because this isn't entertainment. This is true life and death information and aspects of our very being. That should not be taken lightly, and that should not be seen as, let me just see what this guy's going to say. It shouldn't be an intellectual curiosity either, okay? The students of this seminar should be interested in true self-improvement in a very serious capacity, and should therefore approach these subjects in a dedicated and focused manner. You need focus, you need motivation, you need dedication, all turned on to the maximum, and shut the excuses off. Toggle that one off. No excuses when it comes to shadow work. Or showing up and paying attention. No excuses should be made. If you find it difficult to hone in and focus in and pay attention and stay motivated, that's not on me, that's on you. Okay? And this is why we don't make a lot of progress in the freedom movement and why the elite psychopaths do make progress in their dark work to enslave and manipulate. Because they show up, they're focused, they're dedicated, their attention is always on, they don't make excuses, they get it done. And the people in the freedom movement are wishy-washy. They're not spiritual warriors, they're wishy-washy people. They want comfort, they don't want to really make any sacrifices, they don't want to put skin in the game, they're not motivated, they're not dedicated. They're very, very wishy-washy. I'm talking about a lot of people in the seminar, live. You know, there's some people I wouldn't want to personally hang out with. And I certainly wouldn't want you ever having my six. Never happen. There are people that are so wishy-washy in this movement that if any kind of actual serious combat or conflict broke out, they'd get you dead in 30 seconds. You wouldn't be dead in 60 seconds, you'd be dead in less than 30. That's how wishy-washy and weak and not driven and unfocused and undedicated people are. And that's sad, and that's what I'm trying to change. That's pathetic. And that's what I'm trying to change. I'm trying to make them into focused, motivated, dedicated people. Help them to become that. Only they can do that for themselves. Only they could put that work in. I could just show the way. The other the other thing that people always say when it comes to these big full-length seminars is, he didn't cover this or that. I would have talked about this. Well, guess what? Go make your own fucking presentation then. Go host your own seminar. Show me how it's done. Show everybody how it's done. Right? But they're the kind of people that'll complain that, oh, this was left out. This detail was left out. That detail was left out. There's going to be a ton left out. There's going to be a ton not talked about. Get over it. Nobody's going to talk about every single pertinent topic of a body of knowledge this gigantic. It's impossible. 10 hours, 12 hours, I couldn't do it in 12 years. This is a lifelong study that I'm condensing down into one day. It's compression. Believe me, it's the zip file that's been so compressed it's ready to pop. Okay? That's what you have to understand about this. One day could not possibly cover the entirety of the scope of these types of topics, nor could a week, a month, or even a year, or like I said, 12 years. Such topics require ongoing, eclectic research. That means incredibly diverse, from all kinds of fields of interest and backgrounds and topics and authors, etc. Eclectic research and investigation. And it could potentially constitute a lifetime of study and practice. This seminar is not intended to be the be-all and end-all on this topic. It is intended to merely whet the appetite of the potential students of this information so that they can pursue their own autodidactic investigations. And that's that term we're going to talk about later. Autodidactism means self-directed learning. It means that you go off in pursuit of more knowledge on your own without any prompting from any kind of a teacher or guru or whatever. Okay? You're going to do your own research into these topics so that you learn more and more and become much more informed on them and then practice them better and at a higher level. So this is an ongoing life journey that it constitutes a tiny drop in an ocean of information, and obviously it couldn't all be discussed in the course of one day. That should be painfully obvious. So all the people that go, oh, he left this out. Yeah, a lot's going to be left out. And a lot's going to be covered. Okay? So this argument that because somebody didn't cover every topic regarding this material that you wanted covered, that somehow it's inadequate. Not true. I, as the teacher of this information and as the person who creates the seminar, I'm going to determine what I think is the most important topics, and those are the ones I'm going to cover. If you think it should be done better, by all means, go make your own presentation on the topic. So, those are my caveats and warnings. Let's jump into part one. There will be 3 parts in this seminar. Part 1 is called Concepts and Preparation, which will be prerequisite understanding and introductory material before getting into methods. Part 2 will be methods, and part 3 will be integration and progress. Okay, so let's jump in with part 1, concepts and preparation for shadow work. Hold on a moment. I have a little issue going on here. I'm going to have to restart the slides here. Just give me one moment. Sorry for the technical issue, folks. I am having a glitch here. Okay, that looks like it handled it. See, so when you are prepared, you don't have to panic. You do the troubleshooting steps, you rework what needs to be reworked, and you continue, right? So, problem solved. And again, that's part of shadow work, believe it or not, right? Staying present, staying focused, knowing what needs to be done, understanding the requirements, and then you go and do those things, as we'll talk about. So, what is shadow work? Let's present our basic working definition that we will be following throughout the entire seminar. To provide a working definition, shadow work may be loosely defined as internal spiritual work which is conducted upon oneself to examine the most underdeveloped aspects of the self and to explore and practice techniques for self-improvement and self-actualization. Real shadow work, as opposed to many quote-unquote new age variants of shadow work, real shadow work emphasizes uncomfortable real-world action over comfortable wishful thinking, which is what is generally presented and passed off as shadow work in the new age community, when what it really is spiritual bypassing. Stepping over necessary natural processes and steps to do the true internal transmutation and self-work to achieve real self-actualization. Meaning you're actually doing the things that you're supposed to be doing in the world. You're actually fulfilling your dharma, your work in the world. This is left out entirely in New Age so-called shadow work. And it will be that those aspects of taking real world action will be highly emphasized in this process. Real shadow work is a deep dive into occult knowledge. So once again, when people hear the word occult, they immediately have a reaction. They have some kind of a negative reaction because they've been brainwashed. So if you hear the word occult and that brings up negative feelings in you, you're brainwashed. You're still asleep. You're still mentally manipulated by the real controllers of our world. They got you. They're in your head. They're living rent-free in your head. Okay? They've told you false definitions repeatedly so much that you believe the false definition as the real one. The word occult is actually derived from the Latin adjective occultus, meaning hidden. And that is all the word means. That's all it ever has meant. That's all it ever will mean. The word occult means hidden. It does not mean evil. It does not mean dastardly. It does not mean lawless. It does not mean satanic. It means hidden. Hidden from the average everyday mind of the average everyday person. That's what we mean by it's hidden from you. And it also is hidden in the sense that most people don't understand it. It's hidden from their understanding. It evades their understanding because it has esoteric qualities to it, meaning it requires going very deeply into the topic from a point of an expanded worldview. Occultism is the study of hidden psychology and hidden laws of nature in combination. That's what if we say we're studying the body of occult knowledge, it means you're studying deep personal psychology that is generally hidden from the public. And secondly, you're studying laws of nature that are hidden from the public, that the controllers and the mind control sorcerers, the social engineers who are acting as gods because they think that they are and have the right to rule us, and acting as the slave masters over the slaves, don't want people to know. It's in their vested interest to keep this secret and hidden, and to keep it from the understanding of the average Joe and Sally. Okay? So, the study of occult knowledge involves and requires the acceptance of a much wider worldview. And we're going to talk about worldview over and over today. It's really where it begins and ends with worldview. So, the study of true occult knowledge involves and requires the acceptance of a much wider worldview than that which is ordinarily taken by the everyday person. So this may not be for everybody because they haven't worked their worldview into a state of proper reception for this knowledge. Their worldview is too confined, it's too narrow, it's too closed. They don't have an open mind. They don't have receptivity to learning. Or they've been convinced none of this means anything. And they're wrong on all counts. There's a truth regarding that. It can be determined and understood and taken into oneself with the trivium method, which we're going to talk about. And there is an objective truth to this. This is not religious by its nature. It has nothing to do with belief. I detest and want to see those things destroyed. Like, I don't believe in propagating religion, and I don't like trying to propagate belief systems. I want to propagate knowledge, objective knowledge. So, a true and serious student of occultism may be defined as one who studies all of the aspects of the self and all of the laws of nature, especially those aspects which are much more difficult to see than those which lie at the surface level, that we could easily see or easily perform scientific tests for. When we're talking about the deeply hidden, we're talking about things that lie well below the surface of the everyday person's personality and well below the surface of just things we can test with simple scientific instrumentation. We're talking about things that you have to explore at a deep and profound and fundamental worldview level. So that's what shadow work is a part of. It's a part of the body of occult knowledge. So what are the bodies of occult knowledge? In general, what does the occult comprise? The occult, if you just take that as a general term, as a piece of terminology, the occult, the knowledge of occultism, consists of two main bodies of hidden knowledge. The first is the workings of the human psyche. So again, deep personal psychology. And the second component contains the workings of the laws of nature. All of the laws of nature, both the physical laws and the spiritual laws. Not just one or the other. So these are represented symbolically in different traditions through different forms of symbolism. And in the tarot tradition, which I'm presenting here on this slide, the bodies of occult knowledge are reflections of each other. There's the microcosm, which is again the self and deep hidden personal psychology. And then there's the macrocosm, the world, the universe. And those are the laws of nature, all of them, whether seen or unseen, whether physical or spiritual. So this is known as the minor arcana and the major arcana. And minor does not mean it's any less important. It just means it deals with the microcosmic world or the inner world, the small level, the monad of consciousness. Okay? Hence why it's the Fool card. And again, the Fool is not really meant to be like, it's a joke, he's an idiot, he's a prankster, he's a jokester. It means naivete when entering the world until you gain enough knowledge that you're streetwise. This is about streetwise spirituality, you know? Not remaining a baby, not remaining, oh, that guy said some uncomfortable words. If you're worried about that, go hear some New Age bullshit lecture. Okay? This is the high level spiritual knowledge for the strong. And the Fool card is not really the Fool, it's the Soul card. Some people even say the term Fool even came from a mistranslation in French. Whether that's true or apocryphal is not the point. The point is the Fool is actually the Soul card. And again, that's the inner world, the soul. It's knowledge of the self and deep personal psychology. It's knowledge of how the human psyche operates, how it is motivated, how it is driven, how it could even be manipulated, and to be watchful of things like that. So that's the minor arcana, depicted here by the Fool, preparing to step off the cliff with very little resources at his disposal, going off on the spiritual journey with his spiritual assistant animal, the dog by his side. Profound symbolism in the tarot. It should absolutely be studied. And for anybody messaging me on Telegram, please don't. While I'm presenting, don't bother sending me anything. Okay? I just want to say that because it's distracting, because you're making the icon bounce on my screen. So just please don't message me while I'm presenting. It's too late to say anything. If you have problems, you have problems. I'm sorry, but you should have prepared better. So once again, you can get as mad at me as you want. It's actually on you. It's the same as shadow work. You either do the work and you're prepared, or you don't do the work and you fail. That's really what it comes down to. Okay? Continuing. The major arcana is the macrocosmic level. Okay? It's what we would perceive as the outer world, but it's still really one thing. These two things are one. Okay? But it's what we would perceive as the external reality that we are living in. And it is about ultimately knowledge of all of the laws of nature, both the physical sciences and the knowledge of universal moral law, which is natural law. So that is the knowledge of the macrocosmic level of the occult. And it is represented by the world or universe card in the tarot deck. Again, you see the reflection of the zero with the wreath around the goddess figure, okay? And you see that's the cosmic egg, the womb of creation from which all arises, from which all matter, energy, consciousness comes from. And that is depicted above the Fool's head as the zero card of the deck. That's why it's the zero card. They wanted to make that association and reflection. Okay? And then you see the four pillars of the zodiac, the lion, the man, the bull, and the eagle. You get the general idea. So if we laid out the cards in the Kabbalistic tradition, if we laid the tarot cards out in the two trees, the Fool card lies at the dot or hidden knowledge position of the microcosmic tree of life, and the world or universe card lies at the dot position, the hidden knowledge of the macrocosmic tree. So even the layouts of the tarot cards in the Kabbalistic layouts of the two trees, which I've presented in my former work, in my previous work, are showing you the reflection that these are the bodies of occult knowledge. It's a beautiful tradition if it is studied. That's why I used it to illustrate the concept of what are the bodies of knowledge of the occult. Okay, so the minor arcana, the self and the inner psychological world, and then the major arcana, the external or laws of nature and of natural law. Now, largely what this particular seminar is going to deal with is the minor arcana. That's what we're going to be dealing with today, because shadow work is all about delving into, exploring, and making changes in the world of the self, the inner psychological world, the human psyche. So what this entire seminar is largely going to deal with is this aspect of the occult. Now, will it integrate and touch upon the wider knowledge of the macrocosmic world and natural law? Of course. They go hand in hand. As I said, they're ultimately really one thing. But the focus here is on the microcosmic aspects, the aspects of the self, obviously. Why is shadow work so important? Why is this not some like just frivolous, talk about it in passing concept? Why is this deeply, deeply critical and must be integrated if we're going to make any progress in healing ourselves or the world. In direct keeping with the natural law principle of correspondence, which is as above, so below, as within, so without. So the universe is really, or our entire civilization, is a reflection of the combination of inner worlds of people. So all of the aggregate of all of the individuated consciousness within each self comprises the quality of the so-called outer world of what is going to become the human condition. So in keeping with the principle of correspondence, which is the universe is self-similar across all scales of existence, or it has simply been said generally in the Hermetic tradition and other occult traditions, as above, so below. The quality and condition of our world as a whole is directly proportional to the quality and condition of the people who comprise our world. Let's say that again. The quality and condition of the human experience as a whole is going to be directly proportional to the quality and condition of all of the individuals who comprise our civilization. That should make perfect sense. This should be deeply grokked. This should be deeply understood at a fundamental level. The law of correspondence. In other words, when we do shadow work to heal and improve ourselves, the whole condition of the entire world in which we live is going to be healed and improved in the aggregate as a result, to that extent, in proportion with that self-improvement. That's why this is so important. If we heal ourselves, the world is healed to that extent. If we improve ourselves, the world is improved to that extent. We are not separate from the human condition and the externally perceived reality in which we live, which is a shared reality. So the extent that we do shadow work to improve and heal ourselves is the extent we are going to contribute to the improvement and healing of our entire civilization and our entire species. Healing yourself is a huge part of healing the world. As a matter of fact, they are directly proportional to each other. This is the mathematical symbol in the middle for proportional to. It means that as the individual and all the individuals that comprise the world go, so goes the quality of the whole world in which we live. They are reflections of each other. That's what as above, so below means. This little equation right here on the screen, this is a mathematical equation. The individuated consciousness is proportional to the entirety of the world. As all of the individuated consciousnesses improve or do not improve, either they improve or they degrade, the quality of the whole condition of our world either improves or degrades. They're directly proportional and they can never be actually separated from each other. If you don't understand that, you really don't understand the occult at all. You don't understand the esoteric. You don't understand how the universe works. This is part of worldview healing. To understand this slide is part of healing the worldview. It's not only explaining how healing works in the aggregate to heal the species and the world condition. It's part of worldview healing itself to understand this basic equation, this basic law in nature. And again, this is why they are used as these concepts in the tarot. The soul is a reflection of the entire world and vice versa. In the aggregate, all of the souls are a reflection of the human condition. As they degrade, the human condition gets worse. As they improve, the human condition gets better. This should really be simple common sense, folks. Unfortunately, it is not, and most people do not understand it at all and have a very difficult time with it. But to understand this is to improve one's own worldview. The greatest requirement for human freedom is true goodness. So once again, this is preparatory concepts for doing shadow work later. But if you don't understand this, your worldview is completely skewed and off. And sadly, some people want to do shadow work to improve things for other areas of life, not just spiritual life, and assisting with the human condition and the great work of ending slavery and tyranny in our world. Real shadow work is about this factor, folks. It's not just about, becoming a better performer or a better athlete or a better, artist or whatever. Could you do shadow work for things like that? Absolutely. That's not what this seminar is ultimately about. Could it be used for lesser things like that? Yes. But this seminar is about getting the human condition out of the state of slavery, which it is in. And if you don't understand that, again, you're totally spiritually asleep. I mean, like gone, like NPC character asleep. Okay? Like non-player character in a video game. Like, this is about getting your worldview up to the level of consciousness where you understand, hey, the people of this planet are enslaved, and that's a cosmic fucking crime. And that needs to be righted, and justice needs to be brought to that dynamic. And that's what true objective morality and true goodness is about. This isn't about being self-righteous and, projecting your form of morality. This is aligning your behavior to true and objective morality. This isn't about virtue signaling. True morality, not religious morality, not subjective morality, true objective morality under the laws of nature, which there is such a thing. And again, I'm not here to re-deliver the natural law presentation. You can go back and watch that and learn it. True morality, objective morality under natural law, is completely different than religious morality. So true morality and freedom are also directly proportional to each other. This is the law of freedom. As morality increases, freedom increases. Okay? So this is reflected in natural law, the moral laws of the universe. As morality increases in the aggregate, freedom increases in the aggregate. Why is freedom declining? Because morality is declining. True objective morality, not subjective religious morality. I'll say that over and over again. I'm not talking about the morality of any religious tradition. They're all screwed up. They're all obfuscating true morality. All of them, bar none, no exception. All religions obfuscate true objective morality. If you don't understand that, you're basically an NPC who's asleep. Totally spiritually unaware. Yet this is why that worldview has to change and heal first before anything can be done. You're not going to do any healing without healing that worldview. You'll do much lesser, tiny incremental healing that isn't healing in a big way that's going to assist the world in any way. You're going to heal for your own selfish interests. And could you do that? Like I said, yeah, you could, but it's not what this seminar is about. This seminar is about healing yourself so that you can help heal the world and bring real justice, which is the natural law card in the tarot deck, justice. As morality declines, freedom declines. Therefore, it should be the aspiration for any being, not only for the students of this seminar, for any being that claims to want a greater degree of freedom in their lives, or for anyone, to perform shadow work upon themselves to become a more moral individual who is more directly involved in the current war for freedom that is before all of us. This is why the potential student, should want to improve themselves, should want to do shadow work upon themselves, because they realize they're not in the fight for freedom deeply enough. They're not contributing deeply enough. They don't have enough skin in the game. They're not putting enough effort forward. They're not dedicated enough. And you want to do shadow work to improve all of those lacking qualities within yourself so that you get on the battlefield and you start contributing and start making a difference, a real difference. And you know what? That's why we're losing, because too few people are doing this. We're getting our asses beat mercilessly senseless in the war for freedom. I mean, tyranny is around every corner. If you don't see that and you don't understand it, I can't even imagine how asleep you sleepwalk through life. We're going to talk about not sleepwalking through life. Okay? So This is ultimately about becoming a better version of yourself so that you could help heal and improve our world and defeat and conquer tyranny and slavery. True morality is not the same as religious morality. Once again, one of the most important concepts I could ever possibly introduce. If you don't understand this, you are not spiritually awake. The word religion is derived from the Latin verb religare, which means to bind, to hold back, to thwart from forward progress. Let me say that again. The word religion is derived from the Latin verb religare. And yes, it is. It is not from any other word. It comes from the Latin verb religare. And that could be a binding to truth, right? You could have a reuniting and a tying together with truth. That's the only form of the only positive definition and connotation of religion. In general, the word religion means a system of thought designed to hold you back and thwart your progress to the truth. So the word religare in Latin, which definitely is the etymological origin of the word religion, no other Latin word. It means to bind, to hold back, to thwart from forward progress by tying, as with a rope. Okay? It's putting a leash on your consciousness. That is what all forms of religion do. Now, when I say the word religion, you should not only think or consider big world religions, cultural religious traditions, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Islam. That is not only what I mean by religion. It is any mental, spiritual, or sociological control system based in unchallenged, erroneous, and dogmatic beliefs. And that system is specifically designed to hold back, not to improve, the progress of human consciousness by preventing it from recognizing and accepting reality and truth, by receiving truth. Once again, the broadcast signal could be at 1,000,000 watts or greater. But if the antenna and receiver is somehow broken or damaged or traumatized, don't expect it to receive the truth. This is what shadow work. Shadow work is going into the radio and making that radio the best, most receptive radio it can be, and then tuning it to the truth frequency. That's one of the best ways I could allegorically or metaphorically describe shadow work. You got a busted old radio that's been traumatized and practically defeated and is barely working and bringing in a ton of fuzz, not clearly at all. And then you go in, you fix all the internal components, you get that radio whipped into great shape, it's ready to receive, and you tune that to the correct frequency, and you're off to the races. Then you're really making a dent and you're really making progress with yourself and in healing the world. So religion can be attachment to money. Religion can be attachment to your job. Religion can be believing in authority. Religion can be total attachment to politics. Religion can be you believe that the slavery of government should just go on and on and on, and that it's not slavery, and that it's necessary and moral in any capacity, and that it's not coercion and violence. See, that's what's holding people back. Religious thought, believing in government, believing in the love of money, the obsession with money. How about religion could be I'm obsessed with comfort and control. How about that as a religion? Comfort and pleasure, not control. But yeah, hey, control is a religion. Wanting to control everything, that's a religion. Anything that's going to hold your consciousness back from pursuit, reception, and attainment of truth is religion. It's a cage for the mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's the head cage. It is not just the big religious traditions culturally. Are those religions? Yes, they are. They do the same thing. But religion as a word, as a concept, encompasses much more than just the traditional religious cultural traditions. Be aware of that and understand if I use the word religion or religious, I am not just talking about those traditions. I am talking about any system of mental control. Religion is mind control. That's it. And not for the good, for the negative. It holds you back. It thwarts your progress toward truth. And it will certainly thwart your progress toward the betterment of the self and self-actualization through shadow work. No question about it. Religion will destroy that progress. Not just thwart it, it will completely annihilate it. To illustrate how religious morality and true natural law, objective morality, are two different things, I have emphasized and made a whole separate presentation, which it's not my intent to fully go over that presentation. I just want to present this quickly. The 7 deadly sins as defined by church so-called Christianity. I call it Constantinianity or churchianity. I've given a whole 5.5-hour long presentation called Fake Ass Christians. And I gave another presentation called The Real 7 Deadly Sins, which are not here on the left. They're the ones on the right. This is what the church teaches you are sins, deadly sins. Pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, and greed, which are either forms of internal emotions, self-indulgences, or in the case of sloth, a state of inaction. When the real 7 deadly sins have a completely different qualitative aspect, even in the sound of the words. You look at pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, and greed versus murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, deception. Those are the real 7 deadly sins. All forms of theft. Murder is the theft of life without right to do so. Assault is the theft of bodily wellness without the right to do so. Rape is the theft of someone's sexual autonomy, which no one has the right to steal. Theft is the stealing of physical property. Trespass is the theft of in-property safety, meaning when you're on your ground or your lair or in your home, in your car, no one has the right to just come in and take your safety from you in that property, in that personal space. That's trespass. Coercion, the theft of free will, which is what all government is. Government isn't suggestions. Government is commands upon a population. And that's setting up one class as the rulers and the commanders, and the other class as the slaves or the people who must obey. And that's the removal of free will. Authority is the usurping and removal of free will. If you don't understand that, once again, I actually feel pity, because you can't even grasp the concept that if I claim authority over another being, I'm saying you don't have free will to make your own decisions. You have to do what I tell you. I make decisions for you, and you must obey, or I'll conduct violence or send someone else who might be willing to conduct violence to you at my behest. That's coercion. That's what government is. That's why government's nothing but violence. And that's why it's always immoral. And authority is the theft of free will. It's just another way of saying coercion. And people who believe in it are bad people. They're people who are engaging in one of the true 7 deadly sins. The transgressions against natural law, violations of someone's natural rights. Deception, the final one, is theft of informed judgment through willfully lying and deceiving people. So these are the real natural law transgressions, true immoral behaviors that are violations of natural law and other beings' natural rights. Once again, they're all actions that are done to others, okay? That's why it's not called murder if you kill yourself. It's called suicide. You did that to your own vessel, your own vehicle, your own property. If you kill somebody else, you're doing it to their property. You don't assault yourself. You can conduct self-harm, but assault is something you do to somebody else that harms their physical wellness. You're not going to rape yourself. Right? Rape is done to someone else. These are behaviors that are done to another being. That's why a right is an action or a behavior that does not initiate harm to another sentient being, and a wrong is a behavior which does initiate harm to another sentient being. These definitions should be self-evident and common sense everywhere in the world, and sadly they are not. They are obfuscated by religion. They are obfuscated by government. They are obfuscated by media. And even people in alternative broadcasting, they don't want to talk about the real difference between nonsensical, garbage, religious morality versus true natural law-based morality. And never the twain shall meet. They are not the same, ladies and gentlemen. They are not the same. They never will be the same. If you study the religious variant of so-called morality, you're getting a cheap knockoff. And then what people will do, because they know that's a dumb, cheap knockoff, is they throw the baby out with the bathwater and they say, oh, there's no morality, or natural law doesn't apply, or it doesn't exist. Nonsense. These are the real, true violations of morality right here on the right side. The 7 true deadly sins: murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, and deception. And someone conducting shadow work upon themselves, the real reason they would want to improve themselves is to improve the human condition by teaching this difference between these two forms of morality. So-called morality by religion, and every religious tradition has their own insane variant and completely untrue variant. And then there's true natural law-based morality, which exists in nature and is eternal and objective. And we are always working in conjunction, either with it or against it, to receive the quality of our shared human experience called the human condition. That's why you should want to conduct shadow work upon yourself, to get your head clear, to get involved in the battle, to teach true morality so that there could be a higher level of freedom and justice in our world. If you don't understand that, you're not spiritually awake. And again, the people in this seminar should understand it, should have somewhat of an understanding of the prerequisite work that I've conducted with natural law and what on earth is happening. The people listening online, if you're not familiar with those concepts, go and watch my 8.5-hour natural law presentation, natural law seminar. You could look it up under. It's available at my website, whatonearthishappening.com. Not doing shadow work is just like moving furniture on a sinking ship. You can rearrange it all day, the ship's still going to the bottom of the ocean. And this is what, people are like. They're sitting at the end of one end of the boat that's sinking, and they're all going to be going down to the bottom of the ocean, and they're saying, boy, I'm sure glad that hole isn't on our end, thinking that like they're going to be spared. When other people are frantically trying to do the work to bail out the species from sinking and destroying itself, and they're not getting any help. And then the other people think they know how reality works, and they're trying to tell the people that are actually doing the work how it works. What work do they have to show for anything? This is why I say people want to complain about my work. You earn the right to complain about my work. When you have enough work of your own and you have a body of knowledge that you've put forward that is truthful and that is objective and does work and will work. And that's what I've done. And yes, it's true. And yes, it would work. Not enough people understand it. Not enough people apply it. That's the only problem, folks. This is what I've been trying to explain to people. The problem is not me. The problem is not my work. And that's not an ego statement. If it were, I'd say my work needs significant refinement. My work's been exceptional and still is exceptional. The problem is other people don't understand. Maybe they just have low IQ. Maybe they're just too religiously inclined. Maybe they're just fucking hard-headed. And they're stubborn because they think they know better. And when it really comes to them showing what their knowledge is, you know what it always comes back? A big fat fucking goose egg. This right here. A nothing burger. Okay? So once again, people earn a right to complain about my work or, say, oh, you're way off about this, man. This is what you need to understand. Put your work out there for the whole world to see, like I have mine. That's why I've done it. I have confidence that it's correct. I don't even have confidence that it's correct. I'm assured that it is because I've applied the trivium to it, which we're going to talk about. And there's a way of knowing whether you're correct or incorrect. You don't have to just take it on faith or belief. That's just more fucking religion, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I've just told you I'm trying to avert and destroy. I don't want belief. I don't want you to believe me about any of this stuff. I want you to know it definitively and objectively. And you can do that. That is possible. one of the profound introductory concepts here in this body of work with shadow work is that shadow work is really a part of and an integral part of, and it extends and extrudes throughout the entire process of occult initiation, of which there are 5 general steps or processes, and they are as follows. So every occult tradition in the history of humanity generally applied these 5 principles or concepts, or stages, if you will. The first is stop lying. And this is, even if you have been deceived, get the grammar and follow the trivium method through to its conclusion to the point where you are reasonably certain that you're not deceived before you start putting bad information out into the world, or saying that people who are putting good information out into the world are wrong, because then you're essentially engaging in deception. We talked about that in the pre-class. And the answer to that is you conduct the trivium process to the extent that you know you're not incorrect and you know that you are correct. But stop lying. Stop propagating nonsense out into the world. And the number one place to stop doing that before you even desist and stop saying lies or deception or bad information to anybody else is you have to stop lying to yourself. Especially stop lying to yourself. You cannot tell yourself untruths, lies, make excuses, etc. if you're really going to be conducting true shadow work. You must be brutally honest with yourself. We're going to talk about that concept when we get to methods. Number 2 in the steps of occult initiation is stop dreaming. Dreaming means that you're engaging in a form of cognitive dissonance, whereas your thoughts, emotions, and actions are not in congruency with each other. Largely, this means that your behaviors are out of alignment with what you say you know and with how you feel internally in your state of emotions. If your behaviors don't align and aren't in congruency, they aren't congruent with your thoughts and your actions, then you're in an internal state of internal contradiction or cognitive dissonance with yourself. You cannot go through life sleepwalking like that. You cannot say you know something and then don't take action in the way that proves that you know it. This is the idea that to know and not to do is actually not to know. You can say you know all you want, and if you're not taking the right action to back up that knowledge, do you really have that knowledge? The answer is you do not. You're just claiming that you do. So that's stop dreaming. Don't see the world through rose-colored glasses. Don't even be black-pilled. That's a form of dreaming. Oh, nothing can be done. An infinite amount can be done. You just have to learn what it is and then do it. This is the problem with most people. They throw their hands up and they're like, oh, I don't know what can be done. What can be done about all of this? Like I said, billions of things. It could go on and on and on and on. But are you learning those techniques? Are you practicing those techniques? Are you actually doing them in your daily life? Or are you sitting back throwing your hands up saying there's nothing I can do? Which is the ultimate form of excuse making and dreaming. So you got to stop lying, especially to yourself, and you got to stop dreaming. That's living in a state of cognitive dissonance and denial about what truly can be done. And then part of resolving those things is truly learning how to think, not what to think through government indoctrination centers laughingly called schools, because that's all they are. They don't teach you how to think, they teach you what to think, and then hammer what they want you to think into your mind through all this, 150,000 hours or whatever it is, maybe less than that, 50,000 hours of compulsory schooling. And you come out not being able to think. You come out with no true critical thinking skills through the trivium. So learning how to think involves truly understanding the trivium process of truth discovery methodology. This is grammar, logic, and rhetoric, or in the ancient traditions, it was known as knowledge, understanding, and wisdom, which we are going to talk about. So if you don't learn how to think through the trivium, once again, you're just going to be one of these people who's like an NPC, walking around, sleepwalking, dreaming, and lying to themselves and other people. Number 4 in this process, and we will, when we go through the shadow work methods, we're going to, aspects of all these things will be touched upon repeatedly. Number 4, live in the present moment. What is true present moment awareness? It doesn't mean you just live a fleeting life where you don't focus in on anything and you just go with whatever. It means you truly show up. If you're going to do something, you do it to the very best of your ability. You know, were my slides just thrown together out of nowhere? Or did I sit for months painstakingly making every single thing that I want to see on the screen as best as I can do it? And then thinking about the concepts I'm going to present while they're on the screen to the best of my ability. This is what real present moment awareness is. It's showing up in learning mode so that you're going to absorb information and take knowledge into yourself and gather the grammar that you need as a prerequisite. And you're really going to be present. Your mind isn't going to be elsewhere. How many people will take this seminar today and they're distracted? Kids are yelling. They didn't make preparations properly. They have tech problems. Oh, I got to go do this thing. I got to pay this bill or whatever. And their mind's scattered and all over the fucking place. You're not going to get any true value from this because you haven't even taught yourself how to show up yet. There are people that are in the seminar right now that aren't present. They're not there. They're somewhere else. They're somewhere else here. Here is where they're somewhere else. And you show up in a state like that, you're wasting your time. You're not making any headway. You're not making any progress. You're reverting when you do that. That's why this idea of multitasking, it's bullshit. You can't multitask. You can only focus on one thing at one time. That's it. Blanket statement. Get as offended as you want. If you don't believe that that's true, you're wrong. Multitasking is bullshit. Come and put all of your presence into what you are doing. Don't just do the thing, become the thing that you are doing while you are doing it. That's true present moment awareness. And most people have no conceptualization of it whatsoever. And then number 5 in the steps of occult tradition initiation was activate the physical body. They didn't want wimps. They didn't want wishy-washy people. They didn't want people who weren't willing to make sacrifice. They wanted tough people. They wanted physically able, tough people. You know? Like I said, there's probably 95% of people I have ever encountered, greater than that really, 98% or more of people that I've ever encountered in the freedom movement, I would never put a gun in your hand in a combat situation and say, let's fight back to back, because you get me dead. And I mean fast. Fast as fuck. You'd get me dead. And I don't intend to get dead. I intend to survive even if it comes to a physical conflagration of some kind. Because I'm a living, walking library of knowledge. I'm too important to just get dead in 30 seconds. And guess what? Most people in this movement, they get you dead in 30 seconds. Because they're wishy-washy, weak motherfuckers. And I don't care how you want to look at that or hear it. It's true anyway. You got to build the physical body. You got to be healthy. You got to understand nutrition. You got to do some exercise. You got to know how to defend yourself. If you don't know how to do those things, if you're not doing those things, you're just letting one important aspect of real spirituality, the vehicle for the consciousness, go by the wayside. And you ain't doing anybody any favors, least of all yourself. So we'll talk about all of these things in the shadow work methods and practice. See, the very first thing, the very first concept in shadow work is stop lying, especially to yourself. That first part of occult initiation. And the Shakespearean words, who most people generally agree that Shakespeare was either a guild of writers that were very active in occult traditions of their day, particularly Rosicrucianism, or perhaps was Francis Bacon himself, who at the time that the Shakespearean plays were basically written and propagated was the actual grand master of the Order of the Rose Cross, the Rosicrucian order. And if Shakespeare would have said, instead of to this above all, to thine own self be honest, then the very occult initiatory framework for what he was saying would have been more readily understood. But he said, this above all, to thine own self be true. And then most people think that means, oh, be true to yourself and double down on everything, even if you're wrong. You got to be who you are at all times. And that's not what Shakespeare meant. He meant that the very first part of doing anything in life that's worth doing and succeeding at it is you must be honest with yourself. The first step of occult initiation. Practice. So the very first maxim of occult initiation in every occult mystery school tradition throughout all of human history was to be honest with yourself. Being willing to lie to yourself means that you are willing to lie to others as well. And then no one's getting the truth or benefiting. All are deceived. And that's largely the human condition right now. All forms of human degradation begin with disconnection from truth. All forms of human degradation begin with disconnection from truth. Every single occult tradition emphasized this fact by telling their initiates that above all else, their very first duty was to the truth and was to stop lying to themselves. So, if Shakespeare, the Guild of Writers of the Rosicrucian Order, Francis Bacon, whoever you really believe that he was to say, this above all, be honest with yourself, that would have been a lot more direct than saying, to thine own self be true. Because in the parlance of their day, it was understood that meant be honest with yourself first and above all else. In today's parlance, we think of stay true to yourself, be true to yourself as no matter whether you're right or wrong, just double down and just keep going with what you originally said or thought. And that's not what it means. This above all, to thine own self be honest. Be honest with yourself. That's what it truly meant. And that is the first step and process of shadow work. Without true, brutal self-honesty, no shadow work can be done. Why do most people choose to lie to themselves? And believe me, most people choose to lie to themselves. They are bullshitters with themselves. More than they bullshit with anybody else, they bullshit themselves. Most human beings do not consistently maintain a connection to truth, especially when it comes to their perception of themselves and their own behavior. And this is what I've been saying in my work, folks. I'm my own harshest critic. I'm the person who goes straight to looking at myself before I do anything else. And when I say, when I know that I have an inadequacy, when I know I'm not operating or doing things to my maximum efficiency or truth, I'm the first person that calls my own bullshit out, usually. I will say, I know that I have a shortcoming in that regard, and I haven't worked it out fully yet. I know what my own shortcomings are because I know myself. And I don't lie about it, right? You don't say to yourself, you know what, that problem's not there. If the problem's there, you say, the problem is present, and I fully acknowledge the presence of the problem. You don't say it's not there and I don't have that problem. That's lying to yourself. You just say, I know that that's where I'm at. I know that I have that problem. I know that I have to continue working upon that issue or that aspect of the self or that aspect of the personality. It is no surprise, least of all to myself, because I don't lie to myself. This is where I'm different than other people who are in the freedom movement, who present, who broadcast. I'm the first person who tells you I'm very rough around the edges. I'm the furthest thing from perfect, but I have done very great things. Not gonna lie in either respect. I'm not perfect. I have problems. I acknowledge the problems. I acknowledge when they're still present. I acknowledge that I have work to do. There's no problem with that. Do I look embarrassed? Do I look like that's the end of the world for me? No, I'm just going to come out and say it like that. because I'm being truthful. I'm being honest. I don't try to tell you I've conquered a problem when I haven't. The things that I have discovered and do know, I'm also not going to be falsely humble about and say, oh, gee, I don't know, maybe it's that. I'm going to tell you when I've arrived at knowledge. And I'm proud of that. That's because that wasn't just magically gifted to me. A hand didn't come down from the clouds and go, here, Mark, here's everything you need to fucking know. It was hard-won knowledge with tremendous effort and sacrifice extended by me to the universe to be a vessel of reception for that knowledge. And not everybody does that. And I did that exceedingly well. Once again, that's why I'm qualified to talk on these topics. That's why the things that I'm presenting here today, I'm so proud of how this presentation came out. Once again, you can say, oh, he's tooting his own horn again. I don't really care what you say. It's true nonetheless. I put together a dynamite presentation. This is going to have the information that people need to know on this topic that hardly anybody even breaches the discussion of this stuff, let alone goes into depth. This is sorely needed, and it's sorely necessary for people to understand. Why do people want to lie? Well, it ultimately comes down to they choose to continue to lie to themselves to create a never-ending stream of excuses. That's what people really want to do. They want excuses not to begin, to initiate themselves. They want excuses not to begin doing the required spiritual work upon themselves, so that they continue to lie to themselves. See, it's a feedback loop. It's an endless looping cycle of don't tell yourself the truth, make excuses, don't do the work, don't tell yourself the truth again. Keep lying to yourself. And so you kick the can down the line. You pass the buck along. And as soon as you do that, you're stuck in a cycle of degradation and of not improving and not actualizing. People believe this will give them an excuse not to get involved in the ongoing spiritual warfare taking place on earth, because many of them are just, let's just say it how it really is, folks. Many of these people are just pure fucking cowards. And I guarantee you there's people who have shown up here today who are cowards. They're not cowards in the sense that they're willing to listen, but when it comes to actually making these changes and actually getting on the spiritual battlefield, they're fucking cowards. And that's the only way it can be said. And you got to conquer cowardice within yourself. So wherever your shortcoming is, you have to be honest, and you can't make any excuses. Right there, that's going to tune most people out. That's going to make most people hate you for saying it. But that's where it has to begin. You make no progress unless it begins there. Okay? So one of the first questions that the whole student body has to ask themselves who are hearing this seminar is, how committed to the truth are you really? Not what you want to tell yourself. Objectively, can you measure your commitment to truth? Well, you know what? I say there is one objective, measurable dynamic that can tell you your own commitment to truth. Type your name wrapped in double quotes into any search engine of your choice and see what work comes back to you that you've put out into the world to show people how they must improve and how they must align themselves morally to have real freedom in their lives. And you know what most people will come back out with? A big, fat fucking goose egg. And you know what more they'll come out with? They won't even see their name because they're anonymous cowards online. How many anonymous secret agents are right here in this seminar? How many secret agents that I have to deal with getting people into the Telegram group? And guess what? You want to be offended? I don't give a shit. Turn it the fuck off. You know, I don't want to get into a super adversarial dynamic like that, but I just talk about people who actually showed up in this seminar. There's so much cowardice and non-commitment to truth that, yeah, you showed up for a seminar, but you don't even want your real name out there. I call these people the secret agents. Secret agent man, secret agent woman. I mean, it's sad. It's pathetic. You're basically you're going like this to the world. I'm a coward. out in the open, boom, a big burst right out from the heart and the mind, displaying cowardice to the entire world. That's why most people have no internet presence. They're not active anywhere in propagating truth out into the world. It's disgraceful. Real shadow work will force one to deeply consider their own thoughts, their own feelings, their own behaviors, and above all, their willingness to follow truth wherever it leads and then propagate it out into the world. Most people have not developed a deep commitment to truth and therefore will tend to bail out when the going gets tough. They'll be the first person that won't have your six. They'll be the first person that'll get you dead. They'll be the first person to run a million miles in the other direction. Shadow work, when practiced correctly, will help one to develop their personal willpower and courage, which in turn will help them to develop a deeper commitment to truth in their lives. This commitment to truth is actually cosmic love, or agape. It is not the lower forms of love, which are romantic love and fraternal, or brotherly slash sisterly love between family members, familial love, friendship, etc. Even just brotherly love for people in the world. That's still not agape. Agape is cosmic love. This is the commitment that I'm talking about to truth, because they're one and the same. One's will is directly proportional to how much love they have for the world. Your will to change yourself for the better so that you can contribute to changing the human condition for the better is how much agape you have within you and how much you display out into the world. Agape means cosmic love. It means not just the love of, a romantic partner or even a family member or a friend or a human being in the world. It means love for truth, commitment to truth, love for developing the self and developing the will to move forward and do what's required. That's what agape is. That's cosmic love. That's cosmic love to move consciousness in the universe forward. Most people don't have that. Most people don't even know what that is. They've never touched it one moment in their life. And that's what shadow work is about, helping you to develop. You could develop the lesser dynamics of love, which are eros and philos, in other words, romantic love or brotherly love, but agape is cosmic love, and that's what most people really have to come into attunement with and alignment with. If their shadow work will help you do that and help you really get into alignment with that form of cosmic love so that you can really meet the requirements for changing the human condition for the better, for real freedom. One of the things that you have to be willing to say in shadow work is that you're not okay. And even more and worse than that, you have to be willing to say you may be really fucked up. You may be traumatized. You may be completely fucked up. So these are words that you got to say to yourself. I'm not okay how I am. I'm not okay where I'm at. I recognize that. I acknowledge it. And I'm making a commitment to change it for the better. And you got to say to yourself, I may even really be fucked up. I may have fucked myself up. Other people may have contributed to fucking me up and traumatizing me. And it's okay to say that, and you got to be brutally honest with yourself. Real shadow work requires intimate admission and acknowledgement that you are hurt, inadequate, or even damaged in some ways or many ways. This is about dealing with your own personal trauma. Admitting these things is not only a good thing, but an absolutely essential component to beginning the process of shadow work. It is indispensable. You cannot skip or skirt this step. The truth is that none of us are perfect. We are all somehow hurt, inadequate, or damaged, or traumatized. All of us. We all have traumas that we are not dealing with to the extent that we should in our lives, all of us. Admitting that we are not okay and that we may even be truly messed up in certain ways is actually the very beginning of the self-healing process. This is where it has to begin. That's where it has to initiate within the individual. You can't just think, I'm okay, I have every answer, I'm not traumatized in a certain way. Look, folks, in making this presentation, I was doing these shadow work techniques throughout the year. And I have to say, it was successful. I was very traumatized earlier this year for many reasons, for personal reasons I would not even talk about or go into because it's none of anybody's business but mine. And I'm telling you, look, folks, it's no secret, I mean, I had so much death happen within the last several years. My entire family, that I was basically were my family members. Barb passed away. Both of my dogs passed away. My stepfather passed away. My biological father passed away. Just that's uprooting a ton of trauma and instilling it. Interpersonal problems, you name it, problems with work, just so many things continuously traumatize and re-traumatize you. Am I just going to let it defeat me? Some days I feel so depressed I want to lay in bed all day. But am I just sitting there doing that? No. I get up, I do what's required, I continue to do the work, I continue to do the shadow work, I chip away at it. That's what you have to do. You have to have a never say die attitude. And you got to chip away at these things. You got to recognize they're there, and you can't let them defeat you and grind you into the ground and into a pulp. That doesn't mean that some days aren't harder than others, because believe me, they are. But you pick yourself up, you keep moving forward. You don't give up. You recognize and acknowledge the trauma. You recognize and acknowledge not being okay. You recognize and acknowledge being fucked up in many cases. And then you say, this is where it begins. I have to start work from there. And I just have to say, doing this presentation drudged up so much of that and stirred it. And I have to say, I'm very happy with the work that I've done on myself this year while I'm making this content. Intellectually knowing it and being able to put it into words, very difficult. But guess what? It's still not the same as actually doing that work on yourself. And that's what I was doing the entire time I was making this presentation. And it's still not done. It's not perfect. But there's progress. And I could gauge my progress, and we'll talk about how to do that later in part 3. So this is where it has to begin, acknowledgement that you're not okay. And no one fully is, especially with the traumas going on in our world today. But then the next thing you have to be able to say to yourself in preparatory work for even doing the methods of shadow work is, I don't have to stay this way. See, this is what in the Buddhist tradition, they talk about, people erroneously say that Buddhism says that life is suffering. Absolute nonsense. Nowhere in any real Buddhist text does it say life is suffering. And this is how obfuscation comes in with organized religious traditions, even Buddhism. The concept in Buddhism is that life contains suffering, not that it is suffering. Buddhism considers life a wonderful miracle, as do I. Life contains suffering. Then there are forms of suffering that are unavoidable. Natural disasters are going to happen, right? That's going to create suffering and trauma. It's largely unavoidable because we're not controlling all the forces of nature as human beings. But then there's other forms of suffering that you can do something about. These are the self-inflicted forms of suffering, and the forms of suffering that come about through religious thought, through nonsensical thought forms. Completely distorted thinking creates suffering in one's life when we act upon untruth. And then Buddhism says, when you recognize those creators of suffering in your life that are self-inflicted and inflicted by distorted thought forms, then you can correct them. There are methods, that's the Eightfold Path, that by which you are able to correct those self-inflicted forms of suffering. So this is a different kind of shadow work in a different tradition that is saying we don't have to stay this way. We can self-improve. We can change our distorted thoughts into thoughts that are in alignment with reason and in alignment with nature. So this is the second part of the shadow work process, is you have to realize, while I may be fucked up, I may be completely traumatized and I'm not okay, and that has to be acknowledged. The next step is you have to say, I don't need to stay that way. There are methodologies for dealing with those traumas and those inadequacies. So while the first steps into shadow work require one to admit that they are not okay at the current moment, the very next admission is that things do not need to stay that way. The only things that are truly permanent in life are the laws of nature. Those things we cannot argue with, and we cannot deny, and we cannot say we'll just skirt and ignore them and somehow wish to come out on top. The universe doesn't work that way. But those are the only things that are set in stone, is the laws that the creator of the universe set into motion at the creation of the universe. Other states are conditions which have changeable parameters, and they are often self-inflicted. And then we can change the programming, and then we can change the manifestation, therefore. This understanding is an integral part of one's life worldview. Once again, worldview is the first thing that must change in the shadow work process. It's an integral part of one's life worldview, which must change for the better if the individual is to change for the better, and if the individual is then to contribute for the betterment of all of society and human civilization. So worldview has to heal first. Without worldview healing, there is no further healing. It's possible to do a little bit of it, but it will not be truly lasting, and it will not be something that is really a deep and profound change that then propagates to other aspects of life. Continuing. One's worldview must reflect that positive change is possible. So this is what you hear a lot of people say. It's not possible to change that. Nothing can be done. I can't do anything about these things. Absolutely incorrect. 100% true positive change is possible within the individual and within the species. It's just the requirements for that manifested positive result must be known and met. The requirements must be known and met. Most people don't even know what those requirements are, let alone are they even attempting to meet those requirements. That's the problem. But the worldview that it is possible to change it once we have that knowledge, and then we make a deep commitment to right action, that it absolutely is possible to make those positive changes. So life worldview is the very first change that must occur before shadow work is even attempted. And I'm sorry, I have a spelling error there. I'll correct it. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to correct it. So let's do that. How about that for an interactive seminar? Because I want my slides to be the best they can in the presentation and even when I put this out online. So, life worldview is the first change that must occur before shadow work is even attempted. One's worldview must reflect that positive change is possible to achieve. This does not mean that those positive changes are automatic or that they will be easy. No one's promising those things. I just told you positive change is possible with enough work, with understanding the causal factors, with making a commitment to change, and then taking the right action to change. We're going to talk about all of those dynamics. But it doesn't mean that that's an automatic process. It means you have to work at it. It doesn't mean that it's easy. As a matter of fact, it's actually quite often exceedingly difficult, and it requires tremendous willpower to be developed and worked with in order to make those changes happen and manifest. But if one cannot even acknowledge that positive change is possible, in other words, if you're black-pilled and you think, oh, everything's just set in stone and it's all degrading and it's going to hell in a handbasket and there's nothing anybody can do about it, then your efforts are going to be self-sabotaged at a subconscious level at every step of the process of shadow work. You're not going to get anything done. You're not going to get any positive stuff accomplished because you've already set in your mind the worldview, oh, that's not really possible. And you know what sets you up for that worldview the most? Religion. Religion puts its big mythical figures like Jesus or Buddha or whoever at such a high level. They set them up on such a tall pedestal that people look at them and go, you know what? That level of perfection is impossible. So why bother? I'm not going to try. And you see the damage religion will do by setting up these figures in this mythical high pedestal position. I'm going to talk about not putting anybody on a pedestal later in this presentation. Even people that teach you the truth, you shouldn't put them up on a pedestal. I don't want to be put up on a pedestal. Number one, when people do that, it's fucking creepy. I'm not your master, your guru, your priest, whatever. I'm just somebody who's trying to explain how some things work to you, and hopefully you unfuck your head as a result of learning those things, because most people's heads are badly fucked up. So that's all I can do, is act as a way shower through knowledge. Okay? But don't self-sabotage by being black-pilled and thinking things are impossible. They're not possible. You can get from where you're at to your goal, but you got to put in the work. It's not automatic. And this is all about the life worldview battle, folks. That's what shadow work is all ultimately about. And you know what's going on in the world? Absolute, abject, miserable failure. It's so skewed toward one side, it's laughable. I'd say it's 98.5 to 99% skewed toward one side, is that most people have been convinced through their parents, their teachers, their nonsensical religion, their politics, whatever, all the religious garbage nonsense that they believe in their distorted minds. They have been convinced of the worldview that what the purpose of all human life is, what the purpose of their life is the acquisition and attainment of the most comfort and pleasure. That's what prevailing worldview number one in the entire world. And that's why the world is currently right now going to hell in a handbasket. That's why we are losing our freedom. Because it's not the worldview and stated will and potential of most people to truly learn and grow in consciousness and become a better version of themselves each and every day and learn true morality and help propagate it to the world. No, they can't be bothered with any of that. They got to attain as much comfort and pleasure as possible every single day, and they wake up thinking me, 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 and they go to bed thinking me, 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 me. And if you don't think that's true, something's badly broken in your brain. If you don't think that's the prevailing worldview. And let me tell you what that worldview really is and really constitutes. De facto Satanism. There's another one of my presentations you can learn from. First of all, most people don't know Satanism is just runaway rampant egotism and just completely staying ensconced in the dynamics of the pleasure pursuit and comfort pursuit. That's it. That's all Satanism really is at its lowest level. At the highest level, it's trying to be God, usurp the place of the Creator, make your own laws, and rule everybody else as your slaves. That's the highest level. But guess what? At the very highest level, those evil sorcerers of mind control can only control the masses if they give them the worldview that all life is about is their own comfort and pleasure. And then they're got. That's how you got, is by buying into the worldview of de facto Satanism, that all life is about is you accumulating as much comfort and pleasure as possible. And folks, let's make no mistake about it, all that ideology is Satanism. And that doesn't mean the worship of the devil, man. You know, it means that you're obsessed with the self. And you can't be bothered with anything outside the self. And that's what a bad person is. That's an immoral being. If all things are equal, go and have as much pleasure as possible. But if there's injustice in the world, and there's tyranny, and there's slavery, and you're just worrying about your own fucking comfort, Don't turn around in the next breath and then tell me you're a good and moral human being, because you're a lying sack of shit. If that's what you believe. The true purpose of human existence is to learn and grow in consciousness, such that we understand natural law, we understand the laws of the universe, we can grow and expand in consciousness, we can become a spacefaring civilization at some point, and what that ultimately is true spirituality. It's commitment to truth. It's commitment to learning and knowledge. It's commitment to growing in consciousness. It's commitment to growing in morality. It's commitment to self-improvement. It's commitment to willpower. It's commitment to self-actualization. And that means getting off your lazy ass and taking action on yourself, and then assisting other people to go through those same changes that are very difficult but profoundly rewarding. This is the worldview everybody needs to battle, folks. You need to choose your side in that worldview, and you need to be honest about your choice. How many people really are engaged with true spirituality? Don't even tell me the New Agers out there are, because they're full of shit too. They're in projection mode. They're in spiritual bypass mode. They're not doing the real work. They're not even looking at things that are negative that are actively happening. And they think they're informed in some way? You think you're learning and growing when you're saying don't talk about all the negative shit that's happening in the world? You don't even know what the fuck's going on, let alone are you doing something positive about it. You're engaged in comfort and pleasure, alleged spirituality. You know, live for your bliss, man. Bliss out. Meditate until you're so internally drugged up with endorphins that you're in a totally spaced out daze. That's not spirituality. That's pseudo-spiritual masturbation is what that is. If you think that's spirituality, you've been sold a false bill of goods, son and gal. So you got to come out of that de facto Satanism, egotism worldview. That this is about my bliss or my comfort or my pleasure. You got to realize this is for the learning and growth of all. So that we all may be free and we all may progress in consciousness. It shouldn't be that difficult to understand, folks. The problem is it's obfuscated, and most people don't have very clear understanding of it and understandable definitions in their minds. So this is where shadow work has to begin. It's a battle between life worldviews. As I said before, and what deeply needs to be understood conceptually is no positive change is automatic. This is not a process of automation. This is not press a button and then the universe does the rest of the work. This is how a lot of the New Age variants of schools of thought want to teach people that things work. Oh, it's a part of the natural process. You know what part of the natural process was getting your biological evolution up to this point where you can then use your brain and your mind to understand what needs to be done, what the prerequisites are, what the requirements are, and then do them. That's what nature was charged to do biologically. And once that biological process of evolution is done, it's not taking us any further. It's then handing it off to epigenetic evolution. It's handing it off to evolution of consciousness, which either we're doing or not doing. That's a self-directed process of further evolutionary progression. How many people really understand that? Too few. Positive real-world change is not an automatic process embedded in nature. If you believe that, again, you've been sold false spirituality. And it is not an automated process either within an individual or in the world at large. It doesn't just automatically happen. Good doesn't automatically triumph over evil, folks. Once again, if you bought into that garbage, bullshit notion, you've bought into false religion. Good is not an automated process that grows and triumphs over evil automatically. If you think that, it's one of the biggest psyops that's ever been conducted to get people not to do the work that they need to do, not to meet the requirements, not to truly self-improve and self-actualize and make a real difference in the world through action. That gets people sitting back on their ass, doing nothing, saying, oh, It's in God's hands, and it'll just move things in whatever way it needs to move or remanipulate it, and it's all automated and it's all assured. Total and utter bullshit. Nothing is set in stone or guaranteed except natural law, except the laws of nature. That's it. The laws of the universe, the moral laws and the physical laws are set in nature. And they're not processes of automation. They're processes of determinism. They're definitively and completely determined and locked in and always work that way universally. Eternally, timelessly, universally, omnipresent. That's why you don't fight against those laws. You step into the slipstream with them and align your behavior to them. Those are the automated processes of nature. I wouldn't even use the word automated. They're the determined processes of nature. The work we have to do to unfuck our minds and really come into alignment with the laws of nature, especially the moral ones, and truly self-improve, that's not an automated process. It requires work. It requires willpower. It requires dedication. It requires practice. All of the things we're going to focus on in the seminar today. Outcomes are variable when it comes to these dynamics, and based upon how much time, attention, energy, willpower, and focus are brought to bear in the given situation. Good does not automatically triumph over evil. Improvement does not automatically triumph over stagnation. These concepts have to be grokked if you're to understand the shadow work process. And again, we haven't even gotten to the process. This is prerequisite understanding requirements, conceptually, which most people do not have. Not only don't they have them completely wrong. They have them distorted and embedded in their mind through false religion, through the New Age nonsense, through government and authority, through politics. And this is part of the acknowledgement of how fucked up your mind is. You got to ask yourself, how religiously fucked up am I? How badly have I bought false bills of goods? And now I'm attached to them like a maggot attached to a dead body, eating dead flesh, clinging on to it like it's for dear life. Because that's what most people's mindset is, and they have no intention of changing it. This is what you got to do when you do shadow work. You got to say, how many fucking lies have I bought into? How much damage am I doing not only to myself and continuing the damage that's been done to me, I'm continuing to do it to myself. And by propagating that nonsense, I'm doing damage to other people. And I'm traumatizing them and I'm fucking them up. And as a result, helping to fuck the world up. And once again, you got to be honest with yourself about this. And you got to tell yourself, there's no automation here. I have to do the work. I have to meet the requirements. I have to develop the willpower. I have to develop all of the qualities, spending my time, paying attention, being focused, bringing the energy forward. Right? If I just said, oh, this is willy-nilly, I don't need to spend the hours that probably would amount to hundreds of hours making all these slides and transitions and getting it all set right and getting my word and verbiage right. I could have just said, oh, however it comes out, it comes out. Who cares? This took time, effort, patience, willpower, dedication, sacrifice, doing things that I didn't want to do at the expense of other things I did. And those things I did want to do got pushed to the wayside. They got set on the back burner, and I sat there and did what was required. And that's what I attempt to do every day before I go and do whatever comfort pursuit I may want to do. I take care of work first. And I don't mean work just to make money. I'm talking about the real work, the work here, and then out in the world. Take care of that work. Make that the priority. Make that take precedent. Sacrifice for that. How few people are willing to do that. It's tragically sad. And again, I venture to say it's a lot of the people right in this seminar. Not just the average Joe Schmo in the world. It's people who say, oh, I want to learn from Mark. Oh, how much really are you dedicated to that? How much are you actually going to do and sacrifice to do? And it's not about me. It ain't about impressing me or doing it for me. I could care less about those things. I don't want acolytes. Not interested. I want self-driven, self-learning, self-improving warriors. That's what's going to make a dent in the human condition of slavery. Positive change has specific, real-world requirements. These are not random things. These are not things that, oh, there's no set requirements that actually have to be done. Like, we'll just let the chips fall where they may and see what happens. No, you have to determine what the requirements are and then meet them. Positive real-world change has specific requirements attached to it. These are often a combination of factors, including but not limited to knowledge, skill, time, attention, energy, dedication, focus, discernment, presence, and persistence, and many others. These are the qualities we have to work within ourselves if we're ever going to meet requirements for real change. It doesn't just happen by itself. It takes hard work. It takes time and attention, the spiritual currencies. You have to pay into it. You have to put dedication into it to get reward out the other side. You have to be persistent. You have to be consistent. You have to keep doing it. This isn't a one-time thing. If you think, oh, I've showed up at the shadow work seminar that Mark's going to deliver. I'm going to learn everything I need to know and it's all going to be okay after that. Nonsense. This is an ongoing process that requires full commitment and dedication in a life capacity too. And that happens by making a worldview change. You got to first make the change here to understand what you need to do to change yourself and then make the commitment to actually do it. But if you don't make the worldview change here and you don't understand what's involved, the requirements that are involved. Builders don't just build a house. You got to know how many material. You got to know the building techniques and practices. It's not just built willy-nilly out of nowhere with no skill. This is about development of skills. Life skills. But boy, I'll tell you, just even dealing with, look, I have to say it at the result of just blatant, I won't mention any names, but let me just tell you something, folks, as a little anecdote or addendum to what I'm saying here. There are people present in this class right now that their life skills are so tragically abominable. I cannot believe that they made it to adulthood alive and weren't the recipient of a Darwin Award in some capacity and ended up killing themselves through stupidity. I cannot believe it. And these are the people who seek out this work. I would be so appalled if some of the life skills, if my life skills were so low that it's like, what have you done your whole life? Do you have any experience? Did your parents teach you anything? Did your teachers teach you anything? Did even friends teach you anything and try to share life skills and experience? How could you stay that stagnant? To people that really don't even grasp how any electronic transfers of money work, to people who don't know how to pack a package or an envelope or sign a check or whatever. It's like it's unfathomable. This is what depresses me and makes me want to stay in bed some days, that I find it unfathomable that an adult can make it to an adulthood with that kind of lack of skills. And that just shows you how bad their parenting was. It was absent. Let's face it. Absent. Gone. Not there. Or it was so negligent, it was in such a state of negligence that they might as well have been not there. It's profoundly sad. And then could you imagine, these are the people that say they want self-improvement. Imagine the rest of this tragically horrendous world and where people are at in consciousness in it. It's disgraceful. I just had to say that as an addendum because it has to be said in no uncertain terms and in harsh terms. As critically important as all of these factors are to actually Understand what the requirements are and meet them. A change, listen to this again, folks, because we're going to keep coming back to it. A change in life worldview is paramount to all. If your worldview isn't changed for the better and healed, largely healed, shadow work is essentially meaningless. Worldview has to change first. And that's the most important change that has to occur. In keeping with the very first principle of nature from the Hermetic tradition and that underlies all of natural law, the principle of mentalism, which states that the all is mind. Everything is a function of consciousness and mind. Only after a new mindset is taken can new and better results be achieved. That's it. If the new mindset, if you don't prepare the way and usher in a new mindset through a new worldview, a healed worldview, no better results in your own consciousness and in your own personality and in your own framework as a being can truly be achieved long-term and be long-term successful. Worldview must heal first. Positive change deeply involves and requires true personal responsibility. If we are ever going to truly improve ourselves at the microcosmic level, the level of the self, and true deep personal psychology, and if we're ever going to improve the human condition at the macroscopic level, in other words, end human slavery and the belief in authority, which leads to all forms of slavery in our world, we must first accept that it is our own personal responsibility to take on that effort, meaning to learn those requirements and then teach them to others. It is not a mission for some. Let me say this again. Learning the requirements to create change in the self and in the world and propagating them to everyone is not a mission for some. It is a mission for all, which intimately involves the self. It's not just my work. People go, oh, well, that's your work, Mark. And yeah, that's what they sound like. They really sound like they have Down syndrome. That's not my work, Mark. That's your work. That's everyone's work. All the morons out there who say that's not your work. Yes, it is. You just haven't been doing it. And that's why I say you can get as offended as you want hearing what I'm saying directly to you about you. It's still true. And is gonna be true. Forever. Stop saying it's only about some, it's only for some. That's not the work or mission for some. That's what all of our mission, one mission actually is, one great work. And some have accepted the responsibility and got to work doing it on the spiritual battlefield. Some have attempted to reject their personal responsibility and they're absent from the spiritual battlefield. And here's the quote that goes along with it on the slide. Through our inability to accept personal responsibility, we were actually creating our own problems. Again, self-inflicted suffering through the denial of one's personal responsibility to improve oneself and our species. It's not a mission for some. It's a mission for everyone. Most people are just hard-headed, lazy, egotistical, apathetic, uncaring pranksters. They're just jokes of people that don't take anything truly seriously and don't understand the harm that they're really doing to themselves and the world. And it's not a laughing matter. It's not something to fucking joke about. It's deadly serious. It's a life and death situation based on where we're at with government and the violence that is capable of conducting upon us. And if you think that's a joke, when they bash your fucking head in and split your fucking brain in half, you're not going to be thinking it's a joke as you draw your last fucking breath. And nobody will be sorry for you. They'll be saying you should have paid fucking attention when you had the chance and changed when you had the chance. And then you wouldn't have brought that manifestation down on yourself and the whole world. Positive change is not fun and games. It requires hard fucking work. That's why it's not called the one big party. It's not called the one big circle jerk. It's called the one great work. It is not, the one great work is not about comfort and pleasure. That's a whole separate worldview. Once you take on the true worldview of true spirituality and you want to begin the healing process, you realize this is an alchemical process that is unbelievably difficult work because you're asking people to change at a fundamental level which they loathe change from. They want to stay hardened. They want to stay completely ensconced in their bad habits and in their, most of all, in their completely false, erroneous thoughts, in their distorted thought forms, which they're rigidly attached to religiously. The dynamic of true internal spiritual transmutation into a better human being is not something to be taken lightly. It is not a party. It is not a social scene. You see so many people in the freedom movement thinking this is some social scene. This ain't some scene, man. You know? Yeah, to quote the Misfits, you know, you think you're a zombie. You think it's a scene from some monster magazine. Well, this ain't no fantasy, boy. This ain't no loving, you know, this ain't no happening, this ain't no feeling in my arm. This is real life, this is real world. You know? And that people don't take it seriously enough. That's what the Freemasonic tradition in consciousness is telling us. I'm going to get into that in a moment. We'll look a little bit into certain occult traditions as we did with the Tarot earlier, and Kabbalah to an extent. But we're going to look at Freemasonry a little bit when it comes to this. This isn't a party. This isn't a form of entertainment. This isn't a social scene. It's very serious, hard work. And no one enjoys hearing that. They wish that it was just easy fun. See, that's dreaming, right? That's stop dreaming. This isn't easy fun. This is hard fucking work. I assure you, it is not easy or fun. I don't enjoy this process. There are ways of doing it successfully. There are best practices for it, but I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and lie to you and tell you it's easy or fun, because it's not. To tell someone otherwise is to lie to both them and to yourself. Real positive change definitely and invariably requires deep dedication and often involves very difficult, painstaking work. That's what is represented by the alchemist pictured there and the alchemical tradition. It's volatile. It could blow up. It's very painstaking. It requires deep knowledge, and it requires total dedication to the craft. I could have been a chemist. That was another thing. Not only could I have been a professional bowler if I wasn't wrapped up in the great work all the time, but probably could have been a damn good chemist. Something that I had an aptitude for, and still do. Positive change requires personal sacrifice. Another dynamic involved in personal change and self-betterment, which far too few people consider, let alone do, is personal sacrifice. True self-betterment and deep involvement in the effort to better humanity requires the willingness to sacrifice one's time, energy, and resources, often in exceedingly uncomfortable ways. See, I've sacrificed my life and the things that I wanted to do or could have done to do this work, to self-improve, to self-actualize, to put this work out in the multifaceted forms that I've put it out to the world in over the years. That required sacrifice. That required not doing things that I wanted to do, so I would do the things that I am required to do. And once again, most people, even here in the group, forget the viewing audience on the internet. I mean, you want to talk about a nothing burger, they're in negative space. Even the people here, how many people have work of their own? A few, not zero, but so few that it's a paltry, laughable number. And that's not going to get it done. To sacrifice one's own comfort is one of the most difficult challenges to face in this type of work, in this endeavor. Yet to truly make strides in such endeavors, such as shadow work and the one great work, self-sacrifice is absolutely critical and indispensable. You cannot do it while saying, I just want to do all these things for myself. Some of those things, not all of them, but some of them have to be cut away and put on the back burner and say, they may sit there for the rest of my life. I'm not going to ever be that champion bowler. I'm not probably never going to be that chemist. I'm not, I might have wanted to learn to be an artist. Probably not going to be a very accomplished artist. I might have wanted to learn to be a computer coder or programmer. That's probably not going to happen. I had to learn other things because they were requirements for this aspect of the work. So I'm going to pause there. It is now 12:30. We will be taking our lunch break for an hour and a half. I will see everyone for a continuation in section number 2 at exactly 2 p.m. I will not wait 1 second. At 2:00, I will launch into the second part. Okay? So please be back promptly at 2 p.m. I'll see everyone then. Thank you. All right, everyone, it's 2 p.m. We're going to get started with session number 2. I hope everyone had a helpful and restorative lunch break. And let's continue. So we were talking about that positive change requires self-sacrifice of putting to the back burner many things that we want to do in our life, but they have to come second to the great work. Especially at the time in which we are living. And sadly, all too few people make these required sacrifices, and that's why the freedom movement is in the deplorable state that it is in. One of the things to understand about shadow work, especially if you want to help other people get involved with it, is that most people don't want true healing or freedom. This is one of the sad and unfortunate realities of our world and our civilization, our species, but unfortunately, it is true. Sadly, most human beings alive today do not want true healing or true freedom, for the very fact that both of those dynamics, real healing and real freedom, involve dynamics which were previously discussed, a change in life worldview, which they don't want to perform. They don't want to do that. They want to stay rigidly attached to their existing worldview. It requires deep personal responsibility, and it involves incredibly hard work and profound personal sacrifice, and people want no parts of those things. They're stuck in the worldview that says, I want to maximize my comfort and pleasure, and I can't be bothered with any of those other dynamics in life. That's for someone else to do, not me. And as long as the human species stays in that mind frame, in that mindset, don't expect freedom. Don't expect healing. Don't expect anything good. There's going to be suffering and death and slavery, and that's it. So human beings must understand that the human condition will only get worse and worse and worse until humanity embraces the cold hard fact that these dynamics are exactly what real world positive change requires. A profound change in worldview, deep personal responsibility, hard work, and profound personal sacrifice. If people are not willing to do those things, do not expect any difference in what is manifesting in our lives. It will only get worse and worse. One of the other dynamics and concepts to understand is that when we are engaging in shadow work, it is akin to and similar to a death process. As strange as that may sound, we are actually letting go and allowing to die bad habits, bad aspects of the personality. And that form of growth can feel like death. So spiritual growth through shadow work may often feel like death to those engaging in it. This is because their former self was attached to wrong and illusory ideas and habits. Their entire identity was built upon that shaky foundation and that elusive perception of reality. So when they begin to change for the better, they begin to perceive their old identity as quote-unquote dying. Many people have experienced and reported this when they undergo real shadow work. In reality, their old mental selves are finally relinquishing illusion and growing to become something new and better than the old version of themselves. It is not actually death, but a form of self-renewal, such as a caterpillar becoming a butterfly in the cocoon and in the transformative process that it undergoes, seemingly into a different being. So we have to understand that the processes of shadow work are so powerful and so potentially destructive to the illusory reality that one is living that they literally can feel like death. People can become depressed, people can become overwhelmed. That's why you have to set the framework to do this type of work by first deeply understanding the concepts which we have been laying out. We haven't gotten to methodology yet. We're still exploring the concepts of shadow work and what it entails before we ever get to actual methodologies, which are coming. The concept of a little learning can be a dangerous thing, also needs to be deeply understood when it comes to shadow work. Where this comes from is in Greek mythology, the so-called Pierian spring was a metaphorical source of knowledge, popularized in Alexander Pope's poem called An Essay on Criticism. Pope wrote, quote, "A little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Pierian spring. There shallow draughts intoxicate the brain, and drinking largely sobers us again." So he's saying metaphorically that if you drink from the fountain of knowledge, if you are going to take knowledge into yourself, you have to take it in deeply and as completely as possible through the trivium method. People look into knowledge in a cursory form, in a very tiny fraction of what they should be researching and gathering and taking into themselves. And then what happens is they become drunk with that little bit of knowledge. It's like drinking a very, very tiny portion of alcohol and getting completely annihilated versus drinking 10 cases of beer and barely feeling any effect. And that's because this has a reverse effect. When you take in only a little bit of knowledge, you think you know things. And you think you are the shit and you have it all figured out. And that's where most of the freedom movement is. They've learned a tiny, tiny little bit, and now they think their shit doesn't stink, and they think that they know everything that they need to know when they basically know absolutely nothing. And then they don't want to listen to people who have learned largely the things they really, truly need to know. And they want to dismiss those people, and they don't even want to give them a platform to speak. So it's really insane and sad what is happening with the freedom community, and this is very indicative of it. So again, this means that when pursuing an undertaking that involves a deep dive into knowledge, such as shadow work, we should learn as much as possible, as much as we can, before claiming to have enough information. And I have enough information. See, that's the thing. It's like people don't really want to hear that from the people who actually have gathered the grammar and done the homework. You know, they think it's all the same. No, you don't understand the amount of knowledge I've taken in. It's so colossal. It's scary to even me. I look at what I've taken in and I'm like, this is inhuman. This is like almost preternatural. It's almost robotic. It's like I was some kind of a computer program just ingesting data. And it's so much, you'd almost pass out, right? So when you tell people that who haven't done that process, they're very hesitant to even grasp it, let alone really understand it. Most people do not delve deeply enough into necessary information, yet they think they know enough to attain the results which they seek. And that's only going to come with enough information. The other thing people get wrong when it comes to shadow work is what human nature actually is. And this is a crux of my work and a crux of understanding shadow work. If you don't understand this, you are not going to grasp even my work or certainly not shadow work. And this is what human nature actually is, and 99.99999% of human beings have it completely incorrect when it comes to what human nature is. And here's what it is, factually, objectively, definitely, truthfully, and 100% accurate. This is the actual nature of a human being is what I'm about to say. The true nature of human beings is that they are a programmable species, similar to, but not exactly the same as, computers. They are not just biological computers, but they have similar qualities to computers in a biological capacity. We are a programmable species, just like a computer can be programmed. Like a computer, if a human being has bad formatting, the format on the drive, the conditions during a child's formative years. If they have a bad operating system, which is the culture that you grow up in and all the programming that comes along with that culture. If a person has bad software programs, like we're seeing with Telegram today, unfortunately, which the false software programs that are instilled in their noggin are false, rigid, and dogmatic belief systems. Then what's going to happen with their behavior? Their output, which is their behavior, onto the so-called screen, which is life, and the field of consciousness, which we all inhabit. Their output is going to be bad. Their behavior is going to be bad. And then what will happen? That will contribute to the deteriorating human condition on a mass scale. Again, as human beings degrade, freedom degrades. The human condition degrades. As human beings improve and become more moral, freedom increases. That's the law of freedom under natural law. Like a computer, the behavior of a human being will largely depend upon its programming, the quality of the information put into it, which enables it, through our minds, to process and create effectively and efficiently. Human beings are not bad by our nature. Human beings are not good by our nature. Human beings are a programmable species. So if garbage goes into the mind, garbage comes out through behavior. If quality goes into the mind, quality comes out through behavior. If garbage goes in and garbage comes out, the human condition is horrendous. If quality goes in and quality comes out through behavior, the human condition is improved. That's how human nature is and works, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't think so, you're wrong. And that's the problem. That's part of the worldview healing that needs to take place, is you and the rest of the world need to fully grok what the true nature of humanity is as a programmable species. Get as offended as you want. It'll never make what I have here on the slide or what I have said untrue. We have to understand the schism of the worldview in order to conduct and be successful at shadow work. And this schism is between randomness and determinism. And the truth is that the healed worldview takes in some of both of these components, but doesn't stay in a state of extremity toward either one. The left brain randomness worldview is that the universe is some grand cosmic accident and matter is everything, and there's no creator, there's no underlying intelligence in all of nature. Nature hasn't constructed any laws to deal with behavior. It's just a mechanized clockwork of dead matter, right? There's no such thing as spiritual, moral law or natural law. Existence has no purpose other than survival or to continue to exist just for the sake of it. And these are all the hallmarks of scientism, atheism, and totalitarianism. And that's the randomness worldview. Everything is chaos. And then you have the deterministic worldview. This is a religious worldview in many instances. God controls every event in creation. Nothing happens without God's approval and all-knowingness. All occurrences are preordained by the Creator. Free will is an illusion because the Creator is conducting it all. Since God controls everything, change is impossible because how could we change anything? God's doing it all. And action, therefore, becomes ultimately meaningless and everything rests on faith and belief. These are the hallmarks of imbecilic religious extremism and slave think, because slaves think that, oh, their condition is just determined. How many people go, oh, there's nothing I can do about it. It just is that way. No, it's not. It's a choice. It always is a choice. Free will exists in every instant of reality. The truth that sits between these two worldviews has some components of both, is that there is a deterministic component of reality that has to be encompassed in our worldview, and that's natural law. And then there's a random component, which is free will. And they play with each other. They play dynamically against each other, and we have to align the two. We have to align our free will with the deterministic component of natural law, and that defeats self-inflicted suffering and grants us what we say we want, which is prosperity and freedom and, all better things for ourselves. Brain hemisphere imbalance always leads to one of these deep life worldview schisms. Left brain usually leads to randomness, right brain usually leads to determinism. If we're dwelling in left or right brain modalities all the time and there's no balance between those two dynamics in the mind. This schism is inseparably connected with an individual's view of human nature and free will to create positive change. Again, that's why I say worldview healing must come first. Nothing can happen without it. Most people end up believing in one of these two states of schism or brain imbalance in the completely incorrect ideas that either God or genetics control everything, and that free will is either an illusion or doesn't matter in any meaningful capacity. So once again, when you dwell in these states of brain imbalance and you're not healing your brain and your mind, which comes along with healing the body, the worldview, and the body, you either believe that God controls everything or genetics control everything, and therefore free will really has no place in anything. And that is a complete crock of bullshit worldview. That's why I call it the worldview schism. It fractures the individual. Shadow work must be utilized to repair this worldview schism, such that the individual comes to deeply understand that natural law and free will are the dynamics with which we simultaneously interact to collectively co-create the reality in which we live on a continual basis. Once again, this should be common knowledge, folks. This should not be some revelatory thing that Mark Passio is telling the world. We should all know this by now. This should be common, everyday common sense knowledge for the average person, but unfortunately it's not, because of religion, because of science, because of government, because of media, because of schooling, because of just trash brain damage that is being done to people through poisoning through chemicals, poisoning through bad information. Once again, garbage goes in, garbage comes out. And that's why we have the trash that's coming out through behavior in the world today and the destruction of our freedoms. We have free will to change our programming. That absolutely exists. And we need to know that that exists. We can control our own programming by deciding what information we take into ourselves and then really, truly knowing it and acting upon it. The worldview schism is ultimately about keeping people from the acceptance of free will and its power to create change. And that's what shadow work is all about. Many people do not want to heal their worldview schism. They want to continue to believe in deterministic ideas which disempower both themselves and other human beings. This is largely because they do not want to accept the personal responsibility that goes hand in hand with such empowerment through knowledge. They also subconsciously understand that such personal empowerment involves tremendously hard work, which most people are still too lazy to undertake. One of the things that has to readily be understood in shadow work is to never, ever, ever normalize pathology. This is one of the critical dynamics and concepts that needs to be understood when even beginning an undertaking in shadow work. You cannot normalize illness. Illness is not normal. So don't attempt to normalize it. Recognize when there's illness and recognize what real health is. And this is the problem, is that most people don't know what health is in today's modern society. They have no clue what health is. They're completely clueless when it comes to what is a healthy condition versus what is an unhealthy and illness-ridden condition. In the realm of shadow work, illness and disease must always be recognized for what they are, the absence of health and homeostasis through an imbalance of some kind. One should never attempt to normalize any form of pathology, disease, or illness, but instead should work to improve, heal, or mitigate such states to the extent that it is possible to do so. We are not promising perfect healing through shadow work. No one is promising that. Maybe some people are, but they're charlatans. There is no perfect healing, as I will describe later. There is betterment. There is improvement to the extent that it is possible to improve and heal. Nothing is perfect. If you expect perfection, you expect what never was, what is not now, and what never will be, and you'll be sorely disappointed forever. We're going to talk about perfection being an illusion. But progress, growth, healing, to the extent that they are possible, those are real and those are possible. Sadly, we are becoming a society that is laden with all sorts of psychological, pathological disorders, diseases of the mind, diseases of the psyche. Yet the bulk of our society is attempting, actively, right now, attempting to normalize such psychological imbalances. Instead of trying to heal them, they're trying to normalize them and saying this is just a condition of just how people are. No, it's not. It's a disease. It's pathology. It can be improved. It can be helped. It can be healed to certain extents, to very large extents in many cases. And they are attempting, our society today and the people who run it are attempting to normalize such pathological, psychological imbalances, even to the extent that they berate and ostracize the healthy individuals to make those who are ill feel better about themselves. They want the diseased, the ill, the psychologically unhealthy to feel okay about their condition of illness, while demonizing and ostracizing the psychologically healthy that are saying, no, this isn't a normal condition. It should never be treated as normalcy. It needs to be helped to heal and improve, and we should never normalize bad mental health. Most of us lay somewhere in between these two states of good and bad mental health, but we should never allow pathology to be normalized. Illness is illness, and health is health. Never normalize mediocrity. This is another thing most people want to try to propagate in our modern society. We are not here on earth to be average. I hear this from so many people, and it's maddening. It's sad and maddening at the same time. I'm just poor little me. I'm just here to just do this little tiny thing or that little tiny thing or just nothing at all, or to just sit back and observe. You're weak. You're weak is the answer to that. You're here to do great things. You're not here to be some mediocre chump. We are not here on earth to be average, ladies and gentlemen. The perpetuation of mediocrity is exactly what has gotten humanity into its current condition of slavery. The truth is, we are here on earth to learn, to grow, and to self-actualize, which means to reach the highest level of self-potential of which we are capable, meaning to aspire to greatness and doing great things, not to be some normal, stupid chump. Unimaginably tremendous harm has been done to the psychology of human beings by those who have told them nonsense like this. That's not for you to do. You shouldn't set your goals so high, or you'll never achieve something so far-reaching. These aren't your friends. These aren't your family members. These aren't people who want good things for you. These aren't people who are trying to elevate you. That's how a bad person speaks to another person. Not a good person trying to elevate someone else higher. If you listen to people who say to you, that's not your work to do, you shouldn't set your goals so high. Oh, come down from your lofty pedestal. You're not going to do something that important. You know what you tell those people? Go fuck yourself. That's what you tell people like that. When you really conduct real shadow work, it helps you to realize exactly what those who have been telling you such self-limiting thoughts have actually been spreading. Complete bullshit. That's what they've been spreading to you, and that's what they want you to believe. We're not here to be mediocre. We're not here to be average. We're here to do great and amazing things. So don't normalize mediocrity any more than you should normalize pathology. Strive for excellence. Not perfection, but strive for excellence. The social engineers of our world want mediocrity and degradation. What do you think? They want people healthy, mentally, physically, spiritually? You think they want you to aspire to do wonderful things, great things? They want you to be some degraded moron. A society based upon mediocrity, immorality, ignorance, apathy, incompetence, laziness, and cowardice. In other words, human degradation is exactly what the dark occult social engineers thrive on. That's what they're trying to inspire in society and create everywhere, because people like that are very easy to control. Self-actualized, powerful individuals cannot be controlled. No way! They're going to tell you to go fuck yourself, and if you don't listen to that, they're going to fight you, because they're strong. They're not weaklings. Total human degradation is exactly what the social engineers need to keep people in line in order for their agenda of domination and slavery to continue. These social engineers cannot control or enslave a population that has transcended such conditions of degradation and mediocrity and self-actualized to their full potential as human beings. It's impossible to control that. And that's why they want to continue to propagate all the other nonsense that degrades human beings. And this is what shadow work helps us to work out of our personality to the extent that we are able to do so. It helps to purify the individual, not make them perfect, but make them better and make them strong. And stop listening to, oh, this isn't for you to do, you're not to do great things, you're just some mediocre schlub. No, we're here to self-actualize and attain our full potential as beings. Shadow work requires situational awareness. No different than in a situation where self-defense is required. Situational awareness applies to psychology as much as it does to physicality. Before even beginning shadow work, we must first develop a sense of situational awareness. This is the process of stop and look, orient yourself. I talk about stop and look constantly in the How to Become the True Media seminar. It's one of the core principles of how to become the true media. This is the process of orientation, to orient yourself with respect to the direction that you wish to go. It teaches us first to stop and look. This is the actual process here. This is not my slide. This is not my image that's displayed here. This is the actual process of situational awareness. Stop and look are the first two actions, the first two commands. Stop first. Don't do anything else. Look. Assess the situation, and then manage the situation. This is what I did when I had a technical problem earlier. Didn't panic, stopped what I was doing, switched into, what's the word I'm looking for? Not dynamics, not schematics. I switched into troubleshooting mode, let's say, okay? I just stayed calm, looked at what might be going on, assessed the situation, and then managed it by taking the correct course of action. So only when we first take assessment of our current orientation do we understand what action should then be done, what action should follow. You can't just start acting. You can't act on impulse with this stuff. You have to stop, look, and assess first. Then you act. Acting prior to situational awareness can often make the situation even worse, because we are putting action before understanding. In other words, we're putting our rhetoric before our grammar and logic in the trivium process. You never put the rhetoric or the action first. You have to first take in all the data, come to an accurate diagnostic, and that's the term I was searching for. I went into diagnostic mode. Do the necessary diagnostics to understand what the problem is, and then act. That's the correct steps in the correct process, in the correct order. We have to stop sleepwalking, dreaming, and clinging to illusion. This is one of the maxims or dictates of the occult initiatory process. Stop dreaming. Stop sleepwalking. Stop doing things on autopilot, in other words. That's letting the, so-called vicissitudes of culture just sway you in one direction or another, however the wind seems to be blowing. And if you're going to be a driven, self-learning, self-determining individual, you can't just go by those, swings in however culture wants to whip you in one direction or another. You have to stop sleepwalking, stopping just living on autopilot and just repetitive things that take you around in the same circle and keep you in the same mess. Shadow work requires seeing ourselves as we truly are and seeing the world as it truly is. This reflects the first maxim of occultism. Above all, be honest with yourself. Stop lying. And then the second one, to stop dreaming, is the second occult maxim. It calls us to come out of the state of comfortable illusion. Stop believing that good just automatically defeats evil. It does not. Stop believing that change is automatic. It is not. Stop sleepwalking through life on autopilot. Only conscious and aware people doing hard work upon themselves are going to make positive change happen. Instead of dreaming and sleepwalking, focus on competence and willpower to do the work that we must do to meet the requirements for bettering our world. That's when that process of change is going to dynamically flower and accelerate. That's why the imagery that I'm picking are people engaging in the imagination. They have vision. They can not just see what the future might be if we make it that way, they can almost step into that reality and see how it would work. Tesla was one of these people with such a powerful imagination. So that's why I'm picking the type of imagery that I am for some of these slides. And we have to get out of the process of just floating through life on autopilot and doing whatever's just the most comfortable. That's not when we're doing great things. We do great things when we step out of the comfort zone and do what's required. You must put skin in the game. This is a concept and, a quote that's going to come up over and over again. You got to put skin in this game. One of the main purposes for doing shadow work at all is to assess your own commitment to the one great work of ending the condition of human slavery on this planet. And I keep coming back to that, folks. That's what this is all about. This isn't just making your life easier. This isn't just getting better at being the artist or the chef or the athlete or whatever. There's an agenda here, folks. If you haven't heard it yet, right? There's an agenda here. This seminar is not without an agenda. The agenda is we got to come out of slavery. And it all goes back to that. Okay? Your worldview has to heal. You got to learn the requirements. You got to meet the requirements through your willpower and take right action. And then we'll come out on the other side truly free beings, a free species capable of anything. And that's why I do this work. I want to see what our potential is. The difficult yet critical question that must be posed to the self is, how much effort have I put into changing hearts and minds? How about, first and foremost, my own? How much have I put into changing my mind and my heart? What I think and what I feel and what I care about? And then how much have you put into helping other people to change their hearts and minds? What has your effort been in that endeavor? How much skin do you have in that game? I venture to say most people have zero, or next to zero. It certainly isn't the amount of skin someone like myself has put into that game, quote unquote. It's not a game, by the way. That's just an expression. It's life and death reality. How much personal effort and sacrifice have you point the finger this way? I can answer that question very comfortably. Most people, it would be a tremendously uncomfortable answer, or they would just attempt to lie to themselves and everyone else. How much personal effort and sacrifice have you made to truly change yourself and others for the better, and to leave the earth in a better state and in a better condition in which you entered it? Most people don't have a good answer for that. And you know what? That's the answer you're going to have to give to the Creator. And most people are going to be tragically disappointed with that outcome. They're going to judge themselves for the worse. They're not going to have to worry about what creation or the universe does to them. They're actually really going to have to worry in some future state after they leave the body how poorly disappointed they are in their own performance, quite frankly. And some people are, and some people have no shame about it. And we're going to talk about shame as well. And folks, you know what? We may not have to do the Q&A. This might go until 10 or later. It's going to go as long as I need to explain the concepts to my satisfaction. So, self-improvement often means outgrowing your peer group. This is another reason people don't want to engage in and conduct shadow work, is because they know at an intuitive level that their friends are just going to melt away, because it could be a lonely life path. To truly improve oneself often means that others will perceive the ways that you have changed, yet not understand them because they have not undergone such life changes themselves. So they'll see that you've changed, not understand how you've changed and how it's for the better. They haven't done any of that work, and so they'll be in a state of, oh, they're not how they used to be. They're not fun like they used to be, and they'll mock and ridicule and deride. But really, you've left them in the dust and become much better than they are as a being. This can lead to the experience of being socially ostracized by one's former peer group, which can be very emotionally traumatizing. This is one of the main reasons that people fear shadow work so much and are often very hesitant to begin the journey to self-improvement, because they're too worried about what other people think of them, their peer group. Guess what, folks? People like that were never your friends to begin with. Hate to burst your bubble or break the news to you, but they were never your friends. They were never your family members. They were never people who cared about you. All they were people that happened to be around you physically, and they're not very good people. And you should leave people like that in the dust and move on to other peers and people that you could consider your real family. Because people who act like that, they're not your friends and they're not your family. They're bad people who don't really care about self-improvement or the human condition. And I'll say it like that. I'll say it right to people like that. Here's one of the big lessons that people don't want to learn because it's so painful and traumatizing when it comes to their parents or their teachers or their clergy or whatever. Parents and teachers and other types of influencers often teach us to completely miss the target. They teach us don't hit the bullseye. Miss. Because we're sad, incompetent people, and we miss all the time, and we want to teach you to miss because we don't want to look at you as an example who's way up here while we remain way down here. And you know what that is? That's trashiness. That means that the person's not really good. They're trashy. They're basically a piece of scum. And we shouldn't put people like that up on a pedestal. We shouldn't glorify them. We shouldn't say, oh, they did the best they could. No, they didn't. They didn't do the best they could. Never did. Never tried to do the best they could. Not once. Generally. Okay? I'm not saying there's no exceptions to that, but in general, it's true. Most people's parents taught us to miss the mark. Their teachers, their clergy, their family members, their friends, they want them remaining down in mediocrity where they're at, because once they elevate their consciousness and their behavior up here, it makes them feel like shit even more about themselves, and they're already kind of pretty big pieces of shit. Shadow work can lead us to the painful truth that the people who we most believe were here to help us, like parents and teachers, were the very people who have been teaching us to miss the target, not to self-actualize and reach our true and highest potential the entire time. This can be one of the most traumatizing and painful aspects of all within the work of self-improvement. Let me tell you, it's not fun. It's painful, okay? It is not pleasant. When you realize the people that you thought were there, who loved you and who were there to help you the whole time, were basically holding you back or setting bad examples for you to follow, that's very traumatizing. And you have to work through that in the shadow work process, which is why I'm bringing it up as a concept to understand before even going in to the methods and practice. This is one of the most necessary dynamics to face when we explore the reasons for our current situation and our current conditions. So stop making excuses for bad parenting and bad peer advice of any kind, whether it comes from parents, teachers, clergy, friends, family members, coworkers, whatever. We have to stop making excuses for others and how they have contributed to holding our spiritual and psychological work back. They're acting as tethers, they're acting as chains, they're acting as weights. One of the very worst things that we can ever do when approaching shadow work is to start making endless excuses for bad advice and bad influence that has been given to us by people in our lives who we love or respect. And you could still love or respect those people, that's your choice, but stop making excuses for the incorrect influence and bad influence that they've conducted upon you and others. And this is done by people we claim to love and respect, like parents, friends, peers, teachers, clergy, etc. We need to deeply understand that those people may have given us advice and information from their level of awareness. But that does not mean that that advice was true or even good in any way. It could have been completely false, misleading, sending us down a bad pathway in life. So you don't make excuses and say, oh, they did the best they could. They gave information from their current level of awareness, and their current level of awareness is way down here. It's not up here. It's not good quality of information. It doesn't mean you have to start hating them or want to go stab them or something. It's just you can't put them up on a pedestal and say, oh, they're so good because they did the best they could and they were just my family or friends or clergy or whatever. You got to call a spade, ladies and gentlemen. You got to say, they didn't do right by me. This was bad advice. This was bad influence. These people didn't do their best. They failed miserably, often at the one and only job they had ever in life. And that doesn't mean you can't still care about them. But you gotta call it what it is. You can't lie about it and you can't make excuses about it. Or you're not going to make it very far in healing through shadow work. We must see this condition, these dynamics, for what they are, and not just place people up on a pedestal just because they were the people who were around us earlier in our lives. That's a very painful lesson. Get as offended as you like. It's still true. What's up there is still the case. It's still objectively true. You can feel about it however the fuck you want. It's never going to make it untrue. And you could keep denying it, and all that's going to do is act as a further noose around your neck. It's going to act as a further leash. So you want to stay where you're at? You don't really want to improve? Keep believing that these people had your best interest in mind when they were the ones who were influencing you in the worst ways imaginable. One of the things you cannot do, no matter how bad the outlook looks in shadow work, is dwell in shame. As soon as you start dwelling in shame, and that becomes an endless feedback loop and a cycle that is very difficult to break out of, you're one step away from physical death. You're one step away from spiritual death. Shame is the lowest form of consciousness that exists that a human being is capable of expressing above death. It's literally below every other form of consciousness listed here on this scale of consciousness that was come up with by the researcher. I believe his name is David Hawkins. So this shows you the states of consciousness and how you enter into either expanded or contracted consciousness. Expanded consciousness really begins with courage. And the things that can help us get there are anger and pride. At least when we're prideful enough that we don't want to be treated like a slave anymore, we become angry about that and we develop the courage to do something about that condition. So even things like anger and pride are not necessarily bad emotional states. They're stepping stone states to higher consciousness. This is where shame dwells on this consciousness scale, right there. The lowest possible before unconsciousness or death. Or at least physical unconsciousness in the state that we refer to as death. I don't think there's any complete cessation of consciousness. I don't see death that way. But while we are incarnated in a physical body, shame is the lowest consciousness before you leave the vessel. Let's put it that way. Shame is the lowest form of consciousness a human being can experience while being physically alive. Shame means dwelling in negativity because one knows consciously that they did not do the right thing when they had the opportunity. I would like to repeat that definition because it's ultra, ultra important. And this is where I'm telling you, you cannot stay. If you're going to do real shadow work and real self-improvement, you cannot stay in this consciousness that I'm referring to here. Shame means dwelling in negativity in your mind because you know consciously that you didn't do the right thing when you had the opportunity. You can recognize that, you can acknowledge that, but you can't stay there. If you stay there, you're staying in a state that is just barely physically alive above death. Okay? That's not going to help you or anyone else. Shadow work helps us to understand and acknowledge the reasons we may feel shame, but to work toward not staying in that state by making necessary adjustments to our current behavior. That's the whole purpose of shadow work, is to get out of these low vibratory states of consciousness. And again, folks, I struggle with it sometimes myself because I'm not perfect. There is no person who exists in a state of perfection regarding this. All you do is you try every day. That's the whole goal, is to try. That's the Rosicrucian credo. Try. That's it. Try your hardest. Make the effort. Even if self-improvement toward the positive is very slow, you can't remain in feelings of shame. You have to continue to try to improve. Okay? So you don't give up, and you definitely don't stay in shame. You pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, you move forward. We need a reevaluation of self-worth and self-respect. And this is like during and even prior to the shadow work process. You have to try to begin to develop true self-respect. You have to grow your sense of self-worth. You're a unique expression of consciousness. You're not just whoever, just some, like I said, some schlub trying to be average in life. You have to aspire to attain self-actualization, your highest potential. Shadow work helps us to understand that our true self-worth is infinite. This is one of the core principles of Jeremy Locke's magnum opus, The End of All Evil book. He tells us that the value of the individual, you cannot have a value placed upon it because it is infinite. There's no telling what the potential of the individual is. You can't put any kind of a price tag or value label on that. It's infinity. That's what a life is worth. The control system currently operating in our world teaches us to always view ourselves as less than. And guess what? The controllers don't even need to do that as much, because you know who's doing that? Parents, teachers, friends, family members, so-called, all of those things. Wrap them in a healthy double quote dose, because they're not really parents, they're not really teachers, they're not really friends, they're not really family, they're not really clergy. Go on and on and on. They're not our friends or even people we really should be considering good associates with. They're people who have set the bar ultra fucking low in their own lives, and they're trying to keep you down in that state of mediocrity and degradation with them. But believe me, the occult controllers really want to make us feel less than, so that we feel helpless to fight against tyranny and enslavement. Engaging in the dynamic of true self-respect literally means that we take another look at ourselves and reevaluate our self-worth in the world. The word respect actually comes from Latin. Re means again, and spectare, the verb, means to look at or to view. So that's why I put a picture of a woman staring into a mirror at herself, because to engage in the dynamic of true self-respect and the reevaluation of true self-worth is to take another look at who we are. This reevaluation of ourselves allows us to stop seeing ourselves as powerless. We're incredibly powerful. We are not powerless. It shows us how to see our highest potential as a being and how to pursue that potential in the service of truth and freedom. That's what real self-evaluation of our self-worth and the building up of our true self-respect is. And that's indispensable in shadow work, in preparation and in methodology and practice. Spiritual warfare requires true spiritual warriors. Shadow work is about building spiritual warriors. And if I read this warrior ethos, I'll probably break down in tears, but I'm going to endeavor to read it. I'm going to read this ethos, what a warrior is in life. This is sitting here in my office right over here, an actual physical copy of it. I am a warrior. I do my duty. I serve a cause greater than myself. I am accountable to my community and my family for my actions. I blame no one for my faults, and I give thanks for my abilities. I am governed by natural law. My mind is my most powerful weapon. Amen. I train to oppose evil in all of its forms. I will never quit, retreat, or cower in the face of the enemy. I protect the weak. I assist the elderly. I care for those in need. I strive for perfection, realizing we're not going to actually reach a state of perfection, but we strive for it. And I ask the same from those who serve with me. Strive, try, do your best. I lead by example, and I have the highest moral standard. The truth is my constant companion. When the end comes, I will sing my warrior song and go to my reward with honor and dignity. I am a warrior. You fucking better believe it. You better believe I am. And that's the emotion that it brings up in me, you know, because people don't even understand that at all because they've never lived it for a second of their lives. And then they'll say crazy things like, I don't want to be a warrior. That's the greatest attainment of human potential that you could ever aspire to. And I don't mean just physical battle. I'm talking about a warrior for the truth and a warrior for what is right and a warrior for good. Most people don't have that in their lives at all. That's why I wake up thankful. I wake up thankful for that. I wake up horribly depressed because most people don't have that. We are actively involved in a spiritual war on this planet. The stakes of this war are our freedom and our very lives. These statements are definitively true, and it does not matter at all if you don't want that to be the case. We're in a spiritual war. To defeat the enemy that is enslaving and destroying us, we must rise up to meet the requirements of this spiritual war, of this spiritual battle. We will not win unless we meet the requirements for victory. And shadow work will show us what those requirements are and help us to build ourselves up to meet those requirements. Shadow work shows us these requirements within ourselves. It teaches us how to shed our fears and become spiritual warriors who can meet these requirements for true freedom. It shows us the means to rise to this challenge and the means to defeat the enemies that lie within ourselves. That's where the real enemy lies. People want to look external, outside of themselves for enemies. And yeah, there's plenty of enemies there too. But let me tell you where the worst enemies lie. The worst enemies lie inside of ourselves. And that's what has to be defeated, because before we can ever hope to defeat the external enemies, you got to defeat the enemies within. Going back to what we already talked about when we talked about the work, we are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Our individual expression of consciousness is a reflection of our current condition and of the whole universe. One of the ultimate goals of shadow work is to show the practitioner how they are a unique form of consciousness with infinite value and a critical life purpose. Shadow work shows us that we are here to learn and grow, to improve ourselves and our world, and to make a difference in the spiritual war that is before us. When we realize these truths, we will step into our rightful place in the will of creation. Once we commit to our true purpose, universal forces support our efforts and will come to our assistance in innumerable ways. You will see this happen in your own life once you make that dedication and commitment to be a spiritual warrior in this battle. Most people are not. They're wishy-washy. They're weak. They're sitting back with their thumb up their rear end, waiting for something to happen and watching it like it's some TV show, like it's some passive thing that you watch on a screen. That's not what life is, folks. You have to become engaged. You have to become a warrior. You have to get on the spiritual battlefield, and you got to meet the requirements for freedom. It doesn't just magically happen. All right, so we're going into part 2 of the whole presentation, methods and practice. This is where the actual methodologies of shadow work come into play, and it's where practicing them over periods of time to improve them and to make them as good as they can be, where we're going to look at some of those dynamics and ways of doing those things. So let's jump into this section. The first thing about my approach to shadow work is it is an integral approach. So it does not focus on one person's methodologies, one way of looking at it, one way of doing it. It's an amalgamation of many, many, many eclectic varieties of work and viewpoints and opinions and ideas on this topic by many different researchers or groups of researchers. So I am not going to focus on individual methods from a lot of other people. I'm presenting my methodology that I help to work and develop and essentially, refine. And it's an integral approach. So like any of the occult traditions or methods of occultism, shadow work creates the most benefit when it is employed using an integral approach. And that means that one does not look at shadow work from one single unidimensional perspective, but rather the student or the practitioner studies shadow work from the perspective of many different, diverse teachers and traditions. No one single way or method is 100% complete. This is like martial arts. Are you just going to study jiu-jitsu? Are you just going to study Wing Chun? Are you just going to study, grappling or submission fighting? Are you just going to study blades? You can't do that with martial arts. You have to take an integral approach, or somebody's going to come at you with something. You're not going to know how to handle it, and you're not going to be able to adapt and flow. So just like martial arts, the best methodologies are integral approaches. Spirituality, the best methods involve integral approaches. So studying many methodologies enables us to apply what works and let go of that which may not currently serve our present situation, which may not work in this instance. In JKD, Jeet Kune Do, Bruce Lee's system, they tell you to apply what works, release or let go of what does not serve, and then add dynamics that are unique to your own individual expression, unique to yourself. That's an integral approach. Shadow work has to work the same way as what you would consider a more complete form of martial arts. If you're going to engage in a more complete form of shadow work, it has to be integral. It has to be eclectic and from many traditions. To start methods and practice, you have to begin from exactly where you're at. No bypassing. You don't jump stages. You don't go from degree or step 1 to degree or step 9 or 10. It's a stepwise progression in order. No jumping around, no bypassing. You go according to nature's processes, not what you want the steps to be. Okay? So when beginning work upon the self, the first mental step is the recognition of your current orientation, as we've already talked about. You have to be honest about where you are at and your shortcomings. Orienting yourself means to be honest with yourself as much as possible regarding your current psychological and physical state. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You have to be honest. Where am I at here? Where am I at here? In my physicality, in my mentality, in my emotionality, in my spirituality. You can't lie to yourself. Brutal honesty. Never lie about, underestimate, or overestimate your current condition. Just be honest. Just admit the truth about it. Just say what's true. Get comfortable just saying what's true. It's not that hard. It doesn't really cost anything. Maybe a little bruising of your ego, God forbid. When I have a shortcoming, I just say what it is. That's it. Just say it. We fail. We make mistakes. We have shortcomings. Just say it. Say it to yourself. You don't even have to say it right away to somebody else if you're that ego delicate. Say it to yourself. Be honest with yourself above all else. We can only understand where we want to go, our goal or our destination, once we have an accurate understanding of our current position, our orientation. No spiritual bypassing. Never, ever, ever, ever do that. Don't do that. Do not try to spiritual bypass and skip over necessary steps. When doing difficult spiritual work, especially work that involves personal growth and changes to both worldview and life choices, habits, people invariably insist that there are shortcuts that can be taken. This is one of the big principles of how to become the true media. Don't look for shortcuts. There really aren't any. Do the work, put in the work, spend the time, pay the attention, put in the resources, put in the energy, put in the work. Do it the hard way if that's what you have to do. Don't look for shortcuts. It's an illusion. This is one of the erroneous beliefs that can defeat self-improvement before it even begins, that there are shortcuts. There are not. So don't even engage in that religious belief that you're going to find some magical shortcut through the New Age process, and you're going to spiritually bypass tons of natural steps that are critical and necessary. All you're going to do is set back your development by a ton. Okay? Never attempt to bypass the natural and necessary processes involved in self-development. It is critical to understand that so-called shortcuts are merely another form of illusion and spiritual bypass that will keep us anchored to conditions in which we do not want to be. If you want to stay exactly where you're at, believe there's shortcuts, keep trying to look for shortcuts, keep trying to spiritually bypass, and you're going to stay right where you're at. There's not going to be any improvement. Not to you and not to the human species. No spiritual bypass. One of the most important preparatory steps for shadow work in the phase where you're going to actually begin to go into the methodology is learning to quiet the mind. This is part of being truly present. It's part of present moment awareness, but it's even more than that. And this is what elitist occult teachers that are really running the world today and running the world into the ground, they teach their children total focus, total indistractability. They teach them to empty the mind of all other thoughts when beginning some form of an endeavor. You think I'm thinking about anything else right now? You think I'm thinking about anything I need to do later? You're thinking I'm thinking about anything I didn't do yesterday? I'm fully 100% present. My mind is quiet to allow what I need to do in the moment, in the task at hand. I learned how to do that a long time ago through the occult. And this is what most people have zero idea. No understanding of whatsoever. I see it all the time. Trying to do something, the mind's not present. Looking out a window, thinking about something else, on the phone, doing this or that. It's like all other activity must stop. If you want to really succeed at something, you have to give 100% undivided, focused attention to the task at hand. Period. The end. No excuses. Get over it. So one of the first and best ways of beginning the entirety of that process is you have to learn how to put competing thoughts out of the mind. One of the practices that must precede shadow work is the ability to quiet the chatter of the mind. The best tool for accomplishing this, in my estimation, this is my opinion, but I have not found anything that works better than transcendental meditation, or TM. And again, I'm not here to teach the entirety of that practice. I'm here to whet your appetite, make you understand what it is, and then you have to go off and study it on your own autodidactically. Right? This isn't a TM class. This is a shadow work class. Okay? So the best tool for accomplishing the quieting of mental chatter is transcendental meditation. This practice involves slowing the flow of thought that passes by in your mind while focusing on a mantra, at least at first. Some can do it without the mantra when they practice it enough. I could do TM without a mantra. But sometimes you need a mantra, which is a repeated word or sound. And it's fine to use the mantra technique. This practice is critical because when there are competing thoughts echoing endlessly in one's internal dialogue of the mind, it becomes exceedingly difficult to turn inward and focus on the work of self-improvement that is at hand. Your mind and its chatter is going to be actually acting as a distraction for the work that you are trying to do upon yourself. And I see it over and over and over. This is why many people are poor learners. They're poor learners because they're poor listeners. To be a good learner, you have to be a good listener. To be a good listener, all other thoughts have to be out of the mind. It's unbelievably important to focus on this, or you will not be successful at shadow work. You have to become comfortable with being alone with your mind. Most people are very uncomfortable being alone. And I'm talking about in a physical aloneness capacity, let alone in being alone with their own thoughts. They're very uncomfortable being alone in a state of solitude away from others and the noise of the world. That frightens them in many cases. This is one of the reasons people flee from shadow work. Shadow work requires emptying the mind of competing thoughts and focusing inward. That's very frightening to most people. The deepest aspects of shadow work must be conducted alone. Not talking to other people, not engaging with others, alone when one is free of other distractions. And I mean all other distractions. In order to do real shadow work, you have to ensure that you will not be disturbed. You have to ensure that you have privacy. So if you have children, it makes it very difficult. So you would have to make sure that they are cared for by someone else before. If you really want to sit down and do some shadow work, you can't have chattering kids all jumping around. It's impossible. You will not make any progress. You don't do this while you're doing other things like work or other activity. You do this at a quiet, restful state by yourself, while there are no other competing thoughts. You can't be thinking about what you need to do tomorrow, what you didn't do yesterday, all of that. You have to sit down quietly and alone and focus inward on the things that need to be focused upon if they're ever going to be improved. So to be successful in such work, one must learn to become comfortable being alone with your own thoughts, noticing the progression of the mental processes within us. You have to watch them first, observe. This involves steadily working through thoughts of uneasiness, fear, anxiety, and dread. And guess what, folks? I even have them occasionally. Not often, but when I really start thinking about the state of the world, I get a little anxious, almost dreadful in some cases. But if you really have done the work to be able to control your flow of thoughts, you can get out of that. I could sit here and be anxious about some technical problems earlier. I got to sit and focus on the task at hand. I have to regroup. I have to clear my mind of any of that and then focus on what needs to be done. When we work to achieve a state of mental calm, clarity and insight invariably follows. That's why if you're going to just jump into crazy frenetic anxiety just because you have some new task at hand. I had a technical problem on the laptop. Did I go into panic mode? Did I go into full-blown anxiety mode? No. I stayed calm. I kept my mental clarity and focus. I turned toward it. I said, I understand. I did the diagnostics, understand what needs to be done. Let's make this adjustment, fixes the problem. That's why I was a great troubleshooter. Things didn't really, make me get flustered. I understood from a diagnostics point of view what the causal factors were, and then I went in there and I solved problems. That's why out of 15 technical support staff members, all of the other guys and women who did technical support in my department called me Mr. Fix-It. Nobody else could really fix the problems. They did the spiritual bypass and they re-imaged the operating system onto the machine and then put all the data back on it. That's some bullshit cheat code, and it's not even that because you just made more work for yourself. I would go in and fix the actual problem and get the machine working smoothly from a causal relationship dynamic factor. Knowing here's what caused the problem, this is what not to do, here's how to fix it, now it's fixed and it's working efficiently again. When you stay calm and you empty your mind of competitive thoughts, that's when that type of clarity comes into yourself, and that's when you have real insight on how to fix problems. That's why I was a very good troubleshooter with computing. Shadow work requires shutting the fuck up and listening. This is another thing people have tremendous problems doing. They simply wait to talk and they're not really listening. Or they want to talk at the worst, most inopportune times or places when it's not their time to speak. You know, it's like we just let this chatter go on endlessly, and then we want to talk with our mouth endlessly. And all we're doing is really avoiding what we really need to be listening to and hearing. Quite frankly, our minds talk way too much. Without learning how to quiet the mind and actually listen, shadow work will not be effective. The voice of creation is continuously speaking to us, but it does not speak above a whisper. It gently whispers to us what the truth is and what we need to do and says it's up to you to do it now. But it doesn't yell at us like Mark Passio will sometimes. It doesn't get all flustered. It just keeps saying the truth at almost a whisper-like, dynamic in our minds. And we have to get all the competing mental junk that you see up there in this slide out of our heads. We have to shut up and we have to listen to what the voice of creation is telling us. We have to lower the volume of our mental chatter, deeply listen to what's being said to us. And that is the space in which real shadow work can truly begin. This is the preparatory work. This is setting up your set, the mindset. Another part of it is setting, which is setting up your physical environment, which we'll talk about. But we have to change the set up here. The actual mindset has to be worked into the condition where optimal work can then take place. So be quiet, listen, and learn. Empty the mind of competitive thoughts. We're going to take a look at a couple little fun metaphors for this, okay? And the first is one of my favorite bands of all time, the Ramones. And I actually incorrectly said what album this song was on in an interview. It is actually on the album Brain Drain. I thought it was on another one. But the song Learn to Listen, I love it, from the Ramones. Learn to listen. Listen to learn. You got to learn to listen before you get burned. And that's deep, profound spiritual philosophy as far as I'm concerned from, a fun punk band. If you don't learn to listen, learn how to quiet the mind, you're not really listening. You're not really taking in the necessary information. You're not really doing the things that are required to change, and then you're going to get burned in the long run. You got to learn to listen before you get burned. Take Joey Ramone's profound philosophical advice there, folks. And the other allegory or metaphor I'm going to give is the Freemasonry tradition has a practice called tiling the lodge. A tiler in Freemasonry is the person who is a member of the lodge who is charged with guarding the lodge from the outside of it. They stand outside the lodge during lodge work and meetings. And they guard the lodge against unwelcome intruders who may want to barge into the lodge during the lodge's workings. So a tiler is a guard at the door of the lodge. Actually stands outside the door. It was very difficult for me to get a picture of a tiler. I almost contacted some Freemason friends and was going to actually ask them, could you take a picture of your tiler, if that is permitted at your lodge session outside, and send it to me for my presentation, because it would be amazing to learn how difficult it was for me to get a picture of a tiler at the lodge door. I got a kind of grainy one, but it was good enough. The lodge itself in Freemasonry is a symbolic representation of the mind. That's why the base consciousness is the floor and the higher consciousness is the stars and planets and the sun and the moon, especially the sun, of course, because it's the source of all life in our solar system. So it's a wonderful symbolic representation of our self and our consciousness and our mind. The tiler in the lodge is a symbolic representation of guarding the mind against unwelcome, intrusive, and distracting thought. that will hinder self-betterment, because that's what the real work of Freemasonry from a esoteric perspective is and should be. It's about the betterment of the being and the soul. So in its true form and tradition, obviously the modern lodge system does not always meet that standard of esoteric practice, let's say, okay, often far from it. So to tile the lodge of one's own mind means we guard against unwelcome thoughts, intruders into the lodge that are going to distract us from our internal work. This is a beautiful metaphor and a beautiful allegory if it's properly understood. Being able to keep intrusive thought outside of the mind is an integral component of shadow work. And that's why before even beginning, learn to quiet the mind and learn to truly listen. Because mental distraction inevitably leads to poor progress during attempted self-improvement. So you have to tile the lodge, folks, and that's what a tiler looks like. He just stands outside those lodge doors and he makes sure there's no intrusion during the business of the lodge. That's his job. And that's our job that is preparatory to doing true shadow work. Tile your lodge, folks. Before doing the shadow work, tile the lodge. Keep competitive, unwelcome, and intrusive thoughts out of the lodge of one's own mind. Another thing that is preparatory and essential and critical to shadow work is addressing the programmable state. And if you've heard me talk on it, you've probably heard other researchers like Jay Parker talk on it. You must address the programmable state. If you're not addressing the programmable state, you're not paving the way for good programming. You're not going to address trauma properly during shadow work. You have to understand your own programmability, and that's uncomfortable at first because you're going to realize just how programmable you have been and just how programmed you were. And then it's a good thing because it's like, wow, I can now rewrite this code and put great programming into the mind, and then an optimal and efficient life will follow. It doesn't always mean everything's going to work out and you're going to be perfectly happy or at peace, because many, many other people create the condition that we have to live in, called the human condition. But at least you're working on your own stuff so that you're not working against yourself, so that you're not creating more self-inflicted suffering. When beginning shadow work, one must address one's own programmability. This means to examine deeply where one's own thoughts and habits originate from. Where did your thoughts and behaviors come from? You got to trace them back to your original belief systems and how they were programmed into your mindset. We must recognize that the very thoughts that we think on a daily basis, many of them are actually not always our own. That's an uncomfortable thing for most people to wrestle with. Your thoughts didn't come from you. They're not your own. Sometimes they're not very good for you at all. Sometimes they're very self-destructive to you, the thoughts that you think and believe. Even more disturbingly, they may rarely be our own. In our lives, we're sleepwalking through life, and the things that we believe and are telling ourselves every day and the bullshit stories we tell ourselves, they didn't even come from us. They came from somebody that knew nothing. Or worse, they came from somebody trying to deliberately manipulate us. We have been socially engineered and culturally programmed to an uncomfortably, unbelievably great degree. And we must directly confront that fact during shadow work. The very good news regarding the human programmable state is that it also works in reverse, toward the positive. Whatever has been programmed into a person's mind can be deprogrammed. Bad programming can be replaced with good programming via hard work. It's not automatic. It's not easy. It requires discipline. It requires effort. It requires really trying. It requires hard work and sacrifice. But can it be done? Absolutely it can be done. I'm living proof. The mind and the brain have been scientifically proven to have high plasticity, which means the ability to change and to heal. It doesn't mean the mind is actually plastic, made of plastic. Plasticity means it is pliable, it is bendable, it is workable, it is changeable. Scientifically proven as such. We have the ability within the mind to change and heal. When approaching shadow work, one must keep these factors in mind and be prepared to continuously recognize socially programmed states of mind and thought, because they're everywhere. In shadow work and preparation for shadow work, we absolutely must address our traumas. And we can't let these debilitate us. Everybody has some form of trauma that they have dealt with in life. Everyone. Myself, no exception. And continuous traumas happen. It isn't like, oh, it's just old traumas. New traumas occur. So you have to recognize, acknowledge, and adapt to those traumas. You cannot let them overwhelm you. You have to address them. Much of shadow work, believe me, will involve addressing personal trauma in many forms. Trauma can come in many varieties, including but not limited to physical trauma, mental trauma, emotional trauma, psychological trauma, developmental trauma, social trauma, and even spiritual trauma. Trauma is one of the main dynamics that ends up severely limiting personal growth if it later remains unaddressed. It will only limit your spiritual growth if you do not confront it, if you just let it go unaddressed and unattended to. You have to turn, you have to face it, you have to confront it, and you have to work with it in order to heal it. It's not automatic, folks. None of the processes of shadow work are automation processes. They require continuous effort. One must be willing to make themselves vulnerable during shadow work, at least to the extent that they can open up and acknowledge the trauma that they have previously experienced. If you don't do that, shadow work will fall short and not achieve its intended results. So you have to at least be open and vulnerable to the extent that you can address and confront and deal with trauma. And you have to be able to speak about it with yourself and potentially with others, but certainly you have to address it within your own mind and within your own self. And you can't run away from it, and you cannot ignore it. Those are the things you're guaranteed. You're going to stay exactly stagnant, or you're going to actually revert and go backwards if you do those things. One does not necessarily need to emotionally relive traumatic experiences to deal with different forms of trauma during shadow work. So this is a hotly debated and contested dynamic within self-improvement and, working through traumas. Is should you allow the emotions to come back in and almost like set up space and make you feel or relive the trauma? Does that help it, or is that not necessary? And I'm one of the people that I tend to go into the camp that's not really necessary. You don't need to relive a trauma. You need to address a trauma. Those are two different things. So trying to relive the trauma or allowing it to be relived emotionally can often continue to negatively imprint the trauma upon an individual's psyche. This has been shown to be done with laboratory-controlled experiments in these fields, and just completely reliving the trauma emotionally is not necessarily the right pathway. So again, the whole thing here is not going to just be about trauma, but this has to be addressed and entering preparation for and doing shadow work. So instead of trying to emotionally relive the trauma, I feel that one is better served to acknowledge the existence of the trauma while reminding yourself that a traumatic event or situation is not equivalent to one's personal identity. And that can actually be a statement that you keep making to yourself. I am not the trauma that I lived. I am not the trauma that I experienced. I experienced trauma. I am not that. I am something far more all-encompassing. That is just an event or an occurrence that happened to me. So when you do that, it lessens devastating emotional impact. It doesn't mean you ignore what happened. You don't go off again in this state of dreaming and say, that never happened. No, you have to fully acknowledge that it happened. You have to fully acknowledge how it messed you up without necessarily reliving the precise emotions in that kind of sequence or loop. So again, instead, Acknowledge the existence of the trauma and consistently remind yourself that the traumatic event or situation is not your identity. It's not who you are. It's just something that you experienced. In other words, one's trauma and pain are things that an individual has experienced, but not who an individual is. During shadow work, we should make a serious effort to address those experiences, yet not allow those experiences to define us. We should not take our identity from those experiences. They are not our identity, objectively, factually. They are simply events that occurred and experiences that happened. And we do have to address them during shadow work, but not relive them. One of the things that has to be addressed during shadow work, and we'll talk about the questions that lead to the addressing of these things, is our actual inadequacies, whether they are imagined or real, because there's two kinds of inadequacies. There's inadequacies that aren't true. They're illusory. They're imagined. They're things we think we're inadequate with, but we are not. And then there are actual, real inadequacies, things that we do fall short with that have to be addressed during shadow work. And we have to have the discernment to know the difference between these two forms of inadequacy and feelings of inadequacy. Feelings of inadequacy are one of the most complex aspects of shadow work. The main reason for this is because such feelings are sometimes imagined or even artificially implanted into someone's mind by others. See, we can actually have inadequacy implanted into us when no such inadequacy exists. Feelings of inadequacy embedded into the mind by others. Sometimes such feelings are accurate because they are actually true. Some of us have inadequacies that must be addressed and built and worked with and worked through. The methods of shadow work will help us to determine whether feelings of inadequacy are true or false or imagined. Even more importantly, how we can deal with these inadequacies. Separating real inadequacies from imagined ones can be complex and requires discernment on the part of the shadow work practitioner. Once one can tell the difference between real and imagined inadequacy, one can improve the real ones and shed the attachment to those who have been imagined or implanted. This is highly important when it comes to conducting the methodology and practice of shadow work. Know the difference between a real inadequacy versus one that may have been illusorily imagined or implanted by someone who wants you to feel inadequate. You need the discernment. You have to develop the discernment to recognize which is which, and then go to work on releasing the false inadequacies, like you're just not smart enough to do that thing, or you're just not going to have the aptitude to learn this or that. These are implanted inadequacies. If you work at things, you can achieve them. I'm not telling you, if you're 5'2", you're going to become the next great basketball player on earth. But, people can learn things that they were told, oh, you're not going to be able to aspire to that, or you're not going to be able to become good at that. With enough practice, you could become great at just about anything. So you discern between the real and imagined or implanted inadequacies. You shed the false ones and you go to work on improving the real ones, because there are real inadequacies. It's not just that they're all illusory. There are things that we don't do very well that we can improve. There are things that we don't care about enough. We can improve that. There's all sorts of inadequacies: mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. And we can go to work on improving those real ones. You don't dwell in shame or feeling bad about them. You acknowledge them and then you work to improve them. So another dynamic involved in beginning and preparing for shadow work is you have to bring the subconscious to the conscious level. So you have to understand how to go into layers that dwell below the conscious mind. And again, meditation, specifically transcendental meditation, will help you with that. It will help you get to the subconscious workings of the mind. The subconscious and unconscious aspects of our mind, and listen to this statistic, and it's true, is where about 95% of the motivation for our behavior comes from. Now, that's unbelievable, but true. Okay? Let me say that again. The subconscious and unconscious aspects of our minds is where 95% of the motivation for our behavior comes from. So if only 5% is at the conscious level, we are basically allowing ourselves to be run on autopilot with a program that has often been directly instilled in us by other people that don't have our good interests at heart, unless we work to find that subconscious code and bring it up to the place where it can be read and understood at the conscious level of the mind. And this is the way you do this. These realms of the psyche comprise the majority of the psychological material that we are really working with during the process of shadow work. You're dealing with the subconscious, and you're dealing with methods to bring it to the conscious level of awareness. And you do this through self-examination and questioning, which again, we're going to get to that method. Until we dive into the seemingly negative and dark elements. That's what shadow work really is. Delving into that bottom of the iceberg, that's going to really create a problem when travel and boats try to get past that iceberg, and you only see the top, and there's jagged structures underneath that probably extend well beyond the very peak and top of that iceberg that is visible. If you don't go into those deep, murky waters of the subconscious and unconscious and attempt to then visualize those elements at the conscious level and understand how they got so messed up, you're not going to be successful at real shadow work. So we have to dive into the seemingly negative and dark elements that comprise these non-conscious aspects of ourselves, okay, and bring them to the conscious level, or otherwise we cannot truly become aware of our prior self-defeating mental programming. See, this is part of all discovery of existing programming. That's a gigantic part of shadow work. Understanding human nature is programmability. Understanding that programming has happened without our consent. Often when we were very young. Often by people with none of our true self-interest at heart. Often by social engineers that are putting this programming out through the government, through the media, through schooling, through so-called education, through religion. And you don't beat yourself up over accepting the programming. And you don't make excuses that the programming is there. Oh, that's just my programming. No, not good enough. Not acceptable. You have to say, yes, while it is not my fault that these components of programming were injected into me without my consent, it is now my responsibility as an adult to delve into that programming and to examine it and to restructure it so that I no longer am on autopilot. And I am no longer just living in a dream state, in a sleepwalking state of life. That's our true responsibility in shadow work to do, is drudge that up, bring the programming to the conscious level, and deal with it through the process of self-examination. And we're going to get, again, to that method very shortly. Another individual who is synonymous with the term shadow work is Carl Jung. Again, I will just bring up a couple of things by him. I'm not going to go directly or deeply into his work, as I'm not going to any specific researcher or specific single method, but it is important just to touch on his work and give the credit where it is due. Carl Jung basically championed shadow work. He was one of the first people to really popularize it as a method of self-improvement. And he said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, bringing that subconscious programming up to the level of awareness so that you can deal with it and reprogram it or deprogram it. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, because that's 95% autopilot just churning away, and you think you're actually living your own thoughts. You believe you're living your own life according to your own thoughts and determinations, and you're not. That's all programming that was put there by social engineers and others who were either idiots themselves or deliberately did not have your best interest at heart and deceived you. Remaining in ignorance of the non-conscious aspects of ourselves means that we just continue to sleepwalk through life, accepting that things happen to us or are somehow predetermined, or that there is nothing that can be done. This is one of the hallmarks of poor mental programming, of self-defeatist mental programming, is what can poor me do about it? There's nothing that can be done about that. There's an infinite variety of improvements that can be done about any poor condition in life. An infinite amount. So how you know that you're programmed is that you're going to be saying, oh, there's nothing that can be done to improve ourselves and others. This dark, unconscious shadow material must be drudged up. It's like drudging in a lake or a pond. You got to dig at the bottom, at the dirtiest, scummiest part of it. You got to dig into it, and then you bring it up and purify it. You can't purify the bottom of a lake if there's a bunch of pollutants in it. It would have to be drudged up, and then you purify it out through the water. So you have to bring that from the unconscious level to the unconscious level, as Jung is saying here. If we refuse to make a true effort to do this because we are afraid of drudging into those murky waters of the mind, we will still be controlled by our unconscious programming, impulses, and fears. And it will continue to seem that we are just directed by fate. When no, we are not. We are directed by embedded programming because our mind works similarly to a computer. Once we deprogram and then reprogram the computer that we are operating with through our consciousness, then we're not on autopilot anymore, and we are directing our lives, not some nameless social engineer and dark occultist who their sick, demented, evil psychological work implanted and embedded into our programming. This is all about the purification of that code, of that programming, of that mental input. That's what shadow work is, folks. So Jung had a very interesting and great and original take on it. My take on it differs somewhat, but pays homage and respect to Jung. Shadow work is about confrontation, not escape. You are not trying to escape problems or make problems go away. You are trying to confront problems and work through problems. So, ignoring or attempting to quote-unquote escape problems is the most effective way to ensure that those problems will persist and continue to be the cause of ongoing suffering. Only when we make a sincere effort to confront problems instead of running away from them do we find the power to solve them. Knowledge of self and human psychology plays a critical role in this process. Again, knowledge has to play a role. That's why you have to study psychology. You have to study shadow work. You need to read about it. It's not just from me. It's not just from Jung. It's from an eclectic variety of sources. And you need knowledge of psychology. You need knowledge of occult psychology. That's why people say, what's great preparatory work for shadow work? Occult psychology. Learn occult psychology through Hermetics, Rosicrucianism, Tarot, Kabbalah, Freemasonry, Thelema, Theosophy. You name the tradition. You study those traditions, you're going to go a long way in understanding deep occult psychology, and therefore you're going to go a long way into understanding shadow work and being able to do it at an efficient level. Folks, when I did the bulk of the shadow work that I've done, which I could briefly touch on when I was coming out of the satanic mentality that I was in when I was a priest in the Church of Satan in my youth, there were days where I thought I wasn't going to live. Like I was just dwelling in shame, wanted to die, was so depressed and shameful about what I had been involved in and duped and how I had been programmed by family members and friends and then people within Satanism. And, doing the shadow work to come out of it was some of the most uncomfortable work that I've ever done. And it was all confrontational psychology with the self. That's all it was. Looking in a mirror and asking the questions that I had to ask. acknowledging the hard answers, and then getting to work. And that's a boiling down of what shadow work really is. We must confront the problem through knowledge. That's what a diagnosis is. The word diagnosis literally means through knowledge. Dia in Greek means through or by way of, and gnosis in Latin means knowledge. So diagnosis, literally as a word, came from the Greek roots meaning through knowledge. You can never confront problems through ignorance or attempts to escape those problems or escape personal responsibility to deal with those problems. You must directly confront them through knowledge. And that the knowledge that you need is knowledge of psychology, especially occult psychology. Growth occurs when individuals confront problems, struggle to master them, and through that struggle, develop new aspects of their skills, capacities, and views about life. Phenomenal quote. Another great one, as soon as people decide to confront a problem, they realize that they are far more capable than they ever thought they were to solve the problem. So you have to be willing to go into confrontation mode. This is not about escape mode. This is about turning, facing the problem head on, and moving through it. The way out is through. Never around or over or escape. You have to go through the dark night of the soul and through the problem in order to truly make strides towards solving it. The critical role of knowledge in self-improvement, and this is left at the door by the New Age variants of shadow work. Do they really talk about the knowledge that has to be accrued and gathered through the trivium methodology? Very rarely. You have to read many books on this topic, not one, and you got to read the right books, okay? And again, if you have the ARC drive, you have that material there. You can learn enough about deep transpersonal occult psychology and shadow work with just the material that's on the ARC to last multiple lifetimes. Self-improvement through shadow work is not just a process of wishing or feeling, as some of the New Age practitioners, so-called practitioners of shadow work would have you believe. We must apply knowledge to our unique individual situation in order to arrive at an understanding of what must be done. That's the trivium process. Knowledge, understanding of the problem through a diagnosis, and then applying right real-world action. That's the wisdom stage of the trivium, the action stage. This involves continuous and eclectic study and education, especially regarding deep occult psychology, as I've said. The very word diagnosis, from the Greek dia meaning through or by way of, and gnosis meaning knowledge, reflects this critical role of knowledge in the shadow work process. Most people think, oh, this is just about getting in and dealing with emotional states. No, it's not. That's a big part of it, but you have to have knowledge of how occult psychology actually works, how our motivations work, how programming works. You have that knowledge, you're paving the way for really being able to do something to make real change happen. Once again, can I just present all of that knowledge? In years, yeah, but it involves deep, often lifelong eclectic study. You got to delve into a whole lot of books, a whole lot of lectures, a whole lot of documentaries, a whole lot of, videos. We have to face the true enemies within us that I alluded to, about the warrior ethos. The enemies that we have to conquer are internal. Before we try to conquer any external enemy, we have to conquer the ones inside of us. We are often our own worst enemies. Much of the time, our own behaviors betray us and continually reveal that we are not truly acting in our own best interest. We don't even have our own best interest at heart. We want to believe other people have our best interest at heart. You have to be on your own side first, ladies and gentlemen, before you're in a position to help anybody. So that's why we have to have discernment to understand where our behaviors were programmed and where our motivations come from. Almost every major occult tradition identifies 4 overarching internal enemies, right? So we have to understand these enemies and where they came from, how they got programmed into us. Okay? So every occult tradition has these 4 enemies. They talk about them in every occult mystery tradition school that has ever existed, because they understand these are the primary destroyers of human consciousness and the primary destroyers of human spirituality. So every occult tradition identified these 4 overarching internal enemies within us that exist within every one of us to varying degrees. These 4 enemies are ignorance, apathy, laziness, and cowardice. Some of which a lot of people have in overwhelming abundance, some of which people have to a great degree exterminated, and still have some work left on some of them. So no one's perfect in this endeavor to eliminate these enemies completely, but the ones who go the furthest in not only their own shadow work, but in assisting others, are the ones who have eliminated within themselves these 4 great enemies to very large degrees. These 4 internal conditions are the primary destroyers of human consciousness and freedom. When we have them in great abundance, we sleepwalk through life, we become immoral, and eventually we lose our freedom. When we defeat them, we reprogram ourselves, we take control over our own behavior, we align it with natural law and objective morality, and we become free. That's how natural law works. Shadow work effectively enables us to look honestly at these aspects of ourselves. See, it acts as a mirror. The shadow work process acts as that mirror of reflection that we hold up so that we can actually see what's really going on inside of us. You could look at it metaphorically like that. It's a mirror. That actual work acts like a mirror for us to see our failures and our inadequacies and the things that we have to work on within ourselves, in the darkest aspects of ourselves. Shadow work also gives us the tool to diminish these enemies to the extent that they do not ultimately destroy us. Once again, there's no perfect healing. Nobody is ever going to come out on the other end a perfected being. Once again, that's an illusion that garbage religion teaches people. Oh, you'll be perfected. Anybody even tells you you'll be perfected anyway, they are feeding you a crock of bullshit, and they're not your friend. Straight up blanket statement. There's no such thing as perfection, folks. There's only betterment. And the only person you're competing with is yourself from yesterday. You're not trying to become some perfected being. There's no such fucking thing. So we have to defeat these 4 great enemies within us so that they don't destroy us and our whole species. No one's telling you you're going to be perfect at doing that. What you have to do is you have to defeat them to the extent that you are able, so that you are able to do what you are required to do to improve yourself and your fellow man and woman. So let's get to my personal method. Now we're actually getting into methodology. That was all the preparatory work, not only conceptually, but preparatory to the actual methods, which was this beginning of this part 2. Now we're going to explain what the methodology is and then actually get into the method. So I have developed a unique and integral 3-fold methodology for shadow work. I have personally utilized this set of techniques for my own personal growth and spiritual development. I formulated and employed this specific methodology in the years soon after I disassociated from the satanic ideology and the dark occultists with whom I worked in my past. So I did not learn this technique from them. I became so motivated in having just been in the group of people who are really running the world, and their network is running the world, maybe not them individually themselves, but the network that they are members of and practitioners of is running our world and running it into extinction, into slavery and ultimately extinction. I became so obsessed with understanding more about the occult that I delved so deeply into the dark occult that then I started coming into incredibly powerful light and positive works of occultism that deal with all this type of material. So it was like I had to dredge the bottomless depths of evil to then come back into the light of knowledge through studying the occult. Not going into the opposite and going back to religion or going into the New Age movement or going into some bullshit other cult. Okay? I studied the light aspects of occultism, meaning the ones that are there to truly elevate consciousness and help us with our own self-improvement. And when I delved into that material, that was it. That's when I was that motivated to learn, not driven, not motivated, not driven, obsessed. The word I would use, I was obsessed with learning that. And when you're that driven to learn, truly no one can stop you. And it was just, I could not receive the information fast enough. It was like a deluge of a download. Non-stop learning. So fast, so much, I struggled to keep up with taking it in. And I eventually formulated, through an amalgamation of these techniques and practices, my own method, which I'm going to present here today. I have used this method to help me to come to terms with the evil with which I had once been directly involved and had helped to propagate. I myself was helping to propagate that evil when I was involved in Satanism. And I had to use this method to come to terms with that before I, just either committed suicide or literally died of shame. I have found this method of shadow work to be both effective and powerful in advancing the process of self-improvement, self-actualization, and spiritual awakening. I now refer to this set of shadow work techniques as the triple A method because it is 3 A's. The words that describe the steps all begin with A. So it is triple A method. The 3 A's of my personal triple A shadow work methodology are: number 1, acknowledgement. And we'll get into what this is, what it entails, and how to do it, as we will the other techniques. Step number 2 of the triple A method is affirmation. And step number 3 of the triple A method is action. So, first of all, what you will notice is that there are 3 steps. That is no coincidence. You will notice that most occult teachings break down their major bodies of teachings into 3 parts, usually. And this is in direct correspondence with the trivium method. It's 3 methods: knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. And that's what this is, folks. Acknowledgement is knowledge. The first step of the trivium. The second step of the trivium is understanding. And having an understanding means you have a firm foundation. You have created something that is able to be truly used as a foundation to then act upon, because you have knowledge at the base and it forms this firm foundation. So affirmation is a form of firmness that comes from knowledge in step 1. And that's the understanding that we have to arrive at about what is to be done. Then we have to do that thing, and that's the wisdom step of the trivium. We have to act upon what we have come to know and what we have come to understand. So it's no mistake, it's no accident, it's no coincidence. There's 3 steps and they directly correlate and correspond to the steps of the trivium process. That's deliberate. Sorry, folks. Let me just get that sidebar out of the way there and step the slide forward. Great. So, the triple A method and the trivium. No coincidence. It is not a coincidence that the 3 steps of my shadow work method directly reflect the 3 steps of the trivium process for truth discovery. This correlation with the trivium is directly related to the 3rd maxim of occult initiation: learn how to think. Just as that maxim directs us to learn how to think, the triple A shadow work methodology directs us to learn how to conduct the work of self-improvement and self-actualization. It's the process of how to do it. That's what a method is. A method is how you do something. Just like the 3rd step of occult initiation is learn how to think. Well, the trivium shows us how to think, and then the AAA method shows us how to conduct shadow work. The trivium will lead us to the truth. The AAA method will lead us to true self-betterment and actualization. So the grammar stage, or the knowledge stage of the trivium method, is gather the facts, the data, the terms, the basic skills, etc. You have to have those as the very first thing. You can't go past the knowledge that you have to accrue and take in. You can't jump to trying to understand something that you haven't gathered the data set for. You certainly don't want to go to rhetoric, which is action, before you've gathered the grammar and done the work to understand what it means through logic. Okay? So again, most people don't engage the trivium at all. They don't even know what it is, let alone how to engage it. They're just grasping at straws. They're grasping at shit in the dark. That's why most people don't know how to think. They've been poorly taught in the government-run indoctrination centers, and then they want to think somehow, without delving into this occult work and really doing it for themselves, that they're suddenly going to come out of that level of ignorance. Never happen. Not in an automated way on its own. You got to do hard work to do that, folks. And believe me, when I saw what I was involved in, did it motivate my ass to do that work. Obsessively. I was sitting, just staying in my room reading so many books at the time that family members would come over and say, there's something wrong with you psychologically because you like sequestered yourself like a hermit and you basically barely have a social life. I'm like, no, I'm just doing what I need to be doing and taking in some knowledge that I need to be taking in. That's it. Obsessively. But, when I do things, I don't do them half-ass. I do them all the way or I don't do them. If something's worth being done, it's worth being done right. So the first step corresponds with the grammar stage of the trivium. Acknowledgement. Step 1 in the shadow work methodology of the AAA method is acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is where the knowledge of our current internal state is fully recognized and accepted without reservations or excuses. Critical part of it. No reservations, no excuses. Take in the knowledge that needs to be taken in. Acknowledge what needs to be said. Acknowledge what was done. Acknowledge what happened. It's all bringing in the knowledge into the self so that you could do the purification and clearing process that will come later. But without the knowledge, through acknowledgement, you're not bringing in the grammar in this process. Okay? So, and when we bring in that knowledge, okay, we're going to understand, we're going to begin to understand the current internal state. It's recognized and accepted. We may not even understand it yet, so I shouldn't even have used the term understanding. It's recognized and accepted, okay, in step 1, acknowledgement. Without reservations or excuses, we're just stating facts. This is critical to the process, to the method. We're stating the facts of the matter. We're not making reservations or excuses so that an accurate diagnosis can be made. And that's going to be made in step 2. And then we can begin to change for the better. And that's going to be steps 2 and 3, which will be affirmation and then taking right action. So step 1, acknowledgement, is going to be accomplished by fully telling the truth about ourselves and our behavior. Fully saying it out loud. Oh, and we're going to get to how to do that. There's an actual technique for how you should actually say that aloud to yourself. The truths that have to be told to yourself and the questions that you have to be asked, that you have to ask to yourself. Okay? You have to say them aloud in the room to yourself. And we're going to get to how to do that. Okay? Let's look at the second step of the AAA method that corresponds directly with the logic or understanding step of the trivium process. So step 2 is affirmation. In affirmation, in the step called affirmation, we arrive at an accurate understanding. That's its correlation to the trivium process of what must be done to improve ourselves and the specifics of how we must change. So we're not doing it yet, but we're acknowledging what has happened and how we are. In step 2, we are making an affirmation in order to understand what must be done. So we have to say what we will do. And then in step 3, we're going to actually lay out the methodologies and the steps and procedures for doing what we know must be done. So understanding is step 2, and that comes through affirmation. So we're going to understand what must be done and the specifics of how, the ways that we must change. Therefore, we must fully understand the action that must be taken. And we must make a full commitment to bringing that action into manifestation. That's what an affirmation is. It's a commitment to do something. You're not doing the thing yet, but you're stating aloud through an affirmation that you will commit to that action. And then step 3, of course, is the actual behavior, the actual real world manifesting of that action. Step 3, action, is where we convert the knowledge that we have gained from a proper diagnosis. So again, the knowledge comes in step 1, acknowledgement. Say the truth unapologetically, without reservation or excuse. Number 2, understand what it means. Understand what must change. Make the affirmation through a commitment to change. Step number 3, actually put in the work and do the behavior in the real world. After you've gathered the knowledge and the understanding for an accurate diagnosis. So it's where we convert knowledge that we've gained from the proper diagnosis and the understanding of the requirements which we must meet. You have to understand the requirements for change. And that's when we have that, then we can convert that knowledge and understanding into right action in the world. So the AAA method is simply a refining of the trivium process in shadow work. You could apply the trivium to just about everything in life. My AAA method applies it to the shadow work process. This is accomplished, the action stage, by actually performing the behaviors which are required for us to improve and to grow as a being. You don't just understand what went wrong. You don't just affirm to do the right thing. Then in this stage, you're actually going out and changing your behavior and doing the right thing. And that's where the rubber meets the road, folks. It meets the road. The rubber meets the road through action. Not through what you know, not through what you say you know or say you understand. It's about what you're willing to do. So, getting, again, a little bit more preparation before beginning the physical methodology, okay, is prepare the physical environment. The physical environment, we talked about the mindset to prepare, and now we're going to prepare the setting, the actual physical environment that we're going to do this work in. At least the first 2 stages of the work, obviously. Okay, so, because the action stage may require other environments to enter or to go into or interact with, right? So, at least the step 1 and 2, we have to make a private and non-distracted space in which we are going to engage in acknowledgement and affirmation. The physical environment in which you choose to conduct shadow work is extremely important to the success of the work. The very first step in preparing your environment is to make sure you have total privacy. Now, once again, we talked about that briefly earlier. That can be very difficult for people with large families. Again, you would have to either go somewhere else and have someone, take care of the family in the interim, or you would have to, have at least enough space in your own home to sequester yourself and do the shadow work in private. But you think you're going to do this in the middle of a living room with kids jumping all around the place, forget it. That will be a complete detriment. You're not going to do this in a work environment because you work so much you don't have time. You're going to have to make the time to be private. So it requires total privacy, number 1. While shadow work could potentially be done in a group setting as far as multiple people attempting to help themselves do it, That is not the specific method I am exploring in this seminar. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's not the approach that I favor or am going to teach today. If you're extremely, skeptical or sketchy and worried and you really need someone else there, could you do shadow work with one other person or even multiple people? Yes, you could. I do not really recommend that as the most effective method. I would say it's not best practices. Is it a method of practice that you could employ? Yes. It's not the one I'm going to teach because I'm going to try to teach you the best practice. So I highly recommend being completely alone in a quiet environment that is free of noise and distraction. Free of noise and distraction. That's a tall order in today's society, isn't it? But that's what's required. Shadow work is a no-tech zone. And, even I would struggle with this one in today's world, but I don't do it with technology around. At least I will attempt to do it at the end of the day when I'm not on a computer, I'm not on my phone, I'm sitting quietly with my thoughts. Shadow work is one area in which technology should definitely be turned off and set aside. In today's digital age, this can be very difficult to do. However, if you are going to make a sincere effort and take this work seriously, you must make a commitment to remove all distraction from your environment before embarking on the journey to true self-improvement. That means you should make your shadow work environment a no-tech zone. Turn off all technology. Be in a quiet space without, notifications buzzing, or a TV blaring or whatever, a radio on. Shut it all off. Have a quiet, private space. I can't emphasize that enough for success. Here's one a lot of people will find also uncomfortable and distasteful even. I highly favor using a mirror while conducting shadow work. A simple wall mirror will suffice. If you have one that you could sit in front of you, that even works better. It will definitely make the entire experience more introspective if you can look at yourself, and will literally make it far more difficult for you to lie to yourself while asking yourself difficult questions about your choices and your behavior. Believe it or not, this is proven that if you look at yourself, you are actually less likely to tell yourself lies. This is why people will often not look at somebody if they're going to lie to them. They'll glance aside, and it's a tell. Okay? So having a mirror there is really going to increase your chances of success. Any type of mirror will do, but it will be even more effective if you are seated in front of it. That's the best method. So could you use a wall mirror and stand? Yes, you could. Could you lay in bed and just hold a mirror? Yes, you could. Could you sit in bed and put a mirror in front of you? Yeah, you could. Seated in a chair in front of a mirror is the best practice. Now, that's going to be uncomfortable for some people, and that's deliberate. It should be uncomfortable. This is not about staying in your comfort zone. This is about transcending your comfort zone. And we're going to talk about the questions that you have to pose to yourself. Okay? So if you sit down comfortably in front of a large mirror, that's the best environmental setting to prepare for shadow work. Now, one of the types of mirrors that I recommend, believe it or not, one of the best things is a vanity mirror, like a makeup table mirror. That people find that odd because it's like, okay, maybe women are putting their makeup on in front of something like that. That's the best place. Okay? If you have access to something like that or just a mirror at a desk, that's the best practice. I highly favor using that kind of mirror if you have access to one. So let's get into the actual steps. Acknowledgement. And again, I've underlined the word knowledge, highlighting that this is similar to the first step of the trivium process. Okay? Acknowledgement is the first step of the AAA shadow work methodology. The word knowledge is literally contained inside the word acknowledgement. And again, it can be spelled with or without the E. I chose to keep the E in it for consistency and for obvious reference to the word knowledge. The step of acknowledgement could also be referred to by its synonym, admission. So if you make an acknowledgement, you are also making an admission. And an admission means access, a right of entry, letting in. That's admission. You could even call it access, right? That's what the word admission means. Acknowledgement is the entry point, okay? The step of acknowledgement or admission is the access or entry point to self-knowledge. Without that first step, forget it. You're not delving into the psychology of the self. You're skirting around the issue. So you have to admit to yourself where your shortcomings are in step number 1. In this step, we must fully admit, admission, access, entry point. Admit the truth of our current state of being without reservations or excuses. You make no excuses in this step. You are failing at this step if you attempt to make excuses. So you fully admit the truth of your current state of being, your current state of consciousness, without reservations or excuses, so that we can make an accurate diagnosis regarding the course of action that must be taken to change that condition for the better. If you're not honest, if you lie to yourself in the first stage, you can't make the correct diagnosis in the second stage, and then you're not going to be able to take right action in the third. So if any part of the process goes awry, you're going to fail. You have to do it in the correct order, with the correct intentions, and full, absolutely blatant honesty. Brutal honesty. Okay? So this is step 1. And here's the quote on this page. Today I acknowledge my wrongs because I understand that in order to not repeat them, I must take full responsibility for them. Today I acknowledge my wrongs. This is the acknowledgement step of the shadow work process, the AAA shadow work process. Today I acknowledge my wrongs because I understand that in order to not repeat my wrongs, I must take full responsibility for them. Full, honest responsibility for your shortcomings and inadequacies. Acknowledgement is almost certainly the most difficult stage of the shadow work process. Almost certainly. Now, that's not to say that the others aren't. Right? Fully understanding what must be done, making a diagnosis, actually doing the actions, very difficult. But most people never even get to steps 2 or 3 because they never undertake step 1, acknowledging their wrongness, their shortcomings, their inadequacies. They don't even want to look at those things in themselves, let alone fully acknowledge them and fully be honest about them. So, this stage is the most difficult because it involves brutal honesty with oneself. This stage of shadow work can only be accomplished by fully telling the unfiltered truth about ourselves and our own behavior. This is done by looking at your own reflection in the mirror that we talked about and speaking aloud, not in your mind, aloud in the room so that your voice reaches your ears. You are saying this right into your own ears and into your own mind. You're not silent during shadow work. You say it aloud. That's the best practice. Okay? You look at your own reflection and you speak aloud true statements about your current state of being, and you ask hard questions about your current state of being. All true statements of acknowledgement begin with the phrase, "It is true that I ... Whatever comes after that, we can look at many examples of, and we will. But all statements of acknowledgement, okay, start with the phrase, "It is true that I," and then you make a statement about yourself, about your inadequacies, fears, wrongdoings, transgressions against others, shortcomings, etc. Okay? So let's look at this and flesh this process out further. There are 0 excuses allowed during the step of acknowledgement. You do not try to present because I did this because, well, it happened because this or that. No excuses. You present it without reservation or excuses. You're not here to explain all of the technicalities of why something occurred. Okay? That's not part of this step. If you get bogged down in talking about the because, the why, the excuses, you don't get it. You're not grokking this stage of the process. Okay? And again, people hate hearing this because they're like, oh, well, there's reasons. We're not here to talk about the reasons. We're here to talk about the manifestation of what occurred. That's it. Nothing else. Period. The facts, the knowledge. Nothing else. It is critically important to not attempt to make any excuses whatsoever during this stage of shadow work. Do not offer any reasons, qualifications, or caveats. Do not lay blame upon others during this stage. Even if things were influenced by others in certain ways, you don't lay blame on it. You're not here in this stage to... I didn't sit there in the acknowledgement of when I was coming out of Satanism saying, oh, these people wrote these books with all these lies in it, and I read it, and it's because of them. All I said was, I was deceived. I allowed that deception to happen. My spiritual weakness allowed it. That's it. The end. My responsibility as an adult. That's it. No excuses. Just tell the truth about the ways that you have fallen short of being a better version of yourself. Don't say, I did this because, ... Don't do that. Drop that. Get that out of your mind. Eliminate that from your vocabulary. Making excuses or trying to explain reasons why you previously chose poor behavior will only lessen the power and effectiveness of your acknowledgement in the moment that you are doing this shadow work process. You want maximum power. You want maximum effectiveness. Just say what is the truth. Just say what happened. Just say how you fell short. That's it. Just say what your transgression was. It is true that I don't always have patience with people. That is something that I must work on. That's it. That's it. Don't make excuses. There's a billion excuses. There's a billion reasons, obviously. That's not part of this process. You're entering some other field of endeavor where you want to understand more about why certain people behave certain ways. That's not shadow work. Shadow work is about you and your shortcomings and your inadequacies. That's it. Just tell the truth, brutally honest. Okay? In the acknowledgement stage, you have to present yourself very difficult questions that are going to lead to proper acknowledgements. So you're going to ask yourself, what am I like in this regard? How am I doing in this other field of my internal aspects of my personality? And then you answer the question 100% sincerely and honestly with no excuses. During the acknowledgement step of shadow work, we must ask ourselves some of the most difficult questions we will ever endeavor to truthfully answer in our lives. These questions delve into the core of our essence as a human being, and these questions allow us, if we are being honest with ourselves, to admit our shortcomings and inadequacies so that they may be confronted and improved. We will explore some of these difficult questions and the types of acknowledgments to which they lead us. So you're going to ask questions about yourself, and then you have to just brutally and honestly answer those questions without excuses. So we're going to go into some of the questions. Then we'll go into what comprises good acknowledgement statements during shadow work, during the actual method. Here's one of the first questions I think people should ask themselves in the shadow work method. In the process of actually doing this work, sitting down in front of a mirror, asking yourself difficult questions, and saying what the truth is regarding it. So the questions will lead to the acknowledgement. So we present the question and then we answer the question. So let's look at how one of these works, and then we'll see many more examples. A critical dynamic in shadow work is to reevaluate our worldview, as we already talked about, and to discover the extent that our worldview may have been poisoned by others in our lives who we naively trusted in our past. So the people that we may have naively trusted could be our parents, our family members, our friends, our teachers, clergy, work peers, the media, and many others who we formerly viewed as trusted and reliable sources of information and advice. And we had a whole slide where we talked about that in part 1. So once we ask ourselves this question, has my worldview been poisoned by those who I previously naively trusted? And you're going to answer it honestly. Yes, it is true. So here's a good example of an effective acknowledgement regarding this particular dynamic during shadow work. You look in the mirror. Have I allowed my worldview to be poisoned and turned dark, negative, and false by those who I have previously and sadly, naively trusted in my past? Yes, it is true that I have allowed my parents, via their religious beliefs, to poison my worldview regarding human nature and human potential. It is true that I listened to the media and I bought all the hype and the absolutely unfounded fears, and then acted as a tyrant against other people during COVID when I didn't understand those factors at all truly. And I just acted out of ignorance. That's it. Total acknowledgement. And it doesn't matter what dynamic this entails. You're going to present the question about the dynamic. You're going to look in the mirror and you're going to answer the question honestly. And again, all good affirmations, all true, good, positive, powerful affirmations start with, it is true that I have done this. That's it. Say it to the universe and to yourself. It is true. I have acted this way and I know better. I should know better. And I did that anyway. That's it. That's it. No excuses proffered or offered. None. That's one of the hardest things any human being could ever do, because what you're basically saying is, I was wrong. I have failed. I have been inadequate. I have acted improperly. No one wants to sit and say this to themselves, let alone to anybody else. But guess what? You'll continue to lie to yourself, and you'll continue to lie to other people, and you'll continue to do the same shortcomings and inadequacies until you acknowledge this to yourself. That's why acknowledgement is the very first step of all shadow work. So, as on a theme, all throughout today, worldview has to be healed first, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not heal worldview, you are not doing any further healing. Get over it. True and blanket statement, worldview must be healed first. And that means understanding true human nature as programmable. That means understanding that positive change is absolutely possible. That means understanding false ideas have been programmed into us, and it's our responsibility to deprogram from them and then change our programming and turn it for the better so that we can then align ourselves with truth and natural law. Let's continue. Some more questions that will lead to a proper and correct acknowledgement. Have I acted on bad advice from those who I previously naively trusted? Because how many of us have done that? We've gotten bad advice. We think it's coming from a trusted person who is concerned for us and our best interests, and they may even have that. They're just not very intelligent when it comes to what really needs to be done. They haven't made a correct diagnosis. So we have to address that as well, but you still don't make excuses in your acknowledgement. So here's how this process works. Many times, people we care about or trust give us bad or even terrible advice. They also sometimes give us completely incorrect evaluations of ourselves, our abilities, and our potential, telling us, oh, again, like I said, that's not for you. Oh, you're not suited to this. You'll never make that work. You'll never be successful in this. Later realizing that they were completely wrong regarding such things does not mean that you cease to care about them. So just because your parent may have given you horrific life advice and you went down a path that was completely painful and destructive does not mean you have to hate your parent. But you shouldn't put them up on a pedestal and say, oh, they did the best that they can, because they didn't do the best that they could, because they didn't bother trying to be right. They just went with whatever was told to them and then repeated the process by telling it to you. So it's not like you have to vehemently hate them, but you don't put them up on a pedestal and go, my parents could do no wrong. They were some of the greatest people that ever lived. Most people's parents are fucking dumbasses. Let's just face it and say it out how it is, street language wise. Most people's parents are dumb as a sack of horse shit. Okay? That's because most parenting in the world is garbage. Otherwise, the world wouldn't be the garbage that it is. If we had great parents, all of us, we'd be great people, and the world would be a great place. The world is the way that it is because of fucking bad parenting. And if you can't acknowledge that to yourself, you're not really doing shadow work. That doesn't mean you have to hate your mother or father. You could perhaps even pity them that they got terrible life advice and information programmed into them. So, realizing that you got wrong advice and got led down the garden path doesn't mean you cease to care about those people. It does, however, mean that you should not listen to or act upon their bad advice or evaluations. And you have to realize, wow, this is a person giving terrible evals about me and my life and choices and potential, and they're really not qualified to even speak on this. Okay? So sometimes you can listen to advice if it's come from a really good place and a place of knowledge, and sometimes you have to realize this is pure shit. And you need discernment to do that, which comes with life experience and delving into these dynamics of psychology. A good acknowledgement regarding this dynamic is, it is true that I have based my life path upon the terrible advice of my parents, who were awful at evaluating my true potential. I chose unwisely to listen to them, and I have suffered because of my decision to do so. You see how the onus is not placed on the parent. You're just saying what they did, but you're saying it was your responsibility. You listened to bad advice. You took bad advice. They don't have to be a deceiver. They could just be totally fucking wrong. But you're the one who listened to and acted upon the bad advice instead of doing enough research on your own and coming to a correct conclusion. You just didn't want to do that work, and so you wanted to take advice from somebody you think knows better than you, and they know complete shit. And sorry to just burst your bubble and say it that way, but that's just the way that it is. So that's how you do a proper acknowledgement regarding, I took advice from people I thought had their act together and cared about me, and they didn't really know shit. But it's my responsibility because I acted upon that advice. You don't make excuses. You took the advice and acted upon it. Another question you'd have to sincerely pose and then sincerely and honestly answer is, have I remained ignorant regarding matters of true importance in life? How many people have not really focused on the right things in life? Ignorance is the very first in all the occult traditions of the 4 primary destroyers of human consciousness. Remaining in ignorance of matters of true importance in the world, like what's going on with human freedom, like what's going on with the manipulation of people's minds, like what's going on with the degradation of people's true morality, how they're moving away from what true morality is, not religious bullshit morality. But they don't really understand that all authority and government are forms of enslavement and immorality and violence and coercion and usurpation of free will. So if you have remained ignorant of those things, you're propagating ignorance out into the world. So if you remaining in ignorance of matters of true importance regarding human freedom and the overall human condition is what ultimately perpetuates the state of human slavery and injustice which prevails in our world. Here is an example of a proper acknowledgement regarding one's own ignorance. Very simple. Here it is. You ask that question, have I remained ignorant of things that I really should have understood? And you say, yeah, it is true that I have been ignorant regarding true morality. I haven't bothered to make that a part of my life and to study it from an objective perspective. I've just listened to what some absolutely brain dead clergy member told me about what morality is in some cultural religious belief system that I shouldn't have trusted. But I went off and listened to that naively because you know why? It's easier. I don't have to do my own work and my own introspection. It's way easier to just take some other idiot's word for it. That's acknowledgement, folks. That's how it works. You just say what's true regarding what you have done and your failure and your shortcoming. And you do not make any excuses or qualifications. You just say what you've done. That's it. I'm not sitting there going, oh man, the guy who wrote these articles in this magazine that I read just completely swayed my belief system towards Satanism, and it's all his fault, man. No. I bought into false ideology. I became a worse person because of it. I wasn't concerned with matters of real importance in the world. I'm not paying attention to tyranny and enslavement and the destruction of human freedom. That's my shortcoming. Doesn't matter what anybody else did. People loathe this idea. In many cases, they want to murder the person that wants them to acknowledge things like that. That not only don't they want to do it, they would go into a killing frenzy. I'll complete this slide on the other side of the dinner break and then continue. Do I have enough information for a true understanding? Have I gathered the grammar? Or have I not gathered enough grammar that I'm still going to remain confused? We'll continue with this on the other side of the dinner break. Okay, so our break will be 4:30 to 6. Am I correct about this? Yes, 4:30 to 6. Hold on. Let me just check. (4:30 to 6). So I will begin precisely again at 6 p.m. Hopefully people have cleared up some of the tech issues if possible. Okay, but an hour and a half break. We'll be back here precisely at 6 p.m. for session 3. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll see you at 6. Okay, we are back. Hope that you are refreshed after the dinner break. I'm going to continue where I left off. We were talking about the first actual technique of shadow work in the AAA methodology, which is acknowledgement, the acknowledgement of shortcomings and inadequacies, and asking difficult questions to arrive at an understanding of what needs to be acknowledged. So we ended with, do you actually have enough information? Have you gathered enough knowledge for an accurate understanding of the situation? A question directly related to ignorance, one of the destroyers of human consciousness and freedom, that one must ask themselves during shadow work is, have I truly gathered enough information before coming to a conclusion regarding significant matters? We often attempt to take the steps of the trivium out of sequence by putting action before knowledge and understanding. Not gathering enough knowledge first means that we are invariably acting out of confusion, which leads to chaotic results in life. An example of acknowledgement of this dynamic would be, it is true that I have not gathered enough information regarding something like proper nutrition, and that is the main factor which has led to my health problems. Again, if you're going to use shadow work for any form of self-improvement, asking a question like, have you actually gathered enough of the grammar, enough of the knowledge needed to solve a problem, is one of the things that's going to lead you to a correct acknowledgement of your shortcomings. So this is one example in that regard. One of the other destroyers of freedom is apathy. And this is a very important question that needs to be asked while doing the acknowledgement step of shadow work. Do you care enough? So you have to pose the question, do I care enough? Not do I care at all, do I care enough? So apathy is the second great destroyer of human consciousness. It has been said that the statement, I don't care, creates a prison for all of us. In the first stage of shadow work, we must ask ourselves difficult questions such as, have I cared enough to get directly involved in the great work of ending human slavery on Earth? Again, have I cared enough? Or have I cared enough about matters of true importance? Or have I focused on selfishness and trivialities? Have I just focused on comfort and pleasure? An example of acknowledgments regarding this dynamic would be, it is true that I have not cared enough to really get involved in the great work. It is true that I have not cared enough to learn technology to the extent that I could assist in the moral education of others, but rather I have simply focused on my own selfishness, on my own creature comforts. Let my care just languish and not actually put skin in the game and get involved. Once again, I'm framing, we could talk about a million different aspects of how people fall short in any areas or endeavors of life. You could see I'm specifically framing this. Like I said in the last section, there's an agenda to this. Whereas I'm posing the really important questions about the really important dynamics. And that's what people have to do with shadow work. This is not about like, did I put in enough hours, that I made enough for a new car this year? This is about the stuff that is of critical importance at this time in human history. And if we don't care enough to get involved and do what we know to be right and what's required, things are just going to go precipitously off of a cliff. So again, I'm framing the dynamics of what I think should be posed in shadow work to what we really need to focus on. Another question that will lead us to a proper acknowledgement is, do I understand the true causal factors at hand? Do you understand causality enough to know what's truly important and what really needs to be done? Through asking ourselves difficult questions during the first stage of shadow work, we must strive to understand true causal factors for both our own behavior and shortcomings, and the true causal factors for the wider condition of humanity. Without a true grasp of the causation for suffering, we stay disempowered to free ourselves from it. An example of a good acknowledgement regarding this dynamic would be, it is true that I have remained ignorant of the true causal factors for my fear of speaking out publicly. See, maybe you want to analyze, why are you afraid of becoming a public figure? Why are you so afraid of speaking publicly? Why are you afraid of putting that skin in the game? Why are you afraid of, speaking knowledge which you happen to possess? Otherwise, how is it going to propagate? So it is true I've remained ignorant of the true causal factors for my fear of speaking out publicly. Maybe you don't even know why you're afraid. Well, why do you play secret agent man, secret agent woman? Continuing this acknowledgement, this ignorance has led me to remain silent and not engaged in the battle for freedom that we all face. How many people even ask themselves questions like this? I wonder. I wonder whether people it never even enters their mind. Not once. Versus how many people will sit and ask themselves a question like this and then answer it honestly during a shadow work session. Another question that will lead us to proper acknowledgement: have I made an accurate diagnosis of the problem at hand? Have you gathered enough information that you actually know what the problem is and why it's there? Forget right now about what to do to solve it. Have you diagnosed the problem at all in yourself? Diagnostics means the examination and analysis of a particular system in order to arrive at an accurate understanding of what is causing problems for that system. Again, we could be talking about the individual self. We could be talking about all of humanity as the system. Shadow work helps us to gain a correct understanding of ourselves so that we may come to the correct conclusion regarding the cause of specific problems. Shadow work is about troubleshooting. It's about the analysis of causal factors. This is what most people do not do. They look at just external things and are like, oh, that's just something that's happening. No, it's not. It has a cause. Nothing happens without causation. That's how natural law functions. Everything is operating according to law and principles. And if you don't make accurate diagnostics when problems arise, you don't know the causal factors, and you certainly aren't going to know how to solve the problem. Most people stop short of an accurate diagnosis because they have not acquired enough information on root causes for problems. A good example of an acknowledgement regarding this dynamic would be: it is true that I have not correctly diagnosed the relationship between morality and freedom, and so I do not properly understand what I must do to improve the human condition. See, once again, unless we ask the right questions, we're not going to arrive at what we have to acknowledge. And that's the first step of shadow work. It's posing questions and then being ultra honest about our answers and how we are involved regarding those dynamics. And it's not just for selfish reasons. It's for the big picture. This is what I would encourage people to do shadow work-wise. Ask the big picture questions. Like, do I know what the true solution really is? Or do I just think I know? Or am I just comfortable remaining ignorant of what the solution is? Do you really have the key to all of it in hand, to solving human slavery? I know that I do. I don't think that I do. I'm definitively positive about it because there is a real world answer. And it's actually practical, and it's something that you can do something about. It's not something that's unworkable or impossible. Human beings often miss solutions to problems, even when they are right in front of them. This almost always happens due to not having enough information regarding the causal factors in order to make a correct diagnosis. See, that's the step. You get enough information. You actually diagnose the problem according to causal factors, and then you can propose what needs to be done. This ignorance of causal factors and what the solutions are invariably leads to continuing chaos and suffering in all of our lives. But the true solution does exist. But have we developed enough understanding to accept what that solution is? So again, according to the agenda here, folks, here's a good example of an acknowledgement regarding this dynamic. It's true that I've remained ignorant, that the communication of true objective morality is the most important step to ending human slavery. How many people are doing work to actually acknowledge that's the solution? Or how many people are just continuing to float through life? They don't have that knowledge in hand. They don't know what the real solution is, and they're not even asking themselves that question. Hey, you could be really upset that your team lost the championship last year and go through all kinds of diagnostics regarding what the team did wrong. But is that as important as asking how could we end human slavery? And how can you be involved to be a part of that solution? And folks, the answer is readily obvious and available. It's communication and publishing. It's putting information out. Everybody wants to say, oh, I want to do this, or I want to do that, or I want to, tell Mark what solution I think is at hand. And it's like, well, guess what? Put your work out. Get involved in the work. Put the work out into the world. Publish it for all to see widely and freely, and let people partake of your wisdom if you think you know what the solution and the answer is. It doesn't need to be communicated to any one individual. It needs to be put out into the world. So you learn how to do that, and then you do it. How many people on a daily basis write to me, try to call me, try to communicate with me? It's like, the answer doesn't have to go through Mark Passio, number one. Number two, stop playing secret agent and go public and put your knowledge out into the world if you think you have something valuable to contribute. That's the real solution. But people are just armchair quarterbacks, or they're just sitting around being lazy, following creature comfort, not actively getting involved on the battlefield. So here's another question to ask during the first stage of shadow work. Am I just fucking lazy? Am I just a lazy person? Have I been lazy because I just want comfort in my life? I don't want the stirring up and shaking up and having to become a public figure and having to learn technology and having to learn how to publish information and sharing what I know and putting myself out there. That's what I've been doing for the last 18 fucking years, going on 19. It's like, when do I get assistance and help and a break and to tag out? Instead of people saying what I should do. Don't worry about what Mark Passio should do. Worry about what you should fucking do. Laziness is the third of the primary destroyers of human consciousness. Not being willing to take action in the face of tyranny and evil is one of the worst offenses a human being can commit karmically. An example of a good acknowledgement one could make regarding laziness is, it is true that I have been lazy, and I have not done nearly what I could have done to slow the advance of tyranny and evil in this world. I have focused solely on my own needs and selfish desires, and I have not been willing to sacrifice my own comfort to do what I know deep down inside of myself to be right. Just read that again and again, if you have to. How many people just pursue pleasure and comfort and never once get involved in any dynamic or any aspect of this work ever? They're sitting back waiting for something that's never going to happen. So imagine if we're just honest and we ask ourselves the question, is it just me and I'm just fucking lazy and I don't want to get involved and go onto the battlefield? I don't want to put myself out there. I want to remain an anonymous coward and an anonymous lazy person. Here's the acknowledgement. Yes, it's true I've been lazy. I haven't done what I could to help people to understand morality and freedom and slow the advance of slavery in this world. I've just focused on my own selfish desires. How many people just sit and acknowledge that and let that be with themselves in their own thoughts? Most people never even consider it. Do I have the willpower to even begin to change? And what are you doing to develop willpower? Lack of willpower goes hand in hand with laziness and is one of the main reasons chaos and suffering remain the status quo, and slavery. In shadow work, we must be willing to be honest with ourselves regarding our own lack of will to change. We must acknowledge that we say that we want better conditions to manifest, but we have not developed the willpower to do what is necessary and required to make those conditions actually manifest in the world. See, it's all about what we're not doing, folks. We're not getting involved in the battlefield. And it's also all about what we continue to do that's wrong. We're not stopping or telling people that they should stop immoral behaviors. An example of a good acknowledgement regarding the dynamic of that you may not have the willpower that you need is you say to yourself while you're looking in that mirror, is it true that I have not developed the willpower to create real change, neither within myself nor in the world as a whole? You have to be willing to take real world common sense right action. This isn't just about wishful thinking or what you want to happen. It's about what are you going to make happen. Do I have the courage to do what I know to be right? Once again, most people want to sit back and be an anonymous coward. How many people go through the length and problem to try to obfuscate their identity? Oh my God, somebody might know your name online. I mean, you gotta be kidding, people. You really do. And it's sad. I don't want to have to be the guy that's constantly telling people that they're just fucking cowards. I want to be around strong, brave fucking warriors ready to do fucking spiritual battle. Not people who want to hide their name in a fucking internet chat. Cowardice is the fourth of the great destroyers of human consciousness. These are the internal enemies within us. We give in to cowardice when we allow our fear of discomfort and pain to override our will to do what we know to be right. Courage is a basic requirement to speak out against tyranny. And tyranny never just goes away on its own. It's spoken out of existence at some point. And if it has to be, it's fought out of existence. But it starts by being spoken out of existence. And too few people are speaking against tyranny and enslavement in our world. And this is why too few people are speaking out. They lack true courage, and they rarely admit this fact to themselves. So an example of a good acknowledgement in the first step of shadow work, while you're looking at yourself in that mirror and you're asking the question, am I really just a fucking anonymous coward? You know, ask yourself, do you have the courage of Mark Passio to speak out? Because I guarantee you, in 99.9% of you, the answer is no, you do not. Here's a good acknowledgement. It's true that I have been cowardly. I have not developed the courage to speak out against the unjust conditions that prevail in our world. I've stayed on the sidelines and I have not gotten involved as a direct result of my own lack of courage. How many people will sit there and say that right to their own face, to themselves in the mirror during the acknowledgement phase of shadow work? Hardly any. And if we're not doing that, if we're not doing that as a movement, if we're not doing that as a species, expect more enslavement and death and chaos and destruction, because that's all you're going to get. And I could say that 1 billion times. It could be said a quadrillion fucking times. Until you decide that you're going to come out of that state, nothing's going to change. And we got to do this on a world scale, not just on a few people. And we're nowhere fucking near it at all. Not even close. Not even close. It's paltry and pathetic, the numbers. Another question to ask is, have I attempted to advocate my personal responsibility to do what I know to be right? Most people don't want true responsibility. They want to run away from their responsibilities. They don't want the ability to respond to and correct problems in their lives. They want to just blame it on somebody else, and they want to sit there complaining. They naively believe at a subconscious level that they can remain some sort of a cosmic child and abandon their own personal responsibility to someone else. This is what all of politics and government is. This person will take care of it. They'll solve the problem. I don't need to take any real world action. We'll just vote somebody new in, and they're going to be responsible for all the change that has to happen. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And purple unicorns rain down from the sky on a daily basis. You know, you want to talk about dreaming. You want to talk about just wildly lost in the dynamic of dreaming. That's what that is. People try to pass the buck down the line and externalize their power to others instead of developing their power inwardly. A good acknowledgement regarding this dynamic is, it is true that I have attempted to abdicate my personal responsibility to get involved in the war for freedom. Instead of morally educating my fellow human beings, I've tried to convince myself that such work is for others to do, but not me. I don't want that responsibility. Imagine this. It's pathetic and disgraceful. And people need to look themselves in the mirror and acknowledge their shortcomings regarding this, and that they've been a part of this dynamic instead of being on the true right side of the dynamic. Folks, I told you this was going to be intense, and difficult for many people to hear. It's all still true. I haven't said anything that's false. Another question in the acknowledgement stage, ask yourself, have I actually taken right and effective action? Look at the action that I've taken and the amount of time and dedication and total and practically complete sacrifice that it takes to do the type of action to create this content and try to put it out into the world for people to understand. Compare what you're doing to something like that. It should be compared. It's a measuring stick. Most human beings want to sit on the sidelines and imagine life as some type of movie or TV show that they are watching passively on a screen. They take on this mindset because they don't want to sacrifice comfort in their lives in order to take right action. It's far easier to sit on one's ass and watch like a passive observer than it is to get personally involved and put skin in the game and actually do right action by speaking out. Only right action will ever create positive change, no matter how much wishful thinking in which human beings engage. You can engage in all the wishful thinking and all the wishful emotions that there are in the world to partake in, and nothing is going to get accomplished until you actually get on the battlefield and take true right action by trying to morally educate your fellow man and woman. So an example of a good acknowledgement regarding not having taken right action, it's true that I have not engaged in right action with regard to the human condition of slavery. I have definitely not gotten involved to the best of my ability. I have left it all to someone else. That's a good acknowledgement. Sit there, look in your own eyes in the mirror and say something like that to yourself. And really let it sink the fuck in. That's shadow work, ladies and gentlemen. That's shadow work. Not imagining some nonsense dream in your mind. It's saying, how have you failed? How have you not done what you know you need to be doing? That's shadow work. Some people have to ask themselves even a question as basic as, am I even engaged in any type of right livelihood for the resources that I make? Because I guarantee you there's some people sitting in this group right now that are in right livelihood and do work for government in some capacity or some evil entity in some capacity. I guarantee you not everybody that's even listening or watching this is in right livelihood. Most people do not want to admit that if they are employed by an institution or business that initiates violence, coercion, fraud, or other immoral behavior, that they are themselves complicit in that immoral behavior. If you're helping someone conduct immoral behavior, you're complicit in that behavior yourself. So if you're involved in government, if you're involved in the type of horrendous monetary and banking procedures that are going on in the world today, defrauding people of their property and making the world an even worse place to live in. If you're involved in the bureaucracy of government, if you're involved in tax collection, if you're involved in military, if you're involved in police forces, you're not in right livelihood. You're involved in coercion, you're involved in violence, you're involved in fraud, you're involved in immoral behavior. And there's no excuse for it. Most people just want to do their job for a paycheck and rarely even consider or care at all if what they do to earn that paycheck is truly moral or not. They couldn't give a shit less. This is one of the main reasons immorality prevails in our world, and one of the main reasons our freedom is being destroyed and lost. An example of a good acknowledgement regarding the dynamic of right livelihood is it true? It is true that I have not engaged in right livelihood. By continuing to work in a government agency that regularly engages in coercion, I myself have been supporting and enabling violent and immoral behavior. How about even supporting people that are involved in wrong livelihood? Are you the wife of a cop or a soldier? Is one of your parents involved in government? Are you saying anything to them? Are you trying to morally educate them and get them out of being a part of this sick, violent system? No, most people don't want to rock the boat in their families, and so they just shut up about it. They shut up about all the wrong things. They don't open their mouth about the right things. It's all cowardice, folks. And you can't be easy on people who are in wrong livelihood. You got to say it straight out, right to their face. Have I followed orders that I should not have? How many people have been a part of these agencies and institutions and have followed orders unquestioningly? Believe me, there's plenty of people within the freedom movement that are either active or past cops and soldiers. And basically that makes them trash as human beings. And they don't even open their mouth about the dynamic. Half of them don't even want people to know they were involved. Order followers are those who have done what they have been commanded to do. That's what an order follower is. Someone who has done what they have been commanded to do through some order giver's command, without first correctly judging for themselves whether or not the action they were ordered to perform is objectively right or wrong. They just remove that discernment from their mind and say, I'm doing this for a paycheck. Whatever you say to do, yes, sir, I'll carry out the order. And there's no bigger piece of trash than that. Living or dead. There's no bigger piece of trash. Get as fucking offended as you want. It will never make this statement untrue. It's true eternally and forever. And definitively exactly true. Any individual who is following orders cannot be exercising conscience, since exercising conscience means willfully choosing for themselves right action over wrong action through their discernment based upon the knowledge, the objective knowledge of the difference between moral versus immoral behavior. You have to first acquire that knowledge and then align your behavior to it. These people aren't doing that. They don't even know the difference between right and wrong, let alone are they willfully discerning and choosing right over wrong. They're choosing evil over what is right just because they make a paycheck doing it. And like I said, you can't get any lower. You can't become any lower fucking scum than that. And then people will say, they'll make excuses for these people saying they're just doing their job. No, they're not. They're making a willful fucking choice to do something that they have no right to do. And that's follow somebody else's commands just because they're making money to do it. When they don't even know or care about whether what they're doing, what they're being ordered to do is right or wrong. They couldn't give any shit less. So you can take my words and shove them up your ass and spin on them. It's still true, nonetheless. These sick, demented order followers have foolishly attempted to abdicate their personal moral responsibility to someone else, saying, oh yeah, it's the order giver. Oh, I don't worry about that. I just do my job. That's the whole fucking problem of this godless fucking world, man. That's the whole fucking problem in a nutshell. Since order followers are the people who actually perform an ordered action with their own body, they are the people who have actually brought harm upon others into physical manifestation, not the order giver. The order giver can't do that unless he uses his body to carry out his own order. Instead, these jackasses follow their orders and then harm other people when they have no right to do so on the command of another. So order followers themselves have ultimately been personally responsible and morally culpable for every form of slavery and every single solitary totalitarian regime that has ever existed upon the face of this earth. Get the fuck offended as you want. It's going to be true eternally and forever. And if you don't understand that that's the dynamic, you're part of the fucking problem. All the assholes out there who say, oh, it's a person giving the orders, it's the politician. You're a smacked ass. A smacked ass, if that's what you believe. And I've heard some people that should definitively know better making dumb fucking statements like that. And you know what? It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't advance yourself. It doesn't help anybody else in the world. It doesn't contribute to freedom. You're doing harm. You're doing harm by taking that mentation and not changing it. Here's some more order followers in the medical industry that came out during COVID like rabid beasts. And then people want to say they're not some of the biggest fucking pieces of trash ever to walk the earth. You don't know what you think you know, all the people out there in the so-called medical industry. You're fucking just as ignorant as all the other order-following trash out there. And guess what? I'll say it just as harshly right that. Come and see me. I'll say it right to your fucking face. These are the order followers out there in the world, and there's many more variants of them. And in shadow work, you got to ask yourself, am I just a piece of trash scumbag order follower who just wants to do what I'm ordered to do just so I make fucking money and stay comfortable? Because that's where almost most people are at. They're following some form of orders. They're afraid to speak out. They're afraid to step out of line. They're just fucking scumbag fucking cowards. A good example of a proper acknowledgement regarding order following is this. It is true that I have followed orders that I should not have followed. I have attempted to abdicate my personal responsibility to choose my own actions based on the objective difference between right and wrong under natural law. I have been an immoral person for doing this. Then maybe people can forgive you. But acknowledge that you're a piece of trash first, and then commit to changing from being a piece of trash to being an actual good person. How many people are willing to do that? Not that many. That's why we're in the bad situation that we're in this world. And not that many people will say it straight to them in street language and say it right to their fucking face. You got to get intense about it. You got to say what's true. You got to say what you know to be right. You got to say what you know to be moral. And you got to put it in people's face. You can't just let it slide. Here's a question very few people ever think to ask. Have I actually been involved in poisoning the worldview of others with false ideas? How much through what you have spoken and put out into the world is actually a false worldview and poisons the worldview of other people, especially the young? Sowing falsity and confusion could well be one of the worst things we can ever do. Hey folks, this is why I feel I accrued the most karma that I ever accrued in my entire life. Not because I did violent behaviors, but because I propagated false ideas and poison people's worldviews with what I propagated when I was involved in Satanism. That's what brought the most negative karma down upon my spirit and soul and in my life. Worldview poisoning was what I was the most guilty of since I've been alive. And again, in my youth, I did that. And I came out of it fully by the time I was in my late 20s and early 30s. Thank God. Thank God I was able to work on myself to that extent that I stopped poisoning people's minds with completely sick, twisted, demented ideas and worldview poisoning. So when you sow such falsity and confusion, it could be one of the worst things we can ever do because we propagate deception and suppress truth as a result of poisoning other people's worldview. An example of a good acknowledgement regarding worldview poisoning is this. It is true that I have poisoned the worldview of others through my ignorance. See, this is what I had to say when I was doing the shadow work coming out of the satanic mindset. This is one I had to wrestle with continuously. Look at how much I put out into the world that was false and how much damage that is going to do to people's lives. It's true that I have poisoned the worldview of others through my ignorance. I have spread false ideas, and this has resulted in harm to others and has diminished the reception of truth in our world. When you poison the worldview of others, you make it more difficult for them to receive the truth and to heal themselves and to help heal the world. So worldview poisoning is one of the worst offenses that you could possibly do. It's spinning that vicious spider web in the mind and keeping people trapped there. So this is a very powerful and important dynamic that has to be addressed in shadow work. So I hope people are seeing how much different my shadow work methodology than anything you've ever previously seen. It is not the same thing. Me and the New Age community, never the twain shall meet. We are not the same in any aspect or respect. They're preaching false clown world spirituality. I'm preaching the real fucking shit is what's happening. Okay? Get the difference, understand the difference, and live the difference. And maybe you'll make some progress in life. and help the world. Maybe. And we can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You could ask a billion questions. You could go into a billion forms of inadequacy. Again, I'm not here to present every single solitary question that exists and have you analyze one at a time. I'm here to, again, give some examples, whet the appetite, get you to understand. You got to grok the concept. You got to conceptually understand what needs to be done. It isn't about saying that you just write out step 1 and then do step 1 and then write out step 2 and then do that. No, it's about get the concept, folks. The concept is king. You ask the hard questions. You acknowledge the truth about the hard questions to yourself, right to your own face, looking at yourself, and say it aloud. So we can go on and ask all kinds of questions that lead to an acknowledgement of what needs to be focused on and changed. Have I been kind and patient with those who I should have been kind and patient with? Not everybody really deserves kindness and patience. Some people have really earned impatience and getting really up in their mug about something because of how much they've done the wrong thing. But some people do deserve patience. So have I been kind and patient with those who I should have been kind and patient with? We should ask that. Have I used my resources wisely, or have I used them frivolously? Have I been thankful enough for the blessings that I do have? I try to do this one every day. I try to recommit to, I want to express an attitude of gratitude and be thankful for the blessings that I have received. Absolutely. That's one that I have to do every day. Have I complained about others' work while I have put forward nothing? Oh, there's plenty who are guilty of that one. There's plenty who need lots of shadow work about that one. Who think they have every right to complain while they've sat on their lazy fucking ass for the whole life and not put any work out into the world, and then you want to complain? Go fuck yourself. How about that for shadow work? There's your action item. You know, if you want to sit back and complain while you have no work of your own, go fuck yourself. Have I truly listened? Really listened? Instead of just hearing what I want to hear? Because plenty of people are guilty of that one too. They hear what they want to hear. They don't hear what's actually being said because they're poor fucking listeners. Have I actually passed on my knowledge to others to propagate it and keep it alive in the world? There's plenty of people who need to do plenty of shadow work about all these dynamics, folks, and much more. But again, we could go on and on and on. Ultimately, acknowledgement is all about saying to yourself, I was wrong. There's the magic statement. There's the magic decree. That's the magic declaration. You got to get that in your vocabulary, and you got to keep saying it to yourself over and over and over and over and over again. Or you're not making any progress in shadow work or helping anybody, including yourself. The most powerful 3-word phrase we could ever say to ourselves or to others is, I was wrong. When the human ego begins to grow out of control, human beings become less and less able to admit or acknowledge when they have been wrong. When the ego goes out of control, and that's what Satanism is. And when the ego goes out of control, people are less and less able to admit they have condoned the immoral behavior of others. These are people who think, I'm proud of the order followers in the police and military. They protect us. No, you're condoning immoral behavior. If you even think government should exist, you're condoning immoral behavior. You don't even understand what you're advocating for philosophically if you're that dumb. The very first stage of shadow work, acknowledgement, is all about working upon ourselves with brutally honest introspection, so that we can acknowledge to ourselves the ways in which we have been wrong. And you know what, folks? People want to say anything they want to say about me, how I speak, what I say, how harsh I am. I've done this work over and over and over and over and over again endlessly. Still do it today. Most people have never even engaged it for a microsecond of their worthless, miserable fucking lives. That's the truth of the matter. They can't admit that they're wrong because their ego's in the way. And they think they know when they don't. They need a lot more study. They need a lot more humbleness and humility. And they need a lot more saying, I was wrong, to themselves in the mirror during shadow work and to other people. To admit that you were wrong is to declare that you are wiser now than you were before. And this is all I did every day for years coming out of Satanism. And not to say that I don't need to admit that I'm wrong sometimes now. But you know what? It's a lot easier to say I was wrong because I've done that previous shadow work. Most people have never done it a second in their lives, and they can't say the words I was wrong. And that's what's going to keep you stagnant. That's what is going to keep you not evolving. That's what's going to keep slavery in place. That's what's going to lead to further total degradation and destruction. Bank on it. I told people how bad things were going to get before COVID happened, and then it happened, and everybody's like, oh, he was telling people he was prophetic. No, I was seeing the handwriting on the wall of where human consciousness was leading us because it was in a state of trash condition. And it's no better now than it was then, and it's going to get worse. Unless and until we learn how to do this work on ourselves and then teach other people to do it. Step 2 of the AAA methodology, affirmation. And again, I highlight or I underline the word firm because we are trying to build a firm foundation. You are trying to build firmness in your resolve. That's what this step is all about. Building a firm foundation and firmness in your resolve and commitment to act. That's what this is all about. So let's look at how this dynamic works. So again, you're going to do this aloud and in the mirror. So when you're preparing for shadow work, you understand the conceptual ideas. You set the set and the mindset and the setting. Sit down in front of a mirror. If you don't have one, use your own webcam on your computer or your laptop. There's a good mirror. Okay? You could place that anywhere on a desk, turn the camera on, point it at your face, and say what you need to say to yourself. And here's what you do in step 2. Step 2 of the AAA shadow work methodology is affirmation. In this second stage of shadow work, we will strive to gain an accurate understanding. Again, it's aligned with the trivium. The first is knowledge and saying outright and honestly what the facts are. The second step is you have to try to gain an understanding of the knowledge that you spoke in part 1. You stated the knowledge in part 1. Now you have to gain an understanding. You have to understand the why that it's there and how to go about correcting it. And then in step 3, you actually do the correction. So, we'll strive to gain an understanding of what we must actually do to improve ourselves and to begin to understand the specifics of how we must change. This is where you are learning the dynamics of how you need to better yourself and improve. If performed correctly, the step of affirmation, we will begin to grasp the types of action that we must take to address the shortcomings and inadequacies that were revealed in the acknowledgement stage, step 1. Finally, during step 2 affirmation, we will make a full commitment to bringing that action into manifestation in our lives. And again, just like all good acknowledgements begin with, it is true that I, ... fill in the blank. All good affirmations begin with the phrase, I will, ... fill in the blank. I will do this about this dynamic. I will take these actions. You're not doing those things yet. You're committing to doing them. That's why it's an affirmation. It's the formulation of a deep commitment to action before doing the action. In the first step, you're saying how you're wrong. In the second step, you're saying, I will correct this. In the third step, you make the correction. And then that could sound like, oh my God, that's so common sense. It's almost stupid. It's so simple, it's silly. Yeah, that's my point. And most people never do this, not even for 1 second. When it's pure, elegant simplicity, but no one said it was easy. It's still difficult to do. It's difficult work to do. But it's very simplistic and elegant in its simplicity. So let's look at some different dynamics of the affirmation dynamic of shadow work. The first thing to understand about affirmation is understanding what truly effective affirmations are. So there's ways that you could affirm something that are terrible, that are bad ways of going about doing it, and they're not best practices. And then there are other ways you could affirm something that are absolutely the best way of going about doing it and best practices. And that's what I delineate in my work. I don't want to teach you half-ass methods. I want to teach you the best methods available. So it should be noted that good affirmations are about firmly committing to positive change, not wishy-washy, alleged commitment. Not just say, oh, maybe I'll do this. I could do this, if I rearrange some things. Maybe I'll do this. I might. Screw all that language. You have to say firmly and with definitive commitment, I will. And no one will stop me. I will do this. That's it. That's it. You have to get it into your mind that you will do it and then exert your willpower to do it. And folks, hey, I get anybody can say something like that. But again, how many people are actually saying it and trying to teach it to people and instill it in people? See, this is what parenting should have done. All the parents out there that shat out a kid, just shat one right out, and then they don't want to teach their kid any good habits. This is the problem. And then they leave it to spiritual teachers to teach their own fucking children what they should have taught them as a parent. And then people want to wonder why I'm a little bit bitter, why I'm a little bit annoyed. I don't want 8 fucking billion children on my hands. I want to take care of myself and improve myself and not worry about having to get on 8 billion fucking psychological children. Because that's what most people out there are. True affirmations are not about claiming what is possible. Oh, that could happen. What might happen, or what you think you should do. It's not about what you think is possible. I can do that. Well, great for fucking you. You can. Are you actually gonna? Anybody can do anything. It's like in Seinfeld. Oh, I took the reservation. I don't think you understand what taking a reservation means. It means the car should be here. Anybody can just take a reservation out of the blue. One of my favorite Seinfeld scenes. But did you really understand the assignment? Did you do it? Affirmations are about telling yourself what you will do. They are about laying a solid and firm foundation for positive change by firmly stating what you are going to make happen by an act of your will, even if you don't currently know how. You do not need to know how the affirmation will work out or how what you are saying you're going to do will be carried out in the future. You don't need to currently know that to make an affirmation. So, a poor example of an affirmation would look like this. It might be possible for me to learn how to make a video explaining the immorality of government. Maybe I could do that. I might be able to figure it out. That's a shit affirmation, quite frankly. Okay? That's not how you want to commit to right behavior. You don't want to do it in wishy-washy terms. Maybe if I have enough time next year, I'll start learning how to make a podcast and then put out information about natural law to people. Garbage affirmation. Here's a good affirmation. I will learn how to create videos that I will publish online that will teach others about the immorality of government. There's a great affirmation. You see the difference in quality? Do you see the difference in commitment? Do you see the difference in passion? Do you see the difference in energy? You have to get passionate and confirm. Again, affirm, confirm. Standing on a solid, firm foundation of what you are going to do, what you're going to make happen. Not what you're going to wishy-washily wish will happen. Anybody can do that. I'll take a bunch of reservations for the cars and then not keep the car at the rental place. There's wishy-washy behavior, just like people make wishy-washy affirmations. I will do this and nothing will stop me. That's a good affirmation. That's how an affirmation should sound and work. So let's look at some examples. make a proper affirmation to heal your own worldview. Because again, every section begins with this. It all begins and ends with worldview, ladies and gentlemen. If the worldview isn't healed, the individual cannot heal, and certainly the world doesn't heal without healing worldview. That will never happen. That's something that is impossible. If you think you're going to heal yourself and the world without first healing worldview, forget it. Forget it. You got to know what human nature is. You got to know how change comes about. You got to know that it's possible. You got to know how to commit and affirm to true change. And then you got to do what you know to be right. Stop following orders. Stop even condoning people who are involved in or believe in government. That's all part of the worldview change that needs to happen. And that's part of the paradigm shift in consciousness that hasn't happened. That was allegedly projected coming around in the year 2000 or 2012. Well, where the fuck was it? It didn't happen. We went deeper into bondage. We went deeper into chains. We went deeper into slavery. Not further away from it. Because people have become wishy-washy, anonymous fucking cowards sitting there flinging, doom scrolling on their fucking phone instead of actually making real-world content that they could propagate to the masses of people to morally educate them. If personal healing through shadow work does not begin with healing one's own poison worldview, then it will rarely proceed beyond that point. We must put aside the erroneous worldview that both religion and politics push upon us, that human nature is inherently bad, and that we must have external control forced upon us through these institutions. We must heal our worldview to fully grasp that human nature is simply a programmable and changeable state. The degree to which it will change is entirely dependent upon the quality of information with which we program ourselves. A good affirmation regarding the dynamic to heal one's own worldview is this: I will heal my worldview to the extent that I fully realize that change is possible if we work hard enough to meet the necessary requirements. Do you see how that affirmation works out? You're telling yourself you're going to do this. I'm going to heal my worldview. I will understand what human nature really is. I will teach it to other people. I will understand that change is absolutely possible, and I will propagate that to other people. I won't continue poisoning worldview. Make an affirmation in the second stage of shadow work to stop putting others you care about on a pedestal. I talked about this in the last section, and this is the work to actually make an affirmation to stop doing it. Don't put anybody on a pedestal. We should all be equal in our rights, and nobody should be looked up to as more than or less than anybody else. Much of what we believe about ourselves, our capabilities, and our potential exists in a story in our minds that came from other people. We're telling ourselves false stories all the time in our minds, and they're not even our own. We didn't even invent these stories. They came from other dumb motherfuckers that think they know better and think, oh, we're the propagators of conventional wisdom. Well, what the fuck has that done? What has it accomplished in this world? What has it achieved? What has it made better? Goose fucking egg is what it's made better. It's made the whole world worse for the telling of these bullshit stories. And now they're just bouncing around in people's heads rent-free. They're telling themselves all kinds of bullshit stories. And these come from other people, often the people who were around us early in our lives, like parents, teachers, family members, friends, etc. We must make an affirmation to release the image of ourselves that we previously allowed others who we cared about to create in our minds. They created these images of ourselves in our minds and what our potential and capabilities are, not us. So an affirmation like that involves realizing that the opinions and evaluations of others regarding our characteristics and abilities are often completely misperceived and flat out wrong. They're just stupid. They're just not accurate. Their perceptions are just skewed and flat out incorrect. And once again, it doesn't mean you need to totally lose complete respect for any person that ever did that, but you can't put them up on a pedestal and say things like they did the best they could. No, they didn't. They failed at doing the best they could. If they did the best they could, they would have programmed with correct information, not bullshit stories that aren't true. about how the world works when they don't know shit about it. You don't know balls about how the world works. So you should shut the fuck up and stop programming your kid with doom images about their own capabilities and what's possible in the world, because you don't know a fucking thing about it. So just shut the fuck up and listen and take in the truth about it from sources that do understand how those dynamics work, because they're actually learned individuals, unlike ignoramuses like yourself. That's what you got to say to parents. Get the fuck out of the way of the truly intelligent who are trying to change things for the actual better. Half of the people who shit out kids are just dumb motherfuckers that don't know how one thing in life works. They don't even have any life skills. Oh, they could shit out a kid real good, though. Stop putting parents, teachers, people in the media, whatever, clergy members on a fucking pedestal. It does no good for anybody. It damages the world even further. Through shadow work, we learn to stop putting people we care about on a pedestal just because we care about them. We must realize the unfortunate truth that we often allow our view of ourselves to be molded by others' perceptions and expectations. Our view of ourselves is molded by their bullshit. This leads us to diminish our own ability to self-actualize and to become the best version of ourselves, because we're believing their bullshit story that they programmed based on their programming that was done to them by somebody else. And on the fucking bullshit and abuse cycle goes. A good affirmation regarding this dynamic is this: I will stop putting my parents on a pedestal. They have incorrectly evaluated my abilities and potential. I have allowed their incorrect assessment to hold me back from the achievement of my full potential as a human being. Just read that again. Really sink this one in, folks. This is ultra important. Listen to this affirmation and its quality and its intent and its passion. I will stop putting my parents up on a pedestal. They have incorrectly evaluated my abilities and potential. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I have allowed their incorrect assessment to hold me back from the achievement of my full potential as a human being. More powerful words have scarcely ever been written. How many people have ever said that to themselves or even thought it? Yeah. And people want to wonder why the world's going to hell in a handbasket at 1,000,000 miles an hour? Because people aren't doing any of this introspection at all. Or if they're doing it at all, they're doing it half-assed. How about an affirmation to truly yourself become holistically intelligent? Again, the real way to become conscious and aware is true holistic intelligence. It's not about engaging in one aspect of the brain and the mind or the other. It's about combining them into one holistic understanding. So intelligence isn't intellect alone, the masculine dynamics of the mind, like logic and science and math and analytical thought. That's only half of the equation. Nor is just creativity or nurturing, compassion or intuition or big picture thinking, correlative thought. That's not the whole factor that creates intelligence. Those are the feminine qualities of the mind. Real holistic intelligence is the combining and coming together of both of these dynamics, the masculine and the feminine, the intellect and the creativity and intuition. And this is not the Star of David or even the Seal of Solomon. This is the chalice and the blade coming together. The male and female combining in the chemical wedding that really illuminates the mind. So that's what real holistic intelligence is. How many people make an affirmation or a commitment in their own lives to stop dwelling in one form of brain imbalance or another? And folks, I see it in the people who joined up for this seminar. I see all kinds of brain imbalance in them. Holistic intelligence is definitely still somewhat scarce and more than an arm's reach away. I don't want to have to say that, but when I see some of the things people do and say and think, it's like, whoa, we are so far the fuck away from where we need to be. It's a joke. It's a bad joke. So make an affirmation to actually turn on the fire within the mind and become really intelligent, truly intelligent. A dumb person can become a smart person. It's true. An ignorant person can actually become a truly holistically intelligent person if they work hard enough at it. That is possible. You are not committed permanently to remaining ignorant. With all the information that exists in the world, the ways that you could reprogram your mind and your consciousness and your intelligence is unlimited. It's your laziness that keeps you from doing it. Holistic intelligence results from the balance of the brain hemispheres. It's part of where it comes from. Not entirely, but this is one of the dynamics that you have to heal if you're going to really become holistically intelligent and maintain a holistic intelligence. You have to have brain balance between the hemispheres of the brain. Cohesive synergy between both hemispheres, meaning you're using all parts of the mind, not just some or another. So holistic intelligence results from the balance of the brain hemispheres, achieving the elevation of both intellect and creativity. This is true spiritual intelligence, also known as common sense. That's another word we could call, phrase that we could call holistic intelligence. It's common sense. That's why there's so little of it in the world. Most people don't have common sense. They're not holistically intelligent. And common sense defeats ignorance, the first of our four primary destroyers of human consciousness and freedom. If you don't have common sense, you're allowing consciousness and freedom to be destroyed. A good affirmation regarding the dynamic to become holistically intelligent is this: I will develop holistic intelligence. I will develop the kind of big picture thinking that is critical to the manifestation of true freedom. Understanding causal factors, gathering enough data and knowledge, truly understanding it by poring through that and making critical assessments through logic, and then doing the right thing with what you have come to know and understand. That's all holistic intelligence and common sense. And that's why so few people have those dynamics active and awake and on fire within them. Make an affirmation to gather the information required for true understanding. How many people even go out in search of the correct knowledge? Or how many people just formulate their bullshit opinions based on their own feelings and aren't actually researching and doing data gathering? One of the main factors that prevents true understanding from overcoming ignorance and confusion is believing that you know enough to take action when you don't, when you have not even yet gathered enough information in order to develop a deep understanding on any particular topic or issue. You haven't gathered the grammar. This is why I said in section 1, a little learning is a dangerous thing. You can't learn a little bit or go by your emotions or intuition alone. You have to gather huge bodies of data and pour through them and deeply understand them before you ever commit to rhetoric or action. We must affirm to stop putting rhetoric or action before grammar, knowledge, and logic, which is understanding. You can't put action before knowledge and understanding. The trivium doesn't work that way, and neither does life. A good affirmation regarding this dynamic to first gather the information required for true understanding is this: I will gather the necessary information to understand true objective morality and to understand what I must do to communicate it to others. I will gather that grammar. I will gather that knowledge. I will understand the truth regarding those things, and then I will act upon them in that order, in the order of the trivium. How many people ever make any kind of a commitment to like that, to the truth and to knowledge and to information gathering and true understanding? Most people never speak that to themselves for 1 second, not 1 instant. Most people have never thought about it for an instant. And that's why most people don't have the information that they need. They're acting before they've gathered the necessary grammar and before they've actually understood it. That's taking the trivium completely upside down, out of order. And you do that, what's going to result? Good things or chaos? Connected with true holistic intelligence and information gathering, we have to activate heart-based intelligence, Once again, intelligence, holistic intelligence isn't even just about the brain. That's why I said it's not just about that. You have to combine it with care. And I'm talking about agape care. I'm not talking about loving somebody else. I'm talking about loving the truth. I'm talking about loving freedom. I'm talking about loving what is right. But first of all, you have no commitment or relationship with anybody else if there's not first that dynamic with anybody involved in the relationship with truth and with freedom and with right and with the Creator. That commitment has to come first, one-to-one, and then there can be a connection between people to form an actual relationship. So we have to make an affirmation to develop true agape care, cosmic care. True care, cosmic care, also called agape, is a state of consciousness in which an individual fully realizes the fundamental oneness of humanity. All consciousness, really. It's the end of separation consciousness and the understanding that there's only consciousness and we are an aspect of it. And you have to care about what is right and true in order for consciousness to evolve and grow. That's it. That's agape. In all the major occult mystery traditions, this form of love was expressed via the understanding that, quote unquote, as long as anyone is suffering, we are all suffering. This was the mystery tradition knowledge of particularly what they referred to as the second degree of the mysteries. When you were entered into the mysteries, you had to learn about the importance of knowledge. But when you went into the second degree of the mystery, so the first degree was called being entered. Usually you are an entered apprentice. You are apprenticing in your knowledge gathering. And you're being shown how to gather knowledge eclectically. That's the first step of the trivium process. The second stage is you have to understand how you have to apply that knowledge before applying it. And you have to develop agape care in that stage. And this was the hardest barrier to pass in the mystery school teachings and traditions, because most people didn't have that firm commitment to truth, to true love, to true care, and to freedom and the expansion of consciousness. They just wanted things for themselves. Again, worldview. Worldview, takes place, the healing of worldview takes place in the heart. And that's why this was almost an impenetrable barrier, the second degree of the mystery traditions. And when you finally did make it to that stage, it was called that you passed. That was the real test. Could you display agape, cosmic care? And that's why attaining the second degree was called you have passed. You have passed to the second degree. You enter, and then you pass, and then you become a master in the third degree, because now you're actually taking action. That you have the knowledge and you understand what needs to be done, and now you become a master. You master yourself and your passions and skills and instincts by actually doing the behavior. Folks, what does this sound like? This sounds mysteriously like shadow work. I don't know. Maybe it is. This is what the actual occult mystery traditions were trying to teach people for thousands and thousands of years. And look at where it got us, because people didn't take it seriously enough. Not enough people actually engaged in it and kept the traditions alive. And now it's got us, the remnants of it are old men's clubs, and the whole world's on the precipice of complete annihilation and tyranny and enslavement. That's why we need a rediscovery of those principles. We need a revival of occult principles and a revival of these mystery traditions. The second degree question was, how do you know that you're suffering? And the answer is, as long as anyone is suffering, I am suffering. As long as anyone is suffering, all are suffering. That's agape care. This is the spirit through which we are empowered to defeat apathy, the second of the primary destroyers of human consciousness and freedom. As long as we stay in the selfish, egotistical, satanic mindsets of indifference and apathy, Continuously craving only comfort and pleasure, true care remains deadened within us. We don't achieve the state of agape care. A good affirmation regarding the development of true care is, I will develop the characteristic of true care within myself. I will work upon my heart-based intelligence and rise to the level of consciousness that will defeat apathy within me. I will care enough to get on the battlefield in the war against tyranny and enslavement. Do you hear the qualitative aspect of a good affirmation, ladies and gentlemen? This is what needs to be grokked, what needs to be deeply understood if we're really going to make a commitment to performing the type of alchemical shadow work that we need to upon ourselves and in helping other people achieve these states of consciousness. We're so far away from it. It's so saddening that so few people ever discuss any of these dynamics. And they're just talking about fucking politics and money. I mean, you got to be kidding. At this late stage and at this late hour, that's what people are delving into instead of this type of material? We have to affirm to understand the true causes that create the effects that we experience. True causal factors have to be deeply understood, and we need to commit to understanding them. Only when we deeply commit to accurately understanding the relationships between our life experiences and their true causal factors will we begin to affect real positive change both in our individual lives and in humanity as a species. Only when you understand causality does power truly develop within you. If you don't have those causal factors in hand, you're wandering blind in a desert of bogus ideologies. Good affirmations regarding causality are, I will discover and understand the causal factors that have led humanity to its current state of slavery, because there are plenty of true ones that are out there. Or something like this, I will understand the true causal factors for my current state of disease and ill health. How about that one? Plenty of people want to complain how they're sick, but they don't want to understand the causal factors that led to their ill health. How about this one? I will develop an accurate understanding of the causal factors for my fear of direct engagement in the war for human freedom. How many people delve into their psychology deeply enough where they're even understanding their fears and why they're not involved? You got to probe into the depths of your fear and conquer it. Hardly anybody is a public speaker in the world on these topics. That's why it's not going well. But billions of people, millions and millions of people will take jobs to lie to people on the mainstream media. Oh, they'll do that real quick for that paycheck. Don't you worry. Millions of professional paid liars out there in this world. Hardly anybody that wants to speak the truth. And then we wonder why we're in the situation we're in and we don't understand the causal factors. How about we have to affirm to really employ real diagnostics and problem solving if we're ever going to get to a solution? You can't just try to reason this out with your emotions. You got to really understand what's the cause. How do I diagnose what needs to be corrected? What is the actual solution? And the actual solution is always moral education. It all comes back to that one dynamic, that one all-encompassing solution. People don't take it seriously. I know they don't. I know people don't take seriously what I say about that being the one and only solution because they're not doing it. You can't take it seriously if you're sitting back not engaging it at all or practically at all. It can't be taken seriously. People think my work is a joke or some form of fucking entertainment. Ignorance of causal factors for problems always leads to chaos and suffering in our lives. Without the understanding of causation, you are not ever able to solve any problems. And all that's going to happen is you're going to get stuck in the cycle of suffering. The wheel of karma is just going to go take you round and round. We must affirm to diagnose problems through knowledge to the extent that we definitively understand the true solutions. Diagnose the problem until you definitively understand what the solution is. That's part of shadow work. A good affirmation regarding this dynamic is, I will correctly diagnose the health problems I have been experiencing. It could apply to the wider world, it could apply to the microcosmic world. I will correctly diagnose the health problems I've been experiencing to the extent that I will come to know the true causal factors. I will stop advocating my responsibility for my health to the corporate medical cartels and doctors that don't give a rat shit about me except how many Lexuses I could put in their driveway. Through accurate diagnoses, I will discover the true solutions that must be employed to correct my health issues. Otherwise, you want to go on the hamster wheel of continuously going and paying the medical cartels outrageous amounts of money through insurance, through your own pocket, whatever. And all you're doing is throwing wealth into somebody that doesn't give a rat's ass about real healing. And that's most of the medical industry, if not all of it. Largely all of it. With few exceptions, but some. My point is, until you affirm to true problem solving, you're going to go around on that hamster wheel eternally. Don't expect anything new, different, or healing to magically take place. You're the cause of it by not learning what the real causes are. Your ignorance keeps you going around in that hamster wheel. So you got to affirm. Once you make the acknowledgement, my ignorance is the problem, you got to affirm to correcting that. Affirm to get off the bench and start putting skin in the game. Make an affirmation to do that. That it is now time for action and I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and watch passively. Most people want to continue to complain about the deteriorating conditions in our world. Most people just want to sit and complain. But few ever make the commitment to make the necessary sacrifices and get onto the spiritual battlefield without excuses. Doesn't matter how many hours you work. Doesn't matter how many days of the week you work. If you have to get up in the fucking middle of the night and do it, then that's what you gotta fucking do, motherfucker. That's it. Nobody wants to hear that. There is no excuse. I don't care if you have 3 jobs. You gotta make time in between the fucking 3 jobs. I have a job that I'm never off from. I take a day off. I feel guilty half the time because I'm not busting my ass in here. There is no day off from the great work. We must affirm to meet the requirements for our stated goals. All the wishful thinking in the world will not accomplish the goals being manifested through action. You could have all the wishful thinking you want. You're never going to manifest those goals unless you take right action and put skin in the game. We must commit to act to bring about positive change. A good affirmation regarding getting involved to solve the problems we face is something like this. I will get involved and I will do something. I will cease complaining about things that I have not personally attempted to improve myself through my own behavior. Make that commitment. I'll stop complaining about anything that I haven't directly myself attempted to improve through my actions. How about people do that? Stop pointing fingers at anybody else. Stop fucking complaining. Don't open your mouth and complain for 1 second unless you're directly involved in the solution. And how many people can say that? Well, I could raise my fucking hand all day. But can you? I seriously doubt it. Here's another part of that commitment, that affirmation. I will take required action. I will put skin in the game. And I will do whatever it takes. No, you don't hear many people saying that, do you? You hear people complaining about all kinds of nonsense and bullshit, but you ask them to actually put skin in the game and commit to real world action, they're out the fucking door in 10 seconds. Make an affirmation to develop your personal willpower, to develop the willpower to improve in any area of your life. You got to crank the willpower way up and you got to keep it there. And you got to stop making excuses for its absence. We have been mentally conditioned to give up far too easily, often by the people we respected and cared for early in life. You know what the greatest disservice our parents, our teachers, our friends, our family members, all these bullshitters ever really did to us? They told us, don't do things that are hard. Take the easy way out. Take the shortcut. Don't press yourself. If you get really frustrated, quit that and do something else. no greater disservice has ever been done to humanity. And this is what parents, especially fucking, like, before boomer age, greatest generation so-called, and boomer age parents, this is what they did. They taught their children to be wishy-washy, soft let me say it right. Wishy-washy, soft motherfuckers. That's what they taught them to be. Soft. And you can't say any worse word to somebody. Believe me, you come up with all the curse words you want, all the profanity. The worst thing you could ever call somebody is soft. And that's what most people are. You're fucking soft. And like, let it sink in and feel it. That's a word that should hurt. And that's what most people are. Because their parents told them, don't develop fucking willpower. Don't develop resolve. Don't develop steeling yourself and preparing yourself to force something to happen. No, take the easy way out. Take the way out there's no aggravation. And there's also no fucking reward. And you're a spineless fucking coward. And you've never accomplished anything in your miserable fucking existence, loser. Yeah, take that way out. Your parents gave you great fucking advice. They didn't build your character up a shit. Worth a shit. That's why you want to know why the freedom movement's failing? Go blame your fucking parents that taught you to be fucking soft. Because that's what most of the freedom movement is. Soft losers. But get as fucking offended as you like, tune the fuck out. Still going to be true tomorrow and every day after that. Sadly, most of us have been deliberately taught not to develop willpower, not to develop drive, not to develop determination, not to develop tenacity, not to develop a never give up attitude. This is especially true regarding goals of true importance that are very difficult to achieve, like changing our world for the better. Oh, they want you to stay away from that one. Don't develop the willpower and resolve to do that. Just stay a fucking weak shit loser. A good affirmation regarding the development of willpower is, I will work to build my willpower stronger and stronger. I will unlearn the ways I was taught to give up by my parents, teachers, family, and others. I will take on a never say die attitude when it comes to my goals and the goals of achieving really difficult and important things in life and in the world. That's a good affirmation in shadow work. Again, you got to say these things out loud, folks. Right in the mirror to yourself. Say them out loud for the universe to hear. The universe is spoken into existence, and so is personal change. The universe is spoken into existence, and so is personal change. Affirm to develop the courage to do what must be done. And I mean whatever it takes. Total personal commitment and resolve to do what is necessary. Courage must be developed within us in order to defeat cowardice, the third of the great destroyers of human consciousness and freedom. We must use the shadow work process of self-examination to discover the true sources of fear within us. After looking fear head on, the next step is to affirm the development of courage. So you got to sit there and be like, why am I afraid to speak out? What's the fear factor that's holding me back? What am I going to do to eliminate that and build courage? You got to sit there and have this conversation with your fucking self. And we don't do this. And that's the problem. That's the problem why you're not built into a strong individual. That's the problem why you're fucking weak. That's the problem why we're losing. Why our team is losing. We got weaklings on our side. We don't have any warriors standing in the fucking trenches with battle rifles, metaphorically. We got wishy-washy losers hiding under the fucking staircase. A proper affirmation for building up courage to do what needs to be done. Here it is. I will face my fear of failure, which has been preventing me from doing what I must do. I will engage this fear, and I will bring it to the level of my conscious awareness. It won't stay at the unconscious level or the subconscious level. I will conquer my cowardice, and I will do what I know is necessary. People are not committing to these things. That's why so few people are doing the great work. If people were doing this shadow work and committing to doing whatever needs to be done, we would be winning by now. And here's the phrase I hear every day on the alternative media. We're winning. We're winning. What are we winning? What prize are we fucking winning? A big bag of horse shit to go with our shackles around our neck? Is that what we're winning? Because believe me, we ain't winning anything worth winning. You're fooling yourself if you think we are. And you think we're on some kind of a winning fucking path. We have to affirm to understand and accept true responsibility, which most people want to run directly in the opposite direction from. They want to run away from personal responsibility. Most people think responsibility is, oh, I can pay my own bills. Oh, I can pay my mortgage and my car payment. That's not real fucking responsibility. That's just what you need to do to live in the physical fucking world. You think that's real responsibility? Yeah, it's irresponsible to just fuck off and lose those things just because you don't care enough to even meet those requirements. But that's not what real responsibility in life is as an individual and as an adult. It's about taking on the really important challenges, especially in the face of something that is completely as unjust and evil as enslavement. And we're not worried about that. No, we'll sit back and take all those offenses to our soul and to our being that government puts on us. But we're real worried about making that mortgage payment and that car payment. Well, and once again, I'm not saying, oh, don't do those things. I'm saying in addition to doing those things, you got to take on the great work. True responsibility involves far more than being able to maintain basic life needs. Self-examination in the shadow work process must lead us to the understanding of what true responsibility really is. This means deeply grasping that the solution to the human condition is proper moral education. And if that is to be accomplished, we must each take up our part in that great work and communicate and publish in the digital space so that we make people fully understand objective morality and natural law. A good affirmation regarding this deeper responsibility is this: I will accept and own my own personal responsibility to leave the world in a better condition. I will be responsible for furthering true moral education, because that is the only solution to the human condition of slavery. And you better know and bet your fucking ass that it's the only answer and the only solution. If you don't know that, you are gone goose is what you are. This is your song if you don't understand that true moral education is the only real answer. And here it is. You're duck quacking your way into slavery lane. Okay? That's where you're headed. You're engaging in that politic-quack and in that monetary quack. This is all I hear people talking about. Politics and fucking money. And you think those are the answers to the condition of slavery? You're out of your fucking gourd. And you're engaging in 1984 fucking duck speak that Orwell talked about. You're quacking the fuck away and you're saying shit. Quacking away, saying nothing. It's got to be this harsh, folks, because where we are at is so deplorable. It's deplorable. So it's got to be this intense, and it's got to be this direct confrontational, because people ain't getting the fucking message otherwise. How about affirming your engagement in right and effective action? Make a commitment to that. Make a commitment to truly doing what is right instead of just floating downstream wherever the currents of a so-called fate take you. How about directing the course of your own life? How about becoming strong and developing a never say die attitude and doing what's required as a being? It's far easier to remain complacent and inactive than it is to actively involve yourself in difficult work. And when I say remain complacent and inactive, I don't mean you just quit your job and sit on your fucking couch until somebody confiscates your fucking house. I mean you're going and doing your so-called pay job, your job for money. But you're not involved in what's right after that. I don't care like I said, how many hours of the week you're spending at a regular fucking job. The great work has to be added on top of that. You don't like hearing that? Fuck off. That's the truth of the matter. And most people aren't doing it. I don't care what the excuse is. I'm fucking tired too. I'm tired of doing this shit for 18 years with very little help. With no support, with hardly any fucking support, with not being platformed on anything that is even remotely larger than my platform. Because people don't want to hear this. This is too harsh to fucking hear. They want wishy-washy bullshit that promises them something for free. And I'm only telling you, you could be guaranteed fucking hard fucking work and sacrifice if you want to get something fucking done that's worth getting done. I'm the real fucking deal, motherfuckers. I'm telling you what the real truth is. That's why most people hate me to the death and don't want to fucking hear another word. I said it in a billion fucking ways that were very nice. We're beyond that now. It's too fucking late for that. This is the 11th hour, 59th minute, 59th second. And if you don't know that, you're fucking completely asleep. It's far easier to remain complacent and inactive than it is to actively involve yourself in very difficult work. If we properly acknowledge our inadequacies regarding taking right action, right and effective action in the first stage of shadow work, if we have made that acknowledgement, I'm not actively involved. I should be more involved and I'm not. That's the acknowledgement. Then we will begin to see clearly the work that we must do and make an affirmation for that in step 2. In the second stage, we must affirm a commitment to taking right action, which defeats the fourth destroyer of consciousness, laziness and cowardice. Even if we currently do not know exactly how to perform those required tasks, you don't need to know how the outcome is to be achieved. You just need to make a commitment to do it. You could find out all the steps after that. Specific plans of action can be formulated after we commit ourselves to active engagement. You got to make the personal promise to yourself first. Then you can learn how to do it in step 3 in the action stage. That's when you plan action items and action plans. A good affirmation regarding the dynamic of affirming to actually engage in right and moral and effective action is this: I will take the necessary right actions to better both myself and humanity. I will defeat the inaction and laziness within myself. And I will commit to an effective plan of action for self-betterment. I will do those things. I will commit to that right action. I will get involved on the spiritual battlefield. I will personally communicate natural law and objective morality to the people of this world. I will stop remaining an anonymous coward and do what is required for me to do. Once again, folks, this isn't about the little light shit that I want to be a better gardener. This is about the heavy shit that I want to truly be a better person and truly engage in true moral education so we defeat slavery and tyranny on this planet. There's an agenda here. This is about getting people motivated to do the great work. That's where shadow work has to lead. Make an affirmation to secure resources from right livelihood, not from wrong livelihood, immoral livelihood, which we talked about earlier. Resources will always be required while we live in a physical 3D state. You're not going to get rid of just requiring things through work. Things are going to be required, and work is going to be required to obtain them. I don't care what form of interchange or money exists. There's going to have to be work done to procure resources in life. And you want to be in right livelihood to do that. We cannot compromise our principles. Principles in general cannot be compromised to obtain resources via a paycheck. We must commit to right livelihood in the shadow work process, even if it means leaving an immoral job that has provided security in resources for a moral job that provides less resources. Let me say that again. You got to commit to quitting an immoral job, even if when you go into a moral job to replace it, you're making less. You have to take the hit. This is another thing nobody will say to people. And even if it means your family's got to take the hit, then they got to take the fucking hit. That's it. You can't keep doing what is wrong. You got to take the suffering onto yourself, not deliver it to other people, not continue to engage in wrong behavior. I don't care if your family suffers. You put them in that situation by doing a wrong job. Then if they have to suffer for a little while before you could procure the necessary resources to be a little bit comfortable again, so fucking be that. And get as fucking all uppity as you fucking want. It'll still never be untrue. This can be one of the most frightening aspects of self-examination, to understand you have to quit your fucking job and do something else because you're an immoral person because of the job you do. It's just one of the reasons. Because of such ego identification, this is one of the most frightening aspects of self-examination because people are so self-identified with their job. They think that's who they are instead of something they're just doing currently. They believe it's their identity. They're wrapped up in ego identification with their job or their role or how they operate in society or their family, etc. Because of such ego identification, most people can rarely even imagine how they can stop doing their current job, even when they know that the job that they are currently doing is wrong and that they are wrong for continuing to do such work. Even if they know it's immoral, they can't imagine how they could do anything else because of their lack of imagination and how fucked up they are mentally. And then they're dwelling in shame because they've done what is wrong for so long. Without a strong commitment to moral livelihood, all other gains we may have made in shadow work will not amount to much because we are still allowing ourselves to be used as instruments and tools and assistants of harm upon others for money. A good affirmation regarding true right livelihood would be, I will engage in work that I know is moral. I will cease and desist in helping others to conduct harm just because I receive payment for such work. Even if I can't currently imagine another option, I will suffer in the short term, and if necessary, even allow loved ones who are dependent upon me to suffer in the short term to do what I know to be right in the long term. How many people will commit and affirm to that? Not too fucking many. You want to know why the world is in the shit condition it's in? There it is right there. People don't put any skin in the game. They don't take right action. They're engaged in wrong livelihood, and they won't fucking take a hit to do what's right. People go, how could you tell somebody to do that and their family will suffer? Well, you wouldn't say to the fucking Nazi prison camp guard, quit your fucking job? You wouldn't say that to some of the fucking Stasi? You wouldn't say that to fucking secret police of other totalitarian regimes? No, you'd just be like, oh, well, you're doing your job to provide for your family. Let me try to get the voice right. Yeah, I would need a lot more drool. Yeah, you're doing your job to provide for your family. You sound like a fucking drooling retard. This is what I hear from morons every day. And you want to say, people want to say that they're moral fucking people? They want to say that they're fucking engaged in doing what's right? They want to say that they want freedom? You want a boot on your fucking face is what you want. And everybody else's. Because all you give a fuck about is money, and that's your fucking loser god. You ain't involved in any aspect of what's right if you continue wrong livelihood. None. It sets back any advances you might make in self-improvement and shadow work if you continue to engage in a job that is morally wrong. And that's every government job. Certainly affirm to stop being one of these pieces of fucking garbage, an order follower. Order followers are the worst of the worst when it comes to ignoring self-examination and continuing to conduct and support harming others for a paycheck. They're literal demon consciousness. They are demon NPCs is what these fucking rat trash are. These are fucking vermin trash. Verminous trash. If you don't already deeply understand why this is true, you should definitely revisit my previous work with What on Earth is Happening to understand that order followers are the lowest consciousness garbage that exists on Earth, and any other planet for that matter. It's actually impossible to abdicate to others your own personal responsibility to learn true morality and align your behavior to it through your own will. It's impossible. You can claim all you want that you want to do that. Now, I'm abdicating my responsibility to the guy giving me the orders. He's the one who's responsible. No, you're fucking wrong, loser. You're responsible for your behavior, no matter who told you to do it. If we are being honest, if being honest with yourself is paramount in shadow work, and it is, you must affirm to quit following orders and learn to grasp objective morality for yourself and not take orders from anyone else. If one is not engaging with conscience, their shadow work is not being conducted honestly and therefore certainly cannot be successful. You think any order follower can actually be successful in doing shadow work and self-transformation and self-transmutation into a better being? Impossible. Impossible until you quit this fucking loser job. When we conduct the self-examination dynamics of shadow work, both honestly and successfully, we fully realize that no one who is following orders can truly be exercising conscience, and therefore, no one who is following orders can truly be a good person. Every order follower is a bad person. If you're engaged in any dynamic of this type of livelihood, you're not a good and moral person. You are a bad person. Because you are not willfully following conscience. You are willfully following orders. That's the definition of the fucking job. You can't change the definition of words. An order follower means you're following orders and you're not following conscience. No order follower can be simultaneously following orders and conscience. Following conscience means that you are not following orders because you've correctly assessed right versus wrong and you're simply using your free will to actually engage in what is right. So if your job entails any following of orders that you don't have the right to refuse unless you quit that job, you're not a good person. Get the fuck over it. Anybody who's trying to argue with me about this dynamic, you are wrong. And forever will be. A good affirmation to abandon the immoral dynamic of order following is this: I will stop being an order follower. No matter what type of discomfort this creates in my life, I will endure it, and I will force myself to engage conscience and quit my immoral job. No excuses, no qualifications, no over dramatizing or whatever. Putting any extra dynamic onto it. Just say what's true and make a commitment to doing the right thing. Even if you don't know how you're going to do it. Even if you don't know how you'll live and survive and pay your bills and put food on your family's table or your own table, you do it anyway. You do what's right anyway, and you let the universe take care of the rest of it. If you don't think that forces will come to your assistance when you will see things rearrange organically and dynamically when you start to do the right thing out of true care for what is true and good, as opposed to fear for maybe not having the resources that you once had, so you'll just keep committing to evil. Only garbage does that. Only trash does that. I don't care what color you are. White trash, black trash, yellow trash, red trash, blue and green fucking trash, rainbow trash. Don't matter. You're trash. That's it. You want to stop being trash? You stop following orders. And you do a job that involves right livelihood. How about making an affirmation to stop spreading poisonous worldview everywhere? That's one of the questions you got to ask yourself. Have I been guilty of that? And answer it honestly. Then make a commitment to stop doing it. Our mental diet is just as important as our physical one. When our own worldview is poisoned with falsity, we invariably propagate it to others and steer their minds in the completely wrong direction, which invariably leads to more wrong behavior in our world. A good affirmation to commit to stop spreading worldview poisoning is this: I will heal my own worldview and stop spreading falsity which poisons the worldview of others. I will cease steering others' work in the wrong direction because I know wrong thinking leads to wrong behavior. Steering others' worldview, I should say. I'm sorry, I said the word work. I will cease steering others' worldview in the wrong direction because I know wrong thinking leads to wrong behavior. That's why everything begins and ends with worldview, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to stop poisoning other people's worldview through religious and political garbage nonsense. Make an affirmation to teach objective morality and natural law. This is a great variant of the justice card in the tarot deck. Shadow work, if conducted honestly and effectively, will always lead us to the truth that the only solution to the human condition of slavery is true moral education. And that is done digitally in the world. It ain't done with a fucking megaphone. It ain't done with paper and pen. It ain't done with talking to your fucking next door neighbor. It's done online. It's done digitally through modern digital communication and publishing. And you got to get your head out up your ass that if you think learning a computer is not involved in that process. The computer is the creative tool for content creation. And proper moral education happens online these days. Not with a fucking quill pen and an inkwell. Okay? For all the fucking 90-year-olds among us. Or 100-year-olds. You got to learn how to operate a fucking computer, and you got to learn how to publish and communicate in the modern day. And if you're not doing that, you ain't involved in the solution. You're playing with your pud, as the old saying went. That's what you're doing. You're not involved in the solution. The more people involved in the work of true moral education, the faster human slavery can be ended. Shadow work leads us to the unwavering conclusion that we must make a deep commitment to spreading the understanding of natural law by publicly teaching it to others. Not secret agent teaching, not, oh my God, I'm Agent 007 today, boy, and nobody's going to know my name in any chat I participate in. I'm going to be an anonymous coward. You think you're going to do the great work like that? Get the fuck over your own fucking bullshit ego. Okay? A good affirmation regarding this dynamic of teaching natural law to others is, I will teach natural law and objective morality in a public capacity. I will engage the great work of true moral education, for I know that it is the only solution to achieving true freedom for all. And if you don't understand that, once again, you're an asleep motherfucker. You're not awake in any capacity whatsoever if you don't understand that true moral education done publicly is the only fucking solution. You haven't even begun the understanding of the solution. That's why the fucking dark occultists call your ass the unbegun. Yeah, you're not initiated. You haven't started. Yeah, that's what they mean by that. The unbegun. That's one of the things they call people. One of the other things they call people, they call them the fucking dead. Because they say their consciousness is so dead and that they refer to them as the dead. And then look at the things that they do to them that are completely immoral as, well, I'm just doing that to a dead being that has no consciousness. Because they're not here. They're an NPC. They're not an actual player in the game of life. They're just fucking dead flesh. They're dead robotic fucking matter that we programmed to be dead. And so, hey, we could do anything we want to them. Consider them our property. And again, affirmations can go on and on and on, like acknowledgements could go on and on and on. I will express more gratitude for what I have. I will put more resources toward the great work. I will be patient with those who are making a sincere effort. I will get involved in the war against tyranny instead of just complaining. I will listen better instead of just waiting to speak. I will teach others what I have learned thus far. We have to make affirmations for all of those dynamics and many, many, innumerable more. Once again, this is not work that ends or stops. It goes on and on and on. So there's a million affirmations that can be made. Let's look at step 3 of the AAA method, action. This is the final stage of the trivium. This is the rhetoric stage or the wisdom stage. Step 3, taking real world action. Action changes things. That is what it means to act. We want to change things, we have to act in the world, and we have to act in a true moral capacity in the world, and in an educational capacity in the world. In the third stage of shadow work, we directly apply what we have learned about ourselves through honest acknowledgement in the first stage, and the commitment we have made to move forward with positive change in stage 2. The third step is real-world action, which we can apply once we have successfully diagnosed the causal factors of problems and gain full understanding of the requirements which we must meet to solve those problems. See, this is a stepwise linear progression that is not to be taken out of order. It's gather the knowledge, understand what it means, act upon it. That's the trivia method, and that applies in shadow work. You have to gather the knowledge of what you have done that is inadequate, wrong, or falls short. And in step 2, you understand what needs to be changed and how to change it. You start to understand how at the later stage of part 2. But if you're asking yourself the right questions in part 1 and you're making good affirmations in part 2, by the time you get to the action stage, you're going to start formulating real-world action plans. It's not going to be some nebulous thing you don't know how to do. This is where you then break things down in small chunks and say, here's an action plan. Okay? And again, guess what? It's going to follow the steps of the trivium again, basically. It's going to be threefold. Keep it simple. Keep it threefold. That's the magic number. Okay? It's a magic number. Okay? But if you do it like that and you keep it simple, it will be attainable. It will not be something that is overwhelming. So, the third step is real-world action. We're going to do that once we have diagnosed the problem and gain an accurate understanding of what needs to be done. And then we're going to act to meet the requirements. This step is not accomplished in the mirror. Okay? So this is not the step of the shadow work process that you're doing in a quiet room in a mirror. It is manifested in the world in which we live. Now you have to step out into the world once you engage the other dynamics of shadow work and have understood what your work is to do. And then you got to go do those things. So we are now set to actualize. Again, this is what self-actualization is about. To actualize the real life practical behaviors which are required for true self-improvement and the improvement of our entire species and the human condition. Self-actualization is actually the long-term goal of shadow work, represented here by the tarot card, the magician, who has arrayed the forces of nature in the form of the discs, the cups, the swords, and the wands, representing earth, air, water, and fire, at his table before him while he raises the wand of power, and he is making a connection as a conduit between the heavens and the earth, as above, so below. The magician is the self-actualized one who has attained a form of self-mastery by his behavior in the world. That's why he has the forces of nature at his disposal, because he has acted rightly. He is the magus, the magician, the self-actualized one, the learned one, who has converted his learning into wisdom through right action, his knowledge and understanding into wisdom. Self-actualization is the long-term goal of all shadow work. This means maximizing your potential as a human being and manifesting the highest version of yourself. This does not occur merely through knowledge, emotion, or intention, but through action. The only way we ultimately express the being we are intended to be is through our behavior. It is not through what we know, it is not through what we say, it is not through how we feel, it is through what we do in life. And that matters, and that's important, and that's what will echo into eternity if we do the things that are truly right. Plans of real-world action are what move us closer to this goal of self-actualization. Knowledge is useless without action. The Eastern philosopher Yang Ming said, "To know and not to act is not to know." To claim to know but not to act rightly upon that knowledge actually means you still remain in ignorance and you don't truly know. You're just claiming to know. That's what that statement means. It will never truly matter how much anyone knows if they do not put what they know into right action. This is what true wisdom actually is. Wisdom is not knowledge, ladies and gentlemen. Wisdom is acting rightly upon what you know and understand. It's action. Wisdom actually is to do the right things with what we have come to know and understand. That's what wisdom actually is. That's the definition of wisdom. This stage of shadow work is directly reflected in the trivium process of knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. We must use the knowledge of our shortcomings and inadequacies, combined with our understanding of what must be done to meet the requirements for true positive change, into a synthesis comprising a real-world action plan that we will actually enact in order to bring about the changes that we seek into physical manifestation in our lives. We have to bring those changes into physical manifestation. It starts in the mind and in our deeper understanding, but then we have to act to make them happen in the physical world. Without action, knowledge is often meaningless. As Aristotle put it, to be excellent, we cannot simply think or feel excellent, we must act excellently. You have to convert wisdom and knowledge and understanding into wisdom through right action. Wisdom is right action applied in the world. Action always trumps good intentions. You could have all the good intention you want. Action is always more important than your intentions. Intentions are not enough. Words are not enough. Feelings are not enough. They must be supported by real-world actions. In New Age pseudo-spirituality, we are often influenced to overemphasize intention. This is all they want to talk about in the New Age communities. What's the intent? What was really meant by that? What did the person have in their mind and their feelings? I don't really care. What you do matters more. You could make comments about what your intentions were, but that's not going to change what was actually done in the world through your behavior. You don't unthink an action, okay? You don't unfeel an action that you just conducted. You could be sorry about it and know it was wrong, but you did the behavior. That's what you got to be responsible for. Essentially, intention is merely an internal state of emotion in which you are basically stating to yourself how you feel about doing something. It is not the behavior itself. It is separate from the behavior and distinct from it. And it is an emotional quality and dynamic and attachment. Whether any behavior is taken with either good or bad intention is practically a negligible dynamic compared to the behavior's actual resultant effects in our world. What happens is more important than what the intention was. Very unfortunately, most people have been brainwashed by New Age feel-good language regarding intention. The truth of this matter is that intention is ultimately meaningless unless it is supported by real-world action. Get the fuck over it. Get out of your fucking ego and the bullshit New Age garbage that you were fucking lied to about. Action is more important than intention. Always has been, is now, always will be, the fucking end for all eternity. Blanket statement, true forever. Action is the foundational key to all success. You will not be successful in shadow work unless you take the real world actions that you really deeply pondered and thought about and worked through in your psychology. Success doesn't come until the action manifests it. Once again, get over yourself about your thoughts and feelings. They're important. You wouldn't be able to engage those aspects of consciousness if they weren't important and necessary. Don't think they're everything. They are preludes to right action, your thoughts and your emotions. That's why it's important to be correct. That's why it is important to develop good intention. But you have to base that on right knowledge. You have to be correct in order to understand what needs to be done and then go out into the world and do it correctly. This is why skill is important. It's not just about wishful thinking and intention. You have to develop skills. That's a huge part of shadow work. Real world, skillful action. Effective action. The smallest of actions is always better than the noblest of intentions. Amen. There's a wonderful prayer right there that everybody should say every fucking day. The smallest of actions is always better than the noblest of intentions. Fucking men. Beautiful. Effective action requires the development of discipline. And folks, I'm going until I finish. And if that takes us after 10, then that's what happens. And there's not going to be a Q&A. Okay? I'm sorry, but I for my own health, I will have to stop after 10 p.m. I'm going to finish what is left up till 10 probably. And hopefully I can get it done by then. We could establish a simple working definition of personal discipline as persistence in life endeavors, usually difficult endeavors that require time to accomplish. That's what discipline is. We're going to keep going, even if we fail. Persistence in life endeavors is what discipline really is. Ideally, it is the job of parents to instill personal discipline in their children. Yeah, we know how great of a job parents in this world have done with their children. They've done such a fucking wonderful job, haven't they? Tragically, this is seldom accomplished because most parents fail miserably at this job. Instead, most parents actually do the exact opposite. They teach their children through their words and example of the parent to give up as soon as a life endeavor becomes difficult or requires a longer length of time to accomplish. That's lack of discipline, and that's what parents instill in their children. Lack of discipline almost always comes from bad programming, from bad parenting. Lack of discipline almost always comes from bad programming that came from bad parents. Get the fuck as offended as you want. Still going to be true tomorrow, the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year, and out into the eternity of the universe. You can cry about it in your fucking milk or your beer. Individuals who are specifically programmed with poor discipline by their parents must conduct uncomfortable shadow work to directly confront this unfortunate parental dynamic. Development of true discipline will largely entail two characteristics. My parents didn't teach me true discipline. I'm saying this, me, Mark, okay? You know who taught me good discipline? My grandfather on my mother's side. That was the guy who taught me discipline in life. He taught me to keep going and do things that are worth doing, no matter how hard they become or how much time they require. And he absolutely was a good man, I must say. So development of true discipline will largely entail two characteristics. First, one must develop a never say die attitude. You cannot give up. You cannot easily give up and quit. Quitters never win. Winners never quit. Persistence and willpower. Hey, I lay in bed, I feel like quitting. Some days. Do I do that? Do I actually give into that? No. I'm still here doing this. Persistence and willpower to accomplish the task at hand must be worked relentlessly. Second, one must develop the foresight to realize that anything worth doing is going to require sacrifice of one's time, attention, and resources. The fear of this kind of personal sacrifice must be shed through shadow work, and we must seriously commit ourselves to the task, regardless of the amount of time required. Sisyphus rolling that boulder up that hill might look like it's a endeavor that's never going to go anywhere. That doesn't mean you don't keep trying and you don't exercise discipline and persistence. There are absolutely no shortcuts or cheat codes to right action. Get over it. There's no easy way. You just got to put your nose to the grindstone and do the work. See, this is what people will not tell you about success in matters of any life endeavors or in the freedom community. They won't cover any of this material. Because 99.999% of them don't know it themselves, and even the ones that may know it, they don't want it getting out there because this gets you hated instead of loved and getting all your clicks and likes and whatever the fuck you want. You say the truth about people to them, they start not liking you very much and not tuning in. You know, this ain't here for likes and popularity, folks. This is here for the future. This is here for posterity. This is here for as long as the internet exists. I'm putting this out into the ethers. That's what I'm about. I'm not about being fucking liked. I don't give a fuck who likes me or who doesn't. I'm saying what's true. The fucking end. I don't care who brings me onto their fucking show. Would I like a bigger platform to help more people understand this? Yeah, sure. If that doesn't happen because people don't want to engage with my realness, they can go fuck themselves. I'm not interested in weak shits like that. I'll do it on my fucking own to the extent that I can until the day I fucking die then. Oh fucking well, so be it. One can never skip over the natural process during the action phase of self-improvement and shadow work. Improvements must be done right, not hastily. Don't try to rush to get it done quickly. Do it right. Action must be conducted in such a way as to meet the necessary requirements, which may not be skirted or ignored or skipped over. No bypassing. There are absolutely no shortcuts for corrective action to solve problems. Stop looking for shortcuts. Stop imagining that shortcuts even exist for such processes. Is a total self-defeating illusion. No shortcuts exist. Hard work exists, and it has to be done right. Spend the time to do what is required the right way, even if the right way is the hard way. Then do it the fucking hard way. That's it. Did your parents tell you that? Did your teachers tell you that? Did your clergy tell you that? Did your friends and family tell you that? I'll bet you virtually zero of them did. And if you had anybody that told you that, you're lucky. You're lucky as hell. I had one person in my life that basically tried to teach me that. Engage true present moment awareness as part of action. You have to be fully present to do the behavior that's required. One of the most important steps of occult initiation is also a critical component of shadow work. This is the maxim to live in the present moment, the moment of now, the only moment that really exists. Stop having regret for the past and anxiety for the future. Now is the only thing that exists. While essential to all three stages of AAA shadow work methodology, present moment awareness is absolutely fundamental when it comes to the action phase of shadow work. Being truly present for a necessary plan of action is a dynamic that sadly escapes most people's understanding. Present moment awareness doesn't mean that you are seeing time in some new age, undefinable, non-existent perspective. It doesn't mean ignore time, folks, for people to think that. It doesn't mean get lost in everything such that you don't even understand what time it is. That's not present moment awareness. It means that you are fully present when you are doing a behavior and not existing in a state of distraction or anxiety about what the future may bring. This is the principle of non-distractibility, which we're going to talk about. It means that you have fully and completely shown up to perform the task at hand, and you're not zoning out. You're not going to allow any other dynamics that present themselves to take you off your mission to accomplish that task. You're fully present and you're fully on mission. And you're not just zoning out all over the fucking place, not focusing in. Not letting distracting thoughts take you off your mission path. And this brings us to the principle of non-distractibility. This is what elitist occult parents teach to their children. They teach them how to not be distracted by anything that happens in their environment and focus in on the attainment of their goals. And that's why they're so much more effective people than we are. And that's why they're able to enslave us. Because they are effective individuals who practice the principle of non-distractibility and actually accomplish the work that they set out to do, instead of being the wishy-washy losers that people in the so-called freedom movement or the average schlub is. I'm telling you the hard, cold, harsh truth regarding that dynamic. Some elitist families teach their children what most common parents fail to teach their young children. Oh, I'm sorry. Something that elitist families teach their children, which most common parents fail to teach their young, is the principle of non-distractibility. This mental dynamic teaches one never to allow their focus to drift or disengage from the immediate task at hand in the present moment. It is true present moment awareness. Contrary to stubborn popular belief, the idea that multitasking is a desirable ability is actually a nonsensical and self-defeating dynamic which often creates distraction with respect to the achievement of desired goals. And that's why the elitist occultist families and bloodlines and social engineers want to teach you and tell you that to try to aspire to do incredible amounts of multitasking at whatever task you're engaged in is preferable, is something that you should seek out and find preferable to do. They want you failing. This is the surest way to fail, is to say, I'm going to set out to multitask all different endeavors at the same time. You have to focus in relentlessly on one task at hand and then get it done and then move on to the next task. You do not split your attention and attempt to multitask. Anybody telling you to do this is either a liar or a fucking moron. And you want to believe it? Go ahead and believe liars and fucking morons. Go ahead and be an effective fucking dumb person. Go right the fuck ahead. That's your choice. But I'm telling you what the real shit is from the fucking people who are ruling the fucking world and how they got to that level. Not that we should aspire to rule the world, but we should aspire to fucking be as intelligent as them so we can stop them from implementing their agenda to enslave everyone. When setting an action plan, do one thing at a time. Be fully present and undistracted by other tasks while doing it, and do it the right way to the best of your ability. I'm going to say that sentence again. When setting an action plan in the third stage of the shadow work method, do one thing at a time. Be fully present and undistracted by any other task while doing that one thing, and do that one thing the right way to the very best of your ability. You do that, you're going to achieve success in that thing. You don't do that, you're going to be a totally ineffective fuck up. So, you choose. Here are the elements of a strong and effective action plan. Truly effective plans of action contain some basic shared characteristics. The very first characteristic of a good action plan is that it should be kept simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Start there. Don't over-complexify. Don't over-complicate. Keep it simple and elegant. Make it so that a 4-year-old child can understand the action plan. One should never overcomplicate an action plan or make it overly elaborate. That will ensure that its goals remain fuzzy and its implementation remains elusive. The second characteristic of a good action plan is that it should be well defined, meaning the steps to manifest a plan should be clearly and distinctly spelled out and should never be nebulous. They should never be fuzzy, hazy plans of action, steps of action. They should be very distinctly and clearly spelled out. Other characteristics for a good plan of action: make sure that it is feasible within the limits of your resources. Don't set overly grandiose plans that are going to require millions of dollars to achieve, because you're probably not going to acquire those resources to do that. Make it simple and feasible within the limits of your existing resources, your attainable and existing resources, and set measurable and timed goals for the plan. So if I'm making the shadow work seminar, I'm saying I need this much time to promote. I have to set it out into the future by this many months to get people to enroll. There's measurable and timed goals. I need to know I have time to make all my slides and get them looking correct and get all the concepts and ideas formulated in the way that I want that can be clearly expressed. That's a plan of action. That's not just some nebulous bullshit that I just float some ideas out there on one day and don't actually concretize them into a fully formulated action plan with set, measurable, and timed goals. You can't be some pie in the sky, new age, grandiose idea person with no practical way of carrying out those ideas. Do you know how many times I sat with people in the Tesla Science Foundation that were coming up with the most ridiculous, grandiose schemes of what to do for conferences? And I'm like, how the fuck are you going to pay for that? Do you know what the budget for this fucking conference is? It's under $20,000. You're talking about one thing you want to do for one part of the conference weekend that would cost $180,000 fucking dollars. Are you out of your fucking mind? Or more, or maybe 200,000. And you think you're going to carry that out? What? Investors are just going to come out of the woodwork for our little fucking conference here? You got to make it practicable. You have to have measurable, set, timed goals that are accomplishable, that are feasible. Not pie in the sky bullshit, willy-nilly. I wish to do this, and so the universe is suddenly going to come along and grant me all my wishes. This ain't a fucking genie in a bottle, folks. This is doing what is practical and feasible with the resources at your disposal. And there's tons and tons and tons that could be done under those characteristics. Tons. So let's look at some simple action plans, and we'll define how we formulate them and carry them out. So it's, once again, folks, it all starts and ends with worldview. If you don't understand that, make that one of your big takeaways of this seminar. So we need an action plan for healing our own personal worldview. So we acknowledge that was fucked up in step 1. We make a commitment to healing it in step 2. We make an action plan to actually healing it in step 3. The very first dynamic one should work is to heal one's own worldview. Okay? Once it has been acknowledged that improvement is required when it comes to our personal worldview, again, about what is possible, about what human nature is, about what our work is to do to actually make improvements with ourselves and our world, that entire worldview has to come first. It's understanding what is possible and what needs to be done. So when it comes to worldview, once one has understood what is wrong with the worldview, and once one is committed to the improvement of one's worldview through proper affirmation, then an action plan must be initiated. We have to draw up a proper action plan. So for basic effectiveness and simplicity, I will be citing very simple 3-step action plans. Lo and behold, they're simple 3-step plans following the trivium for the examples that I will provide in this section of the seminar. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate. Make it feasible. Set measurable and timed goals. Here we go. An example of a good action plan regarding worldview healing is such. Step number 1. Watch 3 inspirational videos per week dealing with personal stories where people were shown to change from bad people to good people with hard work over time. There's tons of inspirational documentaries and stories like that. In 1 week, watch 3 of them. So now you're implanting the programming into your own worldview. Positive change is certainly possible. People who used to be bad people can become good people. People who used to be ignorant people can become holistically intelligent people. People who were immoral can learn true morality. There's an endless amount of examples regarding that. Action plan number 2 to heal worldview. Step 2, find 3 books dealing with the science of epigenetics and read them all the way through. This will get you to understand where programming comes from, how it is environmentally programmed into us through culture, how we are not chained by genetics, and that behavior can change regardless where in the world we live, what circumstances we have had to endure. It's all about programming. And if you don't understand the science of epigenetics and haven't studied it yet, you're missing one of the biggest, most gigantic pieces of the puzzle. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in this section. Action plan for healing worldview. Step number 3, adjust your diet to exclude many refined foods and toxins, and to include adaptogens, detoxification agents, and nootropics. So get the toxins out, get some good things in. Habituate this over time. Maybe adjust your diet over a month to do this. Take some adaptogenic powders or adaptogenic mushrooms. Take some detoxification agents like NAC or methylene blue. Take some nootropics that will help with brain chemistry and thought and alertness, and see how you feel. And then adjust it. That's part of an overall action plan. And this is part of understanding change is possible and healing worldview. So you're going to get toxins out, proving that if you take some real world action and then you put good things and nutrients into the body, you'll see positive change. Positive change is possible. It requires hard work. Okay? So this is about understanding people can change. We are not bound by our genes. And if we do the right things, we'll see right results over time. There's tons and tons and tons of people in this world that are living proof of it. Including myself, not excluding myself. Okay? So you do that homework and you adjust your worldview. Simple, 3-step, non-complicated, feasible, and timed action plans. Not difficult. It's about habituating that good behavior to make the desired result manifest. Here's an action plan to increase your own holistic intelligence. People have called this spiritual intelligence. I think that's a great name for holistic intelligence, because there's intellect, there's emotional or intuition. You could call that nurturing intelligence or creative intelligence. But putting them both together, that's holistic or spiritual intelligence, which is synchronizing the whole brain. To increase holistic intelligence, one must first identify which hemisphere of the brain needs balancing. We all have tendencies for imbalance toward either the left or the right brain hemisphere. So once a diagnosis is made regarding which hemispheres must be worked more, a simple action plan can then be developed to create balance and synergy between left brain and right brain modalities of thought and consciousness in the mind. An example of a good action plan regarding the development of holistic intelligence follows. 3-step, simple, practical, feasible action plan. Step number 1, allot 2 hours for memory, focus, and concentration exercises. Allot an additional 2 hours to meditation, music, and art during the course of a day or a couple of days. Take 2 hours for memory, focus, concentration, memorization, things that operate the serial processor of the brain, the left brain. Then engage the parallel processing unit, the right brain hemisphere. Allot an additional 2 hours, maybe during the course of a single day, to meditation, to music, and to art. You will see holistic intelligence increase over time just by doing those things, instead of engaging one dynamic or another perpetually. Number 2, second step of the action plan. Spend a portion of each day working on the organization of either a physical or digital environment. Literally work on organizing your house, organizing your clothes, organizing your kitchen supplies, organizing, food supplies. Go into a digital space like a computer and organize your files if you know how. Spend the time to learn how to do that first, obviously, but then spend time organizing your digital life. Spend an equal amount of time during the course of any given day, after you've done those things with physical and digital environments, completely daydreaming, contemplating things, or just thinking intuitively. So one's going to engage the serial processor of the brain, the left brain. That's the organizational component. One's going to involve the heuristic side of the brain with daydreaming and contemplation and intuitive thinking. Then, before you know it, you're going to develop more holistic intelligence. Practical action items, not nebulous pie in the sky thinking, folks. Boots on the ground, practical, feasible action items. Number 3, for a couple of hours each day, do a physical task with the opposite hand you usually use for the task. Use the mouse on the computer with your left hand instead of your right hand. Stir your coffee with a different hand than you usually do. Okay? When you cross tasks with hands that you normally always do with the same hand, you are using the opposite side of the brain to do that, because the opposite side of the brain controls the opposite side of the body. The left brain controls the right side, the right brain controls the left side, generally. When you mix that process up, you are telling the brain, stop segregating and stop operating with synchronous intelligence. They do this with martial arts all the time. You have to do the same task that you do in a left lead and then do it in a right lead with your stance. Okay? So you should be ambidextrous when it comes to certain tasks, or just practice ambidextrous behavior by switching up hands. And you will see it will build holistic intelligence. Let's look at another action item plan. One, to grasp the true causal factors. We think, oh, this is just, it's going to come to us somehow. No, we can learn how to understand causality. There are action plans for this, ladies and gentlemen. To truly understand causality, the why that underlies all physical manifestation that happens in our world, one must change their thinking at a fundamental level, focusing on governing dynamics of reality instead of the effects that have already manifested in the physical domain. You will never understand causality simply by looking at the effects of what happened. You have to go to the underlying cause that drove the effect into manifestation. This is understanding how all things are governed by laws. They're not random. So, a simple action plan for learning causality in the universe is a 3-step process. And again, we could do millions of these. This is just one example. It's not just how to do it. It's a few examples of how to do it. That's all. There could be millions of examples of how to do the same task. Okay? But here's a simple 3-fold example. Examine life patterns and choices that have led to either desired or undesired results. And then imagine in your own mind how completely different patterns and choices would manifest entirely different results in the present moment. Meaning, let's say you had maybe a husband or a wife who died from, let's say, I don't know, heart disease because they became so obese because of their life choices in diet and lack of exercise. And they didn't take care of the physical vehicle. They got super overweight and obese. They developed a heart condition, and eventually they passed far younger than they should have. Because you don't see too many 90-year-old 400-pounders, do you? Sorry to just put it out like that, but you don't. Really, really big people don't live as long because they develop health problems and eventually they die before their time. So, look at the life choice through exercise, through diet, through nutrition. Look at how they failed. Then imagine, what if they really did engage in true nutrition and healthy life choices and exercise daily? Maybe they could have dropped a bunch of weight and lived to be 93 or 4. Who knows? Or even older. So that's part 1. Do that mental exercise. Part 2, contemplate what would happen if order followers refused to conduct harm on the orders of their so-called superiors. How would the resultant harm, if they wanted to exterminate Jews in the Nazi German society during the Nazi reign from 33 to 45, okay? How would they have done it without all the order followers and the SS and the Gestapo and the SA, the Sturmabteilung, the SS, the Schutzstaffel? How, without all those willing order followers, would they have basically waged a campaign of pogroms against certain individuals? Jews, Nazis, Jews, what's the word I'm looking for? Not pilgrims, I can't remember the term. They're like Eastern European wanderers. I don't know why the term is slipping my mind. Gypsies, even occultists and Freemasons, they conducted campaigns of wiping them out. Regardless of who you want to talk about, just contemplate what would happen if the order followers said, no, we're not doing those immoral behaviors. And that was all signed into law as well. Let's not forget that. All of that was done legally with the full permission of government through all the legal frameworks and the courts in the Nazi society. So don't get into starting to tell me, hey, it's not about the order followers, or it's not about what people are seeing as acceptable morally just because it's quote unquote legal. This is all about the change of a framework and what the causal factors that people are doing things because of. Because they've accepted nonsense and they've accepted bullshit religious notions and bullshit political notions to do the wrong thing. Number 3, action item plan. To grasp true causal factors, find and read 2 books from esoteric occult traditions such as Hermeticism, Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, or Theosophy that examine the occult laws of cause and effect. Because then you're going to be on your way to understanding natural law, because that's what it's all a part of. It's about those unseen natural laws that operate in the universe and govern our behavior at a fundamental level. So study the laws of cause and effect in these occult traditions, and you'll begin to understand causal factors. And as a result, you'll really begin to understand natural law. None of this stuff is unattainable. This is all stuff that is actually practicable, doable, feasible within everybody's capability. I'm not going to present anything that is grandiose or impossible. Because, you know why? There's no excuses for not practicing any of this, for not actually engaging in right action through plans like this. Here's an action plan to give birth to true care, agape care. All too often we don't take necessary action simply because we don't care quite enough. Care, true care, agape care, is the dynamic that ultimately gives birth to right action in the world. But if care isn't present in enough quantity or quality, we need an action plan to develop true care. A good example of an action plan to develop true care within yourself is the following. Step number 1. Contemplate those who fought and died in the American Revolution, and imagine how much darker this world would presently be had they not made the sacrifices of care to do what was morally right in that time period, to actually beat back the advances of the British, form a new country that placed individual sovereignty to the level that it did, and also taught people that the form of republic that it was forming was only for good and moral people. And if we didn't have that example in the world, everybody living today would already be fucked and enslaved completely. Far worse to the level that we are enslaved now. It would be chattel bondage. People ought to bend over and kiss the fucking ass of the people that waged the fucking American Revolution. Only miles from here, some of the battles were fought. 10 minutes away. And those people gave the ultimate fucking sacrifice, their whole lives, and died. And died to just give us the opportunity to secure freedom. And look at what we're doing with it. We don't even want to learn a fucking computer system to fucking teach people morality. These people took fucking bayonets with fucking bleeding feet in the fucking ice. Took bayonets in their fucking heart. That's how much they cared about being and remaining free and securing freedom for their fucking children to come after them. And we're squandering their very fucking blood. Compare that to the lack of sacrifice of people today. To call it an embarrassment is an understatement. It's tragic, is what it is. It's a tragedy. It's a horror story. It's mournful. That's one of my new favorite words to use about the condition of humanity. It's fucking mournful. Mournful. And the people who don't understand that, I feel fucking pity for you. If you're from other countries and you don't get what was done here. And why. And how important it is to the whole fucking planet. If you don't get that, you don't get shit. It's a topic, I'll die on that fucking hill. I'll die on that fucking hill. That doesn't mean America was perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It was never perfect. But let me tell you something, it's better than anywhere else, and it has remained the highest consciousness nation on this planet. You could say whatever you want about the fucking assholes running this country, and believe me, they're fucking satanic losers. However, nobody is going to tell me that consciousness is any higher anywhere on earth than it is right here in the United States. That's where this information's coming from. That's where I learned most of the information that I know, from people who live right fucking here and did great things because they had the opportunity to, because it was free to at least an extent that they were able to develop those characters and characteristics and qualities. And thank fucking God, or we wouldn't even be having a discussion like this. The world, if America falls, the whole fucking godless fucking world falls. And you better know that like you know your fucking ass. Number 2 in this threefold action plan. Imagine the suffering of trafficked and tortured children all over this planet, and how much worse the suffering of children will be if we lose the battle for human freedom. Imagine if these satanic fucking pedophiles are completely allowed to run fucking amok. The amount of children they're already fucking murdering and torturing is unfathomable. Imagine if the world's freedom completely fucking falls, what these fucking satanic elitists will do to children. They'll roast them on fucking on fucking spits in public spectacle and eat them in front of you. And if you don't think that's how far it'll go, you're fucking crazy and naive. Number 3, research and understand the suffering of animals and the tortures they go through on a daily basis as beasts of burden and so-called food. And imagine that happening to your fucking children. But it's just for my taste buds and my food. Yeah. And we wonder why we're being fucking tortured? And we wonder why we're losing our fucking freedom? You don't need to look too far. The answer lies at the nearest fucking slaughter factory. And people will be cold and callous about that. And that's what I mean. You don't have fucking true care. Watch the Earthlings documentary to understand what we do to animals on a daily fucking basis. And if you're not quivering in a fucking fetal position, there's something wrong with your fucking heart. Let alone your fucking brain. You must be some fucking psychopathic, demonic loser. And that's the problem. We don't even consider these things. We don't even think about them ever. It's just my creature comfort has to come first. My taste buds have to come first. And hey, I'm not just setting up and dying on that hill. That's why I'm not a militant vegan. I'm just saying what is. I'm just saying it honestly and giving people exercises to ponder and contemplate. You want to develop true care? That's what you better start thinking about, things like that. Here's an action plan for the development of effective diagnostics for problem solving. So you can develop the ability to diagnose and solve problems. You can work at that. Wasn't just born good at that. You think I always knew how to troubleshoot computing systems like I do now? Or like I did when I was doing that professionally? That's hard fucking work. It's a lot of knowledge you got to take in and practice every day. I was the best at it. Not just damn good, the best in the whole tri-state Delaware Valley area. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, up into northern New Jersey, close to New York, down into Maryland. I was the best technical troubleshooter in that whole region of the country. Certainly for Macintosh systems, for Macs. Windows I knew almost as well. Linux, not quite as well, but Macs, I was the expert in that system, in that operating system. So, without accurate diagnosis, we can never make large strides in the world of self-improvement. We need effective action plans for self-diagnostics and problem solving. In other words, how to troubleshoot our life situations. A simple action plan for this follows. Step 1, study the trivium education methodology. You want to learn diagnostics? Learn the trivium. That's the truth discovery method, and it will reveal the truth about the causal factors for problems. Diagnostics. Study the Trivium Education methodology. It is the greatest method of diagnostics for both large-scale and small-scale problems ever devised. That's why it's no longer taught in the education system. It's been removed because they don't want the average Joe Schmo and Sally Schmo to learn effective diagnostics for problem solving. They want you throwing your hands up and saying, well, I don't know, what could I do about it? The Trivium will teach you what to do about it. Step number 2, practice troubleshooting on systems such as computers or household technology. And again, that's just physical diagnostics. That's not even philosophical diagnostics, right? This can help you improve identification of causal relationships, after which similar diagnostic methods can be developed for application to other areas of life, particularly philosophical areas of life and psychological areas of life. Number 3, read and take notes on Richard W. Wetherell's book, How to Solve Problems and Prevent Trouble. It's a diagnostic manual for life. It's a diagnostic manual for the understanding of natural law. All of Wetherell's books are, quite frankly. He was a genius when it came to the understanding of natural law and morality. Develop an action plan to develop more willpower. And instead of saying, I can't do it, say, I can do it. Only through the development of willpower do we actively engage in right action to reach our goals. Willpower must literally be built like a muscle through consistency and repetition. A good action plan to develop willpower follows. Number 1, practice following through with simple everyday behaviors like organization or cleaning without giving up or leaving it for later. Do it now and finish it. Simple tasks. Force your will upon it until it is completed. Don't just let it go or leave it. This builds neural pathways in the brain that tell us, do it until it's finished. Go all the way. Don't do it half-assed. Those neural pathways get built through that kind of behavior. Number 2, make small changes in diet that you have previously avoided making and stick with those changes to habituate them. You don't have to go all in all at once. Make small changes to your nutritional intake, for the better, of course, and habituate those changes over time. So that's development of willpower. Maybe you say, Monday and Tuesday of every week, I'm not going to eat any meat or fish. I will eliminate that from my diet for 2 days of the week and just stick with that. Then maybe at some point you increase it to 3, and then 4, and then 5. Small incremental changes habituated over time are the keys and pathways to success. Number 3, delay a personal gratification until one specific goal is accomplished. I'm not going to go see that music band that I wanted to go see that plays in this area until I get my presentation on natural law done. You see, you delay a personal gratification. You say, I'm going to put this off. I'm going to put that on the back burner. I will not focus on that. I will focus on something and sacrifice something that I want to do to totally accomplish one of my desired goals. And you finish that goal, and then you reward yourself after. The elitist families of our world do this all the time. They teach their children to delay personal gratification until goals are achieved. And then it's party time, but not until you actually manifest what you wanted to manifest in the world goal-wise. Here's an action plan to care for and activate the physical body, because that's the 5th and final maxim of occult initiation. Activate the physical body. This is exceptionally important because the body, as the vehicle for human consciousness, will be required to be in peak condition for the implementation and manifestation of all of the requirements for self-actualization or freedom. You're not going to be able to do those things without a healthy body. So if you're neglecting the health of the body and your nutrition is completely out of whack, you're going to have brain fog. You're not going to understand diagnostics of problems and what the solutions are, and you're not going to be able to implement them through action plans that require the body. That means get your body in order. Where the body goes, the mind follows, and vice versa. The body-mind connection must be fully realized and deeply respected. If you're putting shit fuel into your body, you're going to have a ton of brain fog and you're not going to be able to think straight. And your body's going to be weak and beat down and unhealthy. You put the right fuels through nutrition into the body and you habituate that process, you're going to be strong, you're going to be able to think right, you're not going to have brain fog, you're going to understand what the action plan needs to be, you're going to be able to help morally educate other people clearly and effectively. This is common sense, practical, real-world physical goals. You don't need to be some muscle master, right? I'm not telling everybody to go out there and try to be a bodybuilder. I'm saying get your health in order so that it's not a constant nag upon what you wish to achieve. And it's acting as an anchor and holding you back because you're constantly at doctors, you're constantly sick. Care for the physical vehicle. It's going to be necessary for anything you want to manifest in life. So here's an action plan for care and activation of the physical body. Number 1, incorporate more whole, fresh, plant-based foods into your diet while diminishing processed foods, meat, and dairy. And if you still don't think that that's a plan for proper nutrition and health, you haven't studied the correct information. And again, I'm not making it the hill I set up and die on, but I'm saying there's a truth to the matter. And if you think it's other than what I just laid out there, you don't have the truth in hand or in mind. And that's it. I'm just stating what's true. Number 2, do simple physical exercise on a daily basis like stretching, walking, yoga, simple gym training, whatever. Figure out what you want to do that works for you and do it every day. Or at least every other day, you know. Number 3, choose and practice at least one form of the martial arts on at least a weekly basis. Even if it's a light form, practice some form of self-defense because most likely in your lifetime in the physical world you're going to need it. Okay? Real world action plans for the body and self-defense. Here's an action plan to make personal sacrifices and actually put skin in the game for the war for freedom. Nothing great ever comes without sacrifice. Truer words could never be spoken. If you want to accomplish great and important things, you have to make the sacrifices that go along with those things, the accomplishment of those things. Without sacrificing comfort and pleasure, very few, if any, of our long-term goals will ever manifest in our lives. This is what most teachers will never teach you. We must learn to leave the so-called comfort zone, as it is really a prison that keeps us from achieving self-realization. A good action plan to manifest the necessary sacrifices and put skin in the game in the war for freedom are, here's a threefold action plan. Curtail your usual entertainment activities for a few weeks or months. Instead, use that time to create some form of educational outreach, such as a video, a podcast, a presentation, or a live event, such as this. It doesn't have to be as big as this project's scope. It could be a half an hour. But put your usual comfort and pleasure off to the side. Put it on the back burner just for a small amount of time to habituate and build the neural pathways that say making sacrifice is okay and I need to engage in it and I will do it. And then make some moral educational content of some kind. Number 2, start speaking to family members and friends about matters of worldwide importance that affect the freedom of all people. And maybe some people have done this and they haven't had much success. Well, keep doing it. Don't just give up and say they're not willing to listen. Find some common ground to speak with them about and then work some of these matters of true importance into the conversation. Number 3, find a truly worthwhile cause that already exists in the service to human freedom in some form and volunteer to provide assistance in some form to that organization. How many people who live in my area may have been able to contribute to helping with my work, and they don't because they just want to be comfortable and they just want their creature comfort and pleasure. I've been asking for help in this area for years, and only a few people have ever come to the table. It's very sad. I'm grateful for the help that I have received, but I definitely need more help and higher level help as far as understanding computing and programming. It would be of great assistance were I to be able to receive that. But most people who have those skills don't want to sacrifice. Most people who want to help don't have those skills. That's the issue. But this is all about doing a practical action plan to actually put some skin in the game. All practicable, real world ideas that are actually feasible. Here's an action plan to engage in true responsibility. Real responsibility is the personal dynamic we engage when we rise to the truly important challenges in life, like facing injustice and slavery head on, and setting our lives in order enough to activate and participate in that critical work. It means not everything has to be perfect in your life, but your life can't be a train wreck to the extent that you can't even get involved in the great work. You have to organize your life to the extent that you could do something, that you could participate, you can engage, you could assist in some form. There's a role for everybody. An action plan for engaging true responsibility. 1. Practice removing excuses for why you have not activated in the great work of ending human slavery out of your mental and physical vocabulary. Take the excuses out of your speech, out of the equation entirely. Just start with that. Don't provide excuses. Don't do this. Don't go, I have too many bills. I have kids. I got to go to work every day. No one gives a rat fuck. It doesn't matter. Those are just things that everybody's got to fucking deal with. You got to do true responsibility and true engagement in the great work on top of that other shit. And fuck off if you disagree. You got to do it on top of that. No excuses. Number 2. Take on some real responsibility in the war for freedom by getting directly involved in moral education and activism for just causes, especially moral education. I'm not as big on activism causes as I maybe once was. I'm not saying they're completely worthless, but getting directly involved in moral education is the absolute number one factor that you could engage in to increase your personal responsibility to heal the world. Number 3, practice better time management, dedicating at least some free time each week to something that goes beyond your own personal needs and desires. Leave the comfort zone, leave the pleasure zone, and do something that goes beyond the self. In other words, stop engaging in de facto Satanism and get involved in something that extends beyond your bullshit care about only yourself. We all have a responsibility to try and make this world better, whether it's through our work, the causes we champion, the way that we treat people, or the values we impart to the next generation. Stop making excuses. Start getting on the battlefield. Start taking up that responsibility. Here's an action plan to build the courage to do what is required. Again, making a leap of faith and engaging in courage, even if you don't know how it's going to play out long term. Let's face it, the most daunting part of changing our behavior is always some type of underlying irrational fear, usually fear of beginning activities or endeavors that are new, unfamiliar, intimidating, or uncertain. We all fear the unknown. That's why we don't want to get involved in new behaviors and activities. In order to move forward in shadow work, fear must be confronted and transmuted, and right action must be taken, even if it means taking a leap of faith, in spite of fear still being present in any quantity. You have to transcend that fear through an act of will. Repeatedly doing behavior that directly exposes you to things that you've been afraid of or anxious to do is actually the best way to begin to confront and diminish fear-driven aspects of our mind. To keep doing the behavior that you are anxious about or fearful of. You do it in a controlled, limited capacity, but you do it anyway. A solid action plan for building courage to do what we know is required is as follows. Number 1, write down the fears you have for beginning a given task or life change. Physically write them out on paper. Examine the underlying cause of each fear. Probe why you're afraid of it with shadow work. You have to understand the cause to understand what's holding you back from engaging in certain behavior that you know is required. Learn more about the why, about why you find a particular task disturbing or anxiety causing. It's not just because. There's a specific reason or a piece of programming that was embedded in you at some point, probably when you were young, of why you're afraid of doing certain things. Maybe a trauma was done unto you that might even not really be fully at the conscious level, and you have to work with to understand the causal factors for those fears. Contemplate the fact that these are merely stories that we have told ourselves, or even worse, stories that other people have implanted within our consciousness and our psyche, which are seldom true, or perhaps very, very, very rarely, if ever, true, and which we use as excuses to self-sabotage. We, in other words, tell ourselves we're not going to begin before even starting the endeavor because of some fear or delusion or illusion that is a bullshit story that we have told ourselves or someone else has told ourselves, and we've made it imprint upon our consciousness. Shadow work helps you to undo those factors, but you have to bring them to the conscious level of awareness first. 2, force yourself out of one of your comfort zones. Pick one of the comfort zones or things, something you feel anxious about, and force yourself out of the comfort to engage in something that does create a disturbance or does create some form of an anxiety, and force yourself to engage it. I know that can be very disturbing to some people, but you do this by doing an activity that you find fear-inducing. And you don't go all the way in. You begin small, and you expose yourself to the discomfort in a slow and controlled fashion. Eventually, you habituate yourself to it, and you reduce your fear and the anxiety-driven response. And then you could do it without that anxiety response, eventually. And then you could do it for longer periods of time. Number 3, practice transcendental meditation, breath work, and EFT, the emotional freedom technique, or what is known as meridian tapping, tapping on meridian lines of the body, energy lines, on a daily basis to center yourself mentally and emotionally. That's just another set of practices that could also be included in shadow work practices as fundamentals or addendums. Here's an action plan to move into right livelihood from wrong livelihood. Shadow work cannot truly be successful in the long term if we continue to engage in immoral livelihood, making money from activities which initiate harm upon others, defraud them, or deprive them of their natural rights. Here's an action plan to move out of an immoral job and into right livelihood. Number 1, honestly examine how you currently procure resources. List the ways that your current job constitutes or contributes to the harm of other beings. You have to be honest about, is this contributing harm? If discovering that you are contributing harm to something that is harmful by working in a certain job, set a date to quit that job no matter what within 6 months. Set a time frame and do it even if you don't have an alternative present. Take a complete leap of faith and quit that job. Now, I wouldn't tell you to do this unless the job was truly immoral. If it's just distasteful or unpleasurable or uncomfortable, I wouldn't tell you quit your job with nothing else. However, if it is immoral, quit it without a backup. Yes, I can say that to someone, even if they have children. Mean it and look them straight in the face and tell them to do it. even if no alternative is present, and you must become poor and lose many life resources for an amount of time until you find something else. Even then, quit the job. And I'm saying that 6 months is your grace period, right? You're saying, okay, I'll stay doing this thing that I know to be wrong even 6 months from now, but after that, you have to set that date to quit. Number 2, build new work-related skills. Start doing that immediately and begin searching for job alternatives immediately. You don't just discover, oh my God, I've worked myself into a fucking corner and I'm doing something immoral, and you have no other skills that you can employ to procure right livelihood. While you're doing that job, you got to be building other skill sets and searching for other job alternatives. You don't just say, well, this is all I know how to do. You develop new skill sets and then you employ them in right livelihood. Number 3, discuss with family members and friends potential safety net measures, because you may just have to rely on them for a time. Even if this is incredibly uncomfortable for all involved, you have to say, I'm quitting my job whether I have a backup in 6 months. It doesn't matter what happens, how poor I become. I may have to dip in and, maybe eat at your house, or I may have to sleep at your home, or I may have to take out a loan from you. Or maybe you need to co-sign on a loan for me. And we're going to have to sit down and talk about and discuss this eventuality. And I may just have to fucking dip into you for a while. And then you make sure you are going to do something to pay them back once you do move into right livelihood. You don't just say, oh, you're giving this to me for nothing. You say, it will be for a time. I will make restitution. But you can't just stay in that job indefinitely and say, this is all I know. That's a bullshit excuse. An action plan to stop being a fucking loser order follower. A satanic piece of trash serving nothing but other satanic pieces of trash. Order following is diametrically opposed to following one's conscience. The objective knowledge of the difference between right and wrong behavior, which is what conscience is. It's knowledge. It's not action or emotion. Conscience is knowledge of the difference between right and wrong. Hence, con, together, and science, to know. In Latin, from the verb sciere, and the prefix con means together. So conscience is common knowledge, common sense, what we should all know together. We talked how bad the factor of common sense is in our world today, unfortunately, that very few people have it, least of all fucking dumb Neanderthal order followers. And I apologize to the Neanderthals for insulting them like that by comparing them to these fucking losers. Shadow work can never be effective unless and until an order follower ceases to engage in blindly following the commands of others like a mindless automaton robot and moves into the dynamic of right livelihood instead. Many will insist that no one should tell an order follower to quit their job and possibly allow the life quality of their family to be diminished. But that is exactly what more people must do to confront the evil dynamic of order following in our society. The answer is to quit this cult, because that's what it is. It is indeed a cult. Order followers, you are in a fucking cult. And it's an evil satanic cult. And you are an evil satanic member and contributor of the evil that cult propagates upon the world. And don't tell me that you're not, because you're a fucking lying loser. That's exactly what you are. A satanic fucking cult member, whether you know it or understand it or not, from your dumb fucking animal perspective. Because that's what they are, and that's what your fucking so-called fucking superiors and the satanic cult that you're really serving call you. They call you a fucking animal and a fucking dog with your dog tags around your neck as some fucking badge of honor. They're laughing at you. They're mocking you. They're calling you a fucking animal and a dog that will attack when they're told to attack and kill when they're told to kill. You fucking dumb dunces. The answer is to quit this cult, even if your family suffers loss of life quality until a former order follower finds honest work. There's no good order follower. There's only a former order follower that has eventually become a good person and engaged in right livelihood. An action plan to quit the cult of order followers is as follows. Number 1, read 2 books cover to cover dealing with the dynamic of following orders. For example, books detailing the atrocities of Nazism and communism that happened within, a short historical framework, decades ago, and are still ongoing in many countries today. Contemplate the historical violence and evil that all forms of order following produces. Because you're the dumb fucking shit animal that hasn't even studied the basics of human history. You have no fucking view of history, let alone a long view of it. These fucking 8-inch thick forehead fucking beasts. You look like somebody put a fucking metal plate under your fucking forehead. Just above your fucking eyebrows, you fucking brow fucking ridge fucking shit golem. Trash bags, man. And the people that actually respect these fucking losers, they're trash bags. Number 2. Work on confronting your fears of inadequacy, but believe me, you have real inadequacies. You got inadequacies in more areas than I can fucking count. And examine how your low self-worth and your fears and inadequacies are the key factors to keep the order follower in the cult and keep them in line and keep them doing the evil that they do. They know that they're pieces of shit inside. They want to run away from that and just stay an action junkie and an adrenal junkie. It's called being a fucking piece of verminous human filth. Number 3 in the action plan. Build skill sets and seek employment in right livelihood. Stop making the excuse, this is all I know how to do because I'm a dumb fucking retard. Now, believe me, we know you're a dumb fucking retard, but you could still become reasonably skilled and then go do something else for a fucking paycheck. You dumb shit. Make a personal commitment to quit the cult of order followers within a 6-month time frame, even if you have no other options for resources and must live in a condition of financial poorness in the interim. Being financially poor for a time always trumps the destruction of your soul and the freedom of others that you're wiping out. You're the bringers in of the dark New World Order system, not the order follower, the order givers, and the Satanists. The order follower is the one who ushers in the dark satanic New World Order. Without you, it couldn't happen, loser. Here's an action plan to stop spreading worldview poison. Again, this is one that I had to personally follow. One of the most damaging things a person can do to prevent the growth and expansion of human consciousness is to spread poisonous falsities regarding what people erroneously believe is human nature or what is possible to achieve. It must be understood that people are capable of changing for the better with discipline and hard work. It isn't good enough just to intellectually understand this. One must create an action plan to reverse the damage that has already been done to very seriously poison the worldview of others due to previously held completely wrong perceptions regarding human beings' capacity for positive change. Stop spreading worldview poison and make an action plan to reverse it. So here's an action plan to desist in the poisoning of the worldview of others. Number 1, find and read at least 2 books on epigenetics and new biology, such as books from Bruce Lipton, Joe Dispenza, Greg Braden, etc. These are good resources on these generalized topics. And read these books to deeply understand how the quality of consciousness and behavior is created through information and environmental conditions. It is not set in stone. It is not genetic. It does not happen from birth. And if you don't understand that, you are horribly ignorant. You are tragically fucked upedly ignorant. And you are going by dead, outmoded science that is long outdated. By over 150 years, you are following garbage, outdated pseudoscience that has been completely scientifically and experimentally disproven. And if you don't understand the sciences of epigenetics and new biology, you're going to stay a dumb fucking dunce regarding human nature and the human condition. So read books on it and educate your fucking dumb self. Number 2, quit the cults of worldview poisoning such as materialism, postmodernism, Marxism, Nazism, racism, eugenics, communism, and just about every religion on the face of the earth. These are all trash bag cults. All of them. Not just some of them, all of them. They're cults to keep your consciousness in a fucking prison. Quit these cults. None of them are true. You can group scientism in there. All these cults do is tell people that they are locked into certain modes of consciousness and behavior. That's what every one of the cults that I just fucking talked about is. You think communism isn't one of them? Marxism? All based on total dialectical materialism. That things are what just drives everything. Leave consciousness and spirituality at the fucking door. Put that on the back burner. Just worry about fucking things. Yeah, okay. That's going to get you real fucking far, you dumb dunces. All these cults do is tell people that they are locked into certain modes of consciousness and behavior. These are falsities which prevent the understanding needed for reaching one's highest potential. Number 3, once an accurate understanding of real human nature is developed, make a video or a podcast about it and post it as widely as possible online. That's how to undo bad worldview poisoning. Simple, practical ideas and action plans. Nothing overly complicated. Everything is feasible. Everything is within an individual's budget. Everything can be done if you develop just a few life skills and a little bit of persistence. All achievable and attainable through an action plan. Here's an action plan to teach true morality and natural law once you realize that that's the real solution. The ultimate expression of all shadow work self-improvement is to get involved directly in the one great work, to teach natural law and objective morality to the human species. An action plan for moving into doing the great work follows. Number 1, mentally progress toward an accurate understanding that human slavery can only be ended through the moral education of humanity. If you don't know this by now, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Human slavery can only be ended through the moral education of humanity. Is that going to be done with a fucking quill feather pen? Is that going to be done with fucking putting stamps, putting a letter in a fucking envelope and putting a stamp on it, throwing it in the fucking mailbox on the corner? If you think so, you're a fucking drooling tard. And it needs to be told to you as such. The moral education of humanity is going to occur online by content creators creating digital content and publishing it widely and freely. And if you don't think so, you're a fucking drooling tard and you're wrong. That's the solution to the current fucking moral crisis we are in. Until this awakening to what the real solution is achieved at a visceral level, an individual cannot move into the role of natural law teacher, nor can they truly really be long-term successful in their endeavor to truly self-actualize through shadow work. If you're not doing this, ultimately, you're failing at shadow work. Number 2, build communication and publishing skill sets in the modern world by taking seminars such as How to Become the True Media to learn how to make content. There's very practical, real-world plans for learning these skill sets. They're available to you. I'm not the only one who teaches them. Plenty of other teachers are out there learning them. You don't have to take the class from me. You could take it from anybody offering such classes or seminars. Make zero excuses. And sacrifice the time, resources, and energy required to do this. Stop putting forth excuses. Start putting forward effort. Number 3, create and publish online media to propagate true moral education. That's getting involved in the solution, folks. And again, we can go on and on and on and on and on with right action plans. We could develop a right action plan to take personal responsibility for our health, an action plan to spend time and resources more wisely, an action plan to increase patience with those who you should be patient with, an action plan for better emotional control and emotional growth, an action plan to build skills with technology, an action plan to learn to be a better listener, an action plan to learn healthy relationship skills. Tons of beneficial, positive action plans that can be conducted in shadow work. You can go on and on and on endlessly. It's a never-ending endeavor. So let me give some notes on other shadow work methodologies, because you should just at least be aware that they exist and you might want to practice them. While I have outlined the basics now of my personal AAA shadow work methodology, by no means should this be seen as the only methodologies available for shadow work. Absolutely not. Although time for this seminar will not permit the exploration of the plethora of other various shadow work methods, I highly encourage people taking an integral approach, as I said at the beginning, when conducting shadow work, and using various methods in conjunction with each other. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Or using certain methods as adjuncts and addendums to my AAA method that I've outlined here today. Nothing wrong with combining methodologies. One of the big shadow work techniques that a lot of people talk about today that has definitely had a lot of success is the emotional freedom technique, or EFT, which is a form of shadow work therapy that involves tapping on acupressure points along energy meridian lines in the human body while focusing on a specific life issue or fear or form of anxiety. Emotional freedom technique is often used to confront and reduce trauma, or to reduce the effects of a traumatic experience, to reduce stress, and to help work through negative emotions. I personally can recommend the work of Gary Craig for very effective EFT techniques. I think he's probably one of the top guys when it comes to EFT. And there are many other practitioners and teachers. And I think there is absolutely something to this, and I think it's worthy to explore. Another shadow work methodology can involve the usage of entheogens, or psychedelic plants and compounds. Entheogens, or psychedelics, are compounds which can alter human consciousness in mind-expanding ways if they are used in a conscious context, not just for pleasure pursuit or fun. Psychedelics can be used as a supplement or addendum to shadow work. I don't think they should be used as the only method of shadow work, but they should be used as supplements and addendums, adjuncts to shadow work, as I've outlined it here today. But I would personally caution against using them as a full replacement for primary shadow work methodology, or as an emotional crutch for dealing with trauma. They are not meant to be used that way. And you should use them in full knowledge and in proper context, consciousness-wise. Compounds that could be particularly helpful if used in moderation and in a conscious context include psilocybin, or magic mushrooms, cannabis, and DMT, among others. Those are the three that I think can assist with shadow work. They can't do it for you, but they can act as adjuncts to shadow work if they're used consciously. Caution should always be taken to ensure proper set and setting, as we talked about with full primary shadow work methodologies, meaning a conscious psychological approach in conjunction with a well-prepared physical environment that is conducive to self-improvement and positive change. Set and setting should always be taken into consideration when using consciousness-altering compounds. So let's talk about practice of shadow work. Practice forms good habits and good progress. If we are going to make any real measurable progress, if we're going to hit that target through shadow work, we must understand that shadow work is not an event that we do once. This is not shadow work. This is information about shadow work. Okay? You have to do it in an ongoing capacity. It's not one event that you do one day. It's a series of ongoing practices which must be continually engaged in in order to form good habits and progress toward our stated goals. No one ever becomes really good at something without practice, at any human endeavor, whether it's sports, art, cooking, mechanics, technology, or true self-improvement and betterment. What a student of shadow work should be striving for is habituation of small incremental changes. Let me say that again. What a real student of shadow work should be striving for is the habituation, making it a habit of small incremental changes over time. Over time, these will add up to larger improvements and move the practitioner ever closer to their aspired and stated goals. Don't find the time to practice shadow work, make the time to practice it. You have to make the time for things that truly matter, not just throw your hands up and say, I don't have the time or I can't find the time. You don't find it, you force it. Again, they're very afraid of that word. Oh my God, he said to force something to happen. Yeah, that's the exertion of your will upon something. Not for something immoral, but to make something truly positive and good happen. You have to force it to happen. You don't just sit back and wish for it to happen. You make that shit happen. One of the most common excuses for not practicing shadow work, or any other life improvement technique for that matter, is people saying they don't have the time to do it because of other things in their lives. I got a job. I got kids. I got work. You can make endless fucking excuses for why you're not doing self-improvement work. It's all bullshit excuses. You have to make the time to make it happen, the fucking end. Here is the bottom line when it comes to this dynamic. No improvement comes without sacrifice of other things. Get the fuck over it, people. No improvement in life comes without sacrificing other things. You want to be the best pitcher in baseball? You're going to sacrifice all other things. You want to be the best bowler in the professional bowling tour? You better sacrifice other things. You want to be the best teacher of natural law? You got to sacrifice other things. Nothing truly great or great improvement-wise in the self or in society comes without the sacrifice of other endeavors. And if someone is not willing to sacrifice those other things, it literally means, by definition, that they don't want the improvement that they claim to want deeply enough. They don't care enough. They don't want it enough. They don't want to sacrifice enough to actually get that thing done. So don't tell me you want fucking human freedom and you don't want to make the sacrifice to teach natural law, because you don't want anything resembling fucking freedom. You want comfort. You want pleasure. You want de facto Satanism. You don't want freedom. Freedom comes with the sacrifice of pleasure pursuits to do what you know to be morally right, and that's to teach natural law. It means if they didn't really sacrifice what they needed to do those improvements, that they chose the other things. That's definitionally what they did. They didn't sacrifice those things, they chose those other things by not making the time for the desired improvements that they claimed to want so desperately. They didn't want them that bad. Because if they did, they would have done what was required to achieve them. If improvements are ever to manifest, time spent on them must be forced. Fall in love with that fucking word. Fall in love with the word. You gotta force change to manifest. That's the only way it will ever happen. Time spent on the improvements we want to see manifest must be forced, or the only things that will manifest is even more of what people claim they don't want. If you don't force the manifestation of the things you say you want, all you will ever get in life is the things you say you don't want. Practicing makes us less imperfect. You hear this term, practice makes perfect? Bullshit. There's no such thing as perfection. So practice does not make perfect. Practice makes less imperfection. That's it. You're never going to achieve 100% perfection. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice reduces the imperfection to a certain degree. Practicing shadow work is the only way to become better at doing it. This is a practice that you repeatedly engage in over time habitually. This does not mean that we should ever expect perfection. Perfection is a mental construct that will often interfere with self-improvement because people tend to focus on trying to make something perfect instead of making it better than it was previously. This dynamic will even lead some people to abandon self-improvement before they even begin because they are holding too lofty of an ideal in their mind. This is what religion does. It paints too lofty of a picture, and then people don't want to engage in the work of self-betterment because they feel they could never live up to that perfect ideal that has been set for them. It discourages them from making decent, real-world, yet imperfect improvements to themselves. Strive to get something accomplished, but don't worry about making it perfect. You're never going to make anything perfect. There's no such thing in the physical world. Instead, focus on making some dynamic in your life better than it previously was through practice. Habituating small changes over time is practice. That's what makes us less imperfect. Part 3 and final part, integration and progress. Integration is the first step to integrity. They're based on the same root, integral. To integrate means to bring together, to combine, or to incorporate into a state of wholeness. And that's what we're trying to do through shadow work. The whole long-term process and practice of shadow work is to achieve the integration of personal improvements and good habits into our personality to form a better and more complete human being. Without such integration as a result of shadow work, a human being remains lacking in true integrity. They are fragmented. They are segmented. And as a result, their long-term goals go unfulfilled, and all of human society remains unimproved, because the extent to which individuals improve is the extent to which all of the human species and our civilization improves. Only correct integration of self-improvements and good habits create true integrity within an individual and eventually lead to the personal fulfillment and manifestation of important life and societal goals. Defining personal shadow work progress. Shadow work progress should be defined and measured, not just left to chance or loose interpretation. It needs to be defined and measured, your progress in self-improvement. If you aren't moving closer to changing for the better, meeting personal requirements for positive change, or achieving truly important life goals, then your progress and efforts are obviously falling short. The key to true progress is always small, habituated, incremental changes that become large life habit changes over time. That's why I call them incremental changes. You're making those small changes over time, and then you're turning them into habits. That's when big life changes start to manifest. You have to habituate them. You have to stick with it. You have to have tenacity. You have to have relentlessness. Never say die attitude. And instead of competing with anyone else, look at yourself from yesterday as your only competitor. You are only trying to improve who you were previously. Define your goals clearly and then work hard to make incremental improvements toward those goals. The only person that you should compete with in these endeavors is the person who you were yesterday. That's it. You don't need to compete with anybody else. So, if you look at improvement over time and you graph it, okay, as time moves forward, improvement should be going up. This is an acceptable improvement rate. If we're going to track improvement rate over time, this is a highly acceptable improvement rate. It doesn't have to be like this straight up, all the way up like this at that kind of a steep angle. It needs to be an incremental progression forward over time. Okay? That's an acceptable improvement rate over time, that chart. Here's another acceptable improvement rate over time. We can reduce it like that. It's still going up less quickly. It's more slow improvement over time, but that is also an acceptable improvement rate over time. I would not beat down, demean, or berate anybody who's making an improvement rate on that, a slope like that. If we charted their improvement rate, I'd congratulate them. This is what people don't understand about what I'm talking about. I just need improvement over time, not stagnation. Here's what's completely unacceptable. This next chart, 100% unacceptable. If you're staying the same and you're not improving and things don't get better over time in your progress, you're not doing shadow work correctly, and that's completely unacceptable when you're charting your progress. And certainly dipping is unacceptable. I mean, that doesn't need to be said. Okay? But staying stagnant is not an acceptable improvement rate over time. And many people do this in their life endeavors. They don't improve over time because they're not habituating good habits. Be completely honest with yourself when tracking progress. When tracking your progress over time, you got to come full circle to the first principles of stop lying to yourself. Be completely honest with yourself. Shadow work begins and ends with honesty, and its progress only continues with honesty. So never ever lie to yourself about your progress. You have to be honest about your progress. If you are not progressing at the rate you feel you should, tell yourself the truth about that and then do something about it. Everyone has bad days and slips from time to time. That doesn't mean you give up. That doesn't mean you beat yourself up. But if your long-term progress is flatlining, that is not acceptable. And you must reevaluate your thoughts and your behaviors in order to do better without making excuses or backtracking. You don't make excuses for why you didn't do as well as you want to. You just improve upon your methods. That might mean going back, being even more brutally honest with yourself, actually understanding more causal factors, and formulating better action plans. I've just given you a few examples here. There's billions of ways to apply this. Set the bar high for progress, not low. Setting the bar low doesn't help you or anybody else. You've got to set the bar high. Try to be an actual achiever in these endeavors. There is very little point to setting goals in shadow work if you do not set the bar high or put enough weight on the barbell, as the popular sayings go. Improvement and self-actualization are never manifested in one's comfort zone, ever. You have to leave the comfort zone to make these stated improvements. You must genuinely challenge yourself in order to realize long-term goals. It is important to note that a balance point must also be struck when it comes to this dynamic, because you also do not wish to overwhelm yourself or set completely unrealistic standards either. So you don't set the bar to the moon, but you set the bar high enough that you're challenging yourself. Okay? So you have to know your limitations. Part of progressing in a healthy way in shadow work is to learn enough about yourself so that you understand your true potential and you set the bar high enough to challenge yourself to rise to that real world achievable potential, and then put the necessary work in to reach that potential. But it is not setting the bar so high that you're setting an unrealistic standard for yourself. Okay? So that balance has to be understood and struck. Another way of tracking the progress of shadow work is, are you actively dissolving false mental constructs? In other words, are you breaking the head cage of religious beliefs? And I don't just mean cultural religions. I mean false ideologies like authority and the worship of money and total ego identity and just living for comfort and pleasure. These are religions. Tracking your shadow work progress means asking yourself more difficult questions, like you asked in the first stage of shadow work. Well, to accurately track the progress, you got to ask even more difficult questions. One of the first is, how have I done regarding changing my worldview and my overall mindset toward the truth? Have you dissolved the false mental constructs that previously held back your consciousness? Have you truly made progress in that regard? Or have you doubled down and remained stubborn? Have you abandoned nonsensical and erroneous belief systems such as religion, authority, government, the worship of money, materialism, selfishness, a poisoned worldview of human nature, and on and on and on? Have you abandoned those absolutely false mental constructs? And you got to ask yourself if you have, and that's how you can chart your progress. It's one way. If false mental constructs are being dissolved and your mind is expanding into a deep understanding of natural law and a desire to teach it to others, then acceptable progress is being made in your shadow work endeavors, at least in that capacity, which is the most important one. Another thing you have to ask yourself is, are you dissolving ego identification? Consider how much you still remain identified with societal constructs of self. And use that as another important measure of shadow work progress. How much have you dissolved ego identification? Do you still see yourself as just some worker, or just a spouse, or somebody's family member, or a member of a nation, a religion, a race, or some other group? These are all just ego-identified roles. Or have you come to see your own sense of selfhood as having been tremendously expanded in scope by doing the shadow work? As a being within your own being. And do you see yourself as an aspect of infinite consciousness, which has something tremendously important to contribute to this planet in a time of incredible cosmic moral crisis? Have you come to see yourself in that expanded dynamic of consciousness? If you make it to this stage of shadow work, and you are honest about examining your own consciousness in this way, the honest answer is actually quite plain to see. And you'll easily know what your continued work is to do. Because if you're still totally ego-identified as little me, I'm just this worker, I'm just somebody who does this job, I'm just a member of some race, religion, nationality, family member, etc., you're not expanding your worldview into the understanding that you are an absolutely infinitely valuable expression of individuated consciousness existing within the totality of universal consciousness. And if you're not getting there, you're not making progress in shadow work. How initiated have you become? How much have you begun true self-actualization and true work to improve the self? This is what the initiatory traditions in the occult world were ultimately all about throughout all of human history. Another great measure of progress in shadow work is simply to go back to the maxims of occult initiation and ask yourself from a perspective of complete honesty how well you are truly embodying those maxims. Ask yourself questions like, have I stopped lying to myself? And we're taking this full circle. Have I stopped engaging in cognitive dissonance and dreaming? Have I truly learned how to think through the trivium methodology of truth discovery? Am I truly living in the present moment and showing up fully present for the tasks that I perform on a daily basis? Have I cared for and activated my physical body? How about have we actually cared enough to continue with self-improvement and continue to trying to teach objective morality to the masses of human beings? These are the true riddles of the Sphinx. Answer them honestly, and your initiation and progress will be revealed unto you. True health is a great measure of success in shadow work, and I don't just mean physical health. One of the best measuring sticks for true success when it comes to shadow work is health, true health. How overall holistically healthy you are. If you ask yourself how healthy you are in any particular aspect of your life, whether it be physical health, mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, then gauge that measure of health from an honest perspective. You will know whether your shadow work efforts have succeeded or not over time. And this is part of never, ever normalize pathology, especially mental dishealth. Mental illness should never be normalized. Part of shadow work is improving mental health. It's improving physical health, mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health. So, true health is a measure of how accurately we are aligning ourselves to nature's laws and its underlying dynamic intelligence. If we do that, there's no stopping us. If we refuse to engage in that process, nothing can help us. If you are stuck along the path, do not be afraid to ask for help. You do not need to remain an island. There should never be any shame or embarrassment if you need to ask for help or assistance in these endeavors, or to reach out to others through some type of a system of support in order to help you on your personal journey in shadow work. If you feel comfortable, you can talk to people about that. You can even form support groups regarding that. No one is an island unto themselves in any dynamic, in any aspect. And it is okay to acknowledge personal limitations and ask others with more knowledge and experience for their input and expertise. The end goal of shadow work, after all, is not just individual betterment, but the betterment of our entire communities and ultimately our species and our world as a whole. So this is a group dynamic and a group endeavor. It is not just for the individual. That needs to be very clearly understood. Continue the process of shadow work with more self-directed learning. Never disengage the pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is always a good thing. To progress further with your shadow work journey and endeavors, one must become an autodidact, a self-directed learner. To be an autodidact means that you go out in search of knowledge without waiting for orders or permission from anyone else. You just go and you seek out and you receive that knowledge. You put that knowledge into yourself by an act of your own will. We live in an age of unbelievable abundance of knowledge and information. Avail yourself of it if you want your shadow work journey to continue forward and yield positive results. Learn how to mine the digital gold that lurks on the internet because it's everywhere. I teach these methods in how to become the true media. It is literally at our fingertips if we want it. Perfection, the very idea that perfection could ever be achieved, is an enemy that does not exist in reality. It's an illusory enemy. And it will thwart your progress in shadow work. Perfection is the enemy of progress, and it is the enemy of true goodness. An enemy of true goodness. Perfection is the enemy of good and progress. There is no such thing as perfection in the 3D physical world. The very idea, the mental construct of perfection, it is a mental construct that will often prevent people from doing something that is truly good or making a good effort and making good improvement in their lives. A very difficult thing for some people to accept when it comes to shadow work is there is no such thing as perfect healing. There is no such thing as perfect improvement. There is no such thing as perfect healing of trauma. There is no such thing as perfect progress. Get these notions out of your mind. They are going to be detriments and anchors that will hold you back. There is only better than it was before. There is no such thing as perfect. There is only such a thing as it's now better than it was before. One should never expect something to be completely perfect or wait to get something perfect to act upon it. Create something that is in your life that is good, that is a form of improvement, and then continue to improve upon that as you go. That's your journey. That's your work. This is the best practice when it comes to progress and your measure for progress. Personal growth is about progress, not perfection. Amen. Another wonderful prayer there. Okay? These are concepts that we must grok in the shadow work endeavor. Failure in any endeavor in life is a teacher that can show us what not to do. We should not be afraid of failure. Failure can be our best teacher, but fear of failure can be our worst enemy. You can't be afraid to fail. There's no risk without reward. You have to take risks to make true improvements. One of the biggest factors which mentally hinders personal growth and improvement is the fear of failure. The people have fear deeply embedded within their psyche of failing at whatever endeavor they try. So then what they do is they don't bother to try. The fear of failing at a life endeavor, I wrote live there, I'll fix it, at a life endeavor often makes us unwilling to even try to accomplish it. Progress in shadow work means shedding your personal fear of failure to the extent that you at least activate and try your hardest. There is no gain without hard effort, and there is no gain without the risk of failure. Failure is not the end of the world, and it's not the end of the work. In fact, Failure can often be one of the greatest teachers in our lives, as failure will show us what not to do. We can then learn from that harsh lesson and modify our methods and approach in ways that refine our chances of improvement and success. And we'll do that when we fail. Giving up on yourself is never, ever, ever an option. It has been said that quitters never win and winners never quit. Amen. Truer words never spoken. This is both completely true and highly relevant when it comes to true shadow work as an ongoing process. You must take on a tenacious, never say die attitude and never, ever give up. Least of all on yourself. If you fail, you pick yourself up and you keep moving forward. You can ask for help and assistance if and when you require it. And there is no shame whatsoever in that. But never stop. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your progress toward personal betterment. This occult symbol, sigil if you will, it says labore et constantia, which means in Latin, work and constant effort. That is what is required for shadow work. Shadow work is an ongoing labor of love, both self-love and self-respect, and self-love and agape love. These are critical aspects of the shadow work equation. Shadow work, like any other worthy endeavor in human life, requires constant, ongoing effort to be successful in the long run. So giving up and quitting is never an option. Labore et constantia. It's work and constancy, constant effort. And it's a never-ending process, ladies and gentlemen. I would be remiss if I didn't touch on the concepts within shadow work of the dynamics of forgiving and letting go, because let's face it, if you're doing shadow work, you're engaging in looking at traumas, and traumas are often conducted by others. So a crucial part of one's shadow work journey is the development of the understanding of the difference between forgiveness and letting go, and when to employ each modality of behavior. Because we shouldn't forgive everything, and maybe even we shouldn't let certain things go. But we should know when to forgive and we should know when to let go. Working through trauma is a significant component of shadow work. So the issue of forgiveness will definitely present itself. True forgiveness can only occur if those who conducted the wrongdoing upon you and traumatized you are truly remorseful, have made amends with those who were injured, and have committed to cease further harmful behavior. With these basic characteristics, you have a form of true forgiveness. And true forgiveness is correctly understood with these characteristics as a two-way dynamic between the initiator of harm and the injured party. And the initiator of harm is remorseful and is making amends for the damage that they have caused. That's true forgiveness. When the initiator of harm does not fulfill the requirements for true forgiveness, which were previously outlined in the last slide, the best case scenario that can occur is letting go by the injured party. Letting go means that you are no longer going to carry feelings of resentment, malice, or hate toward the initiator of harm or the traumatic experience itself. This allows emotional wounds to heal for the injured party and for them to move on in a healthy capacity. Even if forgiveness was not engaged, you can still let go of all the resentment and malice and hate, okay, so that you can heal. It should be noted that forgiveness toward oneself for past mistakes and transgressions should also be practiced in the shadow work progress. So we not only need to learn when we should forgive others, we need to learn when we should forgive ourselves. Endlessly carrying resentment toward others or self-resentment for our own transgressions is just as unhealthy as it is. So endlessly carrying self-resentment is just as unhealthy as it is to endlessly carry resentment toward another who injured you. They're just as harmful to the self. With progress in shadow work, one will learn when to forgive and when to let go. Conscious parenting means passing on self-improvement that we have engaged in as adults. Among the greatest things one can ever do is to truly raise a child in a moral and conscious capacity. Conscious parenting could do more for the betterment of our species than perhaps anything else. Prospective parents should study and examine conscious parenting techniques, which you could even include as part of shadow work, from a multitude of sources, and incorporate these techniques into their own shadow work process. The self-improvement techniques employed throughout parents' life journey should then certainly be passed on to their children, so that a cycle of health and improvement can be established and further cultivated for the children. Conscious parenting is one of the greatest gifts that a child could ever be given. And for children who have had conscious parents, well, the thankfulness that you should be engaging for a gift like that is unmeasurable, is all I could say. And so few and far between have had that. Work upon the self is never truly finished, ladies and gentlemen. There is no end to this goal. There's no permanent goal set at the end of the journey. It's a continuous effort of improvement that goes on and on. Shadow work is never a completed or finished dynamic of human life. It is an ongoing, ever-growing, ever-expanding, and ever-evolving process. There are always new things to learn. There are always new improvements and new adjustments to be made. And there's always new endeavors and explorations to embark upon. Shadow work must begin with the heart-based desire to learn, grow, and improve. And from that internal spark, it can expand outward and continue in ways that ripple into the field of eternal consciousness that all of us inhabit. Once initiated, these improvements to ourselves and our deeds will truly echo in eternity. It is this great work that truly will make us free. It may seem like an oxymoron to say that work is what will make us free, because human beings rarely equate work with freedom. Human beings certainly do not exist in this world to engage in trivial toil for basic survival and a meager paycheck. That is not the work to which I am referring. But when human beings make a sincere effort through shadow work to improve themselves, to awaken to truth, to embody what is truly right, and to truly engage in the one great work of joining the spiritual battle to end the slavery of humanity, true freedom indeed will be all of our reward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind attention throughout the day today.